area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family meanwhile has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim and lambasted the fair poll claim of the Congress, as there is no end to Vadra Congress political drama.
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed, unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का FIR था।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MNAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh.
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed, unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का FIR था।
It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. AAP MLAs staged protest outside the CBI headquarters. Delhi LG prepares to take legal action against AAP MLAs over defamatory allegations of corruption. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until September 12 after unleashing horrors on the domestic help. Back-to-back FIRs filed against rape accused seer, but he is yet to be arrested. And days after Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, big Himanta government cracked down on terror-linked illegal madrasas. KCR, Nitish brainstorming on 2024 in Patna is a mega political upswing in the making now. By some updates on the Karnataka CS story, the government officials have in fact started auditing inmates in the matter, including reportedly shifting girl inmates from the Mutt premises. Remember, amid the charges of sexual assault or exploitation against the chief of the Mutt in Chitradurga district, police is yet to act, even as the seer himself has filed anticipatory bail. And this government action coming in amid politicization taking place on the issue, with the divide emerging within the BJP as well. Let's go to Ashwin. He's reporting live from Chitradurga, in fact, outside the Mata. Ashwin, you know, this political aspect that even within the BJP there is a divide, while the Chief Minister claims he has given a free hand to the police. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa almost giving a clean chit to the Chief Priest there. What are your sense from the ground? Are you getting to understand from your observations that there is an element of politics behind the delay in the arrest of the seer?
Abhishek, what we gather right now from the environment, what is happening over here, I can definitely tell you that there is something the officials are preparing over here. We're getting information that the different exits of this building are currently being sealed. There's a large number of police deployment now. This deployment is coming very, very slowly, which makes it a little more interesting, because we are kind of sensing that probably some action would happen today, and there is a police there are 5 exits in this mud over here, and in this mud, these 5 exits, there is slowly people are being warded off. As you can see, like earlier we were in one side of this mud, now the officials had started saying that we should not be there, so that area has been cordoned off slowly. Probably we were also thinking that probably the media people also will be slowly be told to go outside of the premises of the mud as well. This is what we can expect, but however, saying that, we feel that there has been a delay in the way this entire police action has taken place, especially the way an accused in the POXO case is being handled, because there's been an extreme leverage given. 5 days have passed, no arrest has been made, no confirmation from the police, and more importantly, in a case where there is no kind of a legal impediment. Remember, Abhishek, when in 2018, when Section 376 of the IPC was amended, there were several things that were mentioned. For instance, a person of authority, if he has committed a crime, then that person can go, the imprisonment increases from 7 years to 10 years. So even if a case of anticipatory bail plea is heard tomorrow in the court, there is more evidences that the prosecution put in, saying that this sets a wrong precedence and that it deserves a harsher punishment. Because remember, there are 1,000 inmates in this particular place, and we are also getting information some of the inmates, especially the girls, have been moved out to many of these government facilities from the mud, and we are also getting information some of the parents who are concerned are also come down over here, taking their ward to their respective homes as well. But at saying that, today we have got these exclusive visuals. First, we have got the first exclusive visual where we could see the accused, the accused in this case, the alleged accused in this case, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharnaru, being walking on the other side of the corridor along with some officials. Probably that is important, because what we can guess from that is that probably the officials are taking him to see where these crimes have taken place, or probably they are doing that. But since the media has been cordoned off, we cannot get further details of it. But one thing is certain, there is some kind of a slow movement that has started just half an hour ago. We could see there is a large number of people coming, a lot of officials from the government are also here. We are also getting in, we also had confirmed that the district legal authority is also here to ensure justice for the minor inmates who are staying here. Large number of inmates are staying over here. They're also auditing them. We are also seeing the welfare of them. They're also talking and interacting with them to see if they also felt safe. Probably they're looking if there is any more kind of a survivor who has had a similar kind of ordeal. All this is being checked, and perhaps we could probably project, if such is the scenario, there may be, I repeat, there may be a tough action that could be taken by the police by evening today. But slowly we are being cordoned off from one side. Probably in a while from now we will be told to leave also from the facility, from the campus of the mud itself. But saying that, it has been slow. Work is going on for sure, but it is slow. Back to you, Abhishek.
Ashwin, looking at those pictures there, but one thing that is clear, and you also reported on it, there was a JDS leader. He says he was a part of this mud, so he had no option but to come here. BJP, JDS, Congress leaders also going on record to give certificates to this particular seer. Now, the investigation is on. There is a 164 statement recorded against, by these minors. One who claims she was sexually harassed for over 3.5 years. One who claims sexual abuse for over 1.5 years. Now, why are these political leaders falling over each other to jump the gun and give certificates when the investigation is on? That obviously puts a lot of pressure on the police and the investigating mechanism.
Yes, Niranjan, definitely. We have seen a lot of political statements, politicians coming over here and giving their air of support. However, they claim that their presence in the mutt will not affect the police investigation, and they themselves have stated to Republic that they are not even talking to the investigating officers, neither are they putting pressure to any of the police officers. They simply have come to the mutt, and that is it. But all that cannot be taken into consideration because of the grave crime that has allegedly been committed over here. See, it's a POXO case that we have already seen there is a laxity. A POXO case registered on 26th of August, 27th of August, it has been transferred to Chitradurga. Today is the 31st. So far, there has been no action. How is it even possible how is it even possible that an accused in this case gets so much of leverage that there is not even a slight action of even questioning, even summoning, even asking questions or taking him to the crime spot? Or all these has to be done. We also understand, Niranjan, when the 164 statement has been given, it is pertinent for the investigating officials to ensure that they follow up on the statement that has been given, because this is evidence. This is evidence that has been given to the court. This is not just any other proof or anything. This is clear evidence. The statement has been given by the girls. Now the action has to be taken by the law enforcement. Certainly the political pressure, the build-up that has been there, the former chief minister stating this is a conspiracy, all this has certainly added that we could probably say for certain that there is a pressure on the law enforcement and the investigating team to process this entire case in the rightful speed it should have been done, and that is not happening, and that's a cause of concern. Niranjan.
Yeah, okay, so that's the story that we're reporting live from Chitradurga in Karnataka. That's the Muruga Mutt where Ashwin is reporting from. We've been reporting non-stop for the last 3 to 4 days here on Republic TV since a very powerful, influential seer faced charges. He was named. And in fact, I have the other bit of breaking news update coming in. In fact, earlier we were told, and I have the full details with me, Ashwin, the police is going on record again and again. They're talking about the investigation. They're talking about the case being filed. They're reiterating the charges. But in any other case, they would have arrested the person concerned. But in this particular case, something seems to be holding them back, right?
Absolutely, Niranjan. Just 8 months before an election, the Lingayat community representative, one of the most powerful seer, Lingayat community represent 20% of Karnataka's population, and the Basavanna movement is definitely heralded by the presence of this seers like these. Remember, the seer who is currently under an accused in this crime now is the 21st pontiff of this mutt, which has got a tradition of over 450 years, and this mutt has been there for 450 years, and he's a 21st pontiff for over 3 decades. He has been heading this mutt. Now, a person like that who has got influential clout, we have seen over the last few years how all the politicians has made a beeline to meet him, including the recent times Rahul Gandhi had also come to take the Linga Diksha from the same seer. All that we have seen, but across party lines we have seen a kind of support that has been given, and at the same time we have also hearing a deafening silence stating that this person who is accused must step down, must give this back, must ensure that the sanctity of this mutt be retained. Even the politician, JDS politician who had come over here, he had stated that he is one of the directors of the mutt himself, and he is more concerned about the mutt than an individual, and this sanctity of this mutt needs to be preserved. Saying that, Niranjan, the political statements that are being made definitely will will cause harm to the entire process of investigation. The probe team till now, we haven't got a confirmed evidence that the probe team is questioning or summoning or doing any kind of interrogation which any common citizen who had been accused of such a crime would have had a really tough time to come out of it. But here we see people are coming over here, the politicians are coming over here, meeting him, and all this leverage is being given to a saint who has been accused of a grave crime. And what is important, Niranjan, it is not a one-off incident. 3.5 years, multiple times this has happened for one girl, another girl 1.5 years. So the depravity and the gravity of this crime is shocking. And even tomorrow, when the anticipatory bail is to be heard of the accused here, it certainly, we spoke to the legal luminaries and they said it certainly is a tough, it cannot be an easy pronunciation for the court itself, because they have to look into all the different angles, the 376, including POXO case, and the 376, the section A and D in particular. All these needs to be looked very carefully. So it is not an easy time, but it seems like the accused here does have a easy time over here. It's been 5 days. Things seems to be normal. There is a space for him to come, for people to come and meet him, especially politicians and politicians' son, and all coming over here. And that is something really, really disheartening.
Thank you for that. Ashwin, reporting live from Chitradurga there. We're tracking the story closely. We will be live from there no matter how long it takes. We will report on the story where political parties are very, very cagey. They don't want to take a stand. They are scared of losing the vote bank before an election. Let's get you some more breaking news update coming in now on Republic TV. India has reported 13.5% annual GDP growth in the second quarter of 2022. And that's a fantastic number. The government, I'm sure, will be very, very happy about. And it's a super number to be looking at. In fact, India is reporting 13.5% annual GDP growth. This is for April to June quarter. In April to June quarter, the government data shows the India GDP number is at 13.5%. Let me see if Abhishek is on the phone line. I will go across to him to get more details. All right, we'll take a short break right now. We'll take a short break and come back with more details. April to June quarter, 13.5% GDP. And we're taking a short break here on Republic TV. But before that, this video that came in of an aarti that was performed on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi at the Siddhivinayak temple in Mumbai.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, The driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogigopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer, has seized a computer, detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family, meanwhile, has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim.
मैडम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
मैडम आपको बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
हाँ, फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. There's been a supplementary charge sheet that was filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the case of Sukesh Chandrasekhar and the money laundering case, the extortion case, and the Enforcement Directorate has listed some details about Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor. The Enforcement Directorate, in fact, says that gifts to Jacqueline Fernandez from Sukesh Chandrasekhar were proceeds of crime. The Enforcement Directorate in its supplementary charge sheet says Jacqueline got gifts valued at 7 crore rupees, and that Pinky Irani, the alleged middleman, this got 2 crore for introducing Jacqueline Fernandez to Sukesh Chandrasekhar, adding that Sukesh paid about 2 to 3 crore rupees at one point for negative articles to be removed on Jacqueline and him. Adding that Jacqueline didn't disclose all the facts, the ED has completely gone on to demolish her view. Let me go across to Sambhav also. The ED says, Sambhav, that Jacqueline cooked up false stories. So it's a very, very explosive charge sheet that goes on to detail the gifts and the claims and why the claims don't really add up.
Yes. So this was a charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate at the Delhi's Patiala House Court, wherein today the Delhi's Patiala House Court has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet and called Jacqueline Fernandez to the court on September 26. Here there are very interesting facts revealed out of this charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, wherein the Enforcement Directorate is directly alleging accused number 10, that is actor Jacqueline Fernandez, of taking proceeds of crime, as according to Enforcement Directorate, accused Jacqueline Fernandez was completely aware of the money earned by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the conman, and she still continued the relation with him and has taken proceeds of crime. So all the money given by Sukesh Chandrasekhar to Jacqueline Fernandez is termed as proceeds of crime by the Enforcement Directorate supplementary charge sheet filed at the Patiala House Court, in which the Jacqueline Fernandez will have to appear at Delhi's Patiala House Court on September 26th. And it is also to be seen here, there are very interesting facts. I mean, accused number 10, Jacqueline Fernandez, she bought car to her father and mother and thereby enjoyed proceeds of crime. This is being alleged by the Enforcement Directorate. And there are sufficient evidence, both oral and documentary, to substantiate the charge of offence under Section 3 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. And of which Jacqueline Fernandez is punishable.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. There are more details. In fact, it's a 45-page supplementary charge sheet, and going through the details, they're pretty explosive. So we'll put out some of the details at 6 p.m. on This Is Exclusive with Shavan, coming up in a few minutes from now. That's coming up in just about 3 to 4 minutes. And at 9 p.m. tonight, the story developing in Karnataka on a seer. A rape-accused seer who's still free, hasn't been arrested. It's faith versus the law, and how political parties have a big role to play in this.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation, and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with The recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module, the madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogikopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family meanwhile has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim and lambasted the fair poll claim of the Congress, as there is no end to Vadra Congress political drama.
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का FIR था।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MNAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पे बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और SDO साहब भी हैं साथ में, तो FIR की बात।
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है।
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds. Big update in the Moosewala assassination probe. 2 accused traced abroad. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez in trouble after the Enforcement Directorate files a charge sheet against her in the 200 crore money laundering case. It's a big lead in Sonali Fogach's murder mystery. Forensic doctors reveal massive details. Days after Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, big Himanta government crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas. It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs staged protest outside the CBI office. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until 12th of September after unleashing horrors on domestic help. Back-to-back FIRs filed against a rape accused CM, but he is yet to be arrested. Starting this edition of This Is Exclusive with a big breakthrough in the Moosewala murder case, where Punjab police has traced Sachin Thappa and Anmol Bishnoi, who both fled before the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Sachin and Anmol flew to Dubai in April. Both travelled to Dubai on fake passports. In fact, we are given to understand that Sachin was now arrested by Azerbaijan police on the input of Punjab police through the Ministry of External Affairs. Now, how exactly did the Punjab police track down Sachin? In fact, they are saying that during the course of the investigation, police had received the lead that Sachin and Anmol fled from the country before Moosewala was killed. They traced the dates as well as location, and thereafter they confirmed the travel through the photos on fake passports. Police thereafter followed up both the conspirators through the fake passport numbers. In fact, it turns out that Sachin had travelled to Azerbaijan, and Anmol, both the pictures that have now been accessed by Republic TV, will stay with these images, only channel with accused number 1 and accused number 2, Anmol Bishnoi and Sachin Thappan's pictures. First pictures that have now been accessed by Republic TV, both of them directly linked to Sidhu Moosewala's murder. In fact, we are now being told that they had flown out of India just days before Sidhu Moosewala was killed. Sachin and Anmol flew to Dubai first from Delhi airport. That was in the month of April. Then thereafter they travelled to from Dubai. We are given to understand they had further travelled, that too on fake passports. Sachin was travelling to Azerbaijan and Anmol was in fact going to Kenya. Sachin has already been arrested by Azerbaijan police, and in fact Punjab police is now in touch with the Ministry of External Affairs to perhaps bring him back to India. As far as Anmol is concerned, we'll try and get more details on Anmol from my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us that big exclusive one. And I'll request our producers to stay with these images because these images are this exclusive accessed by my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, quickly, with regards to, if you can put together the timeline, how are they exactly linked to the murder? When did they leave from the country? And how did they land up in Azerbaijan? And what happens to Anmol?
Well, Shravan, if we just go by the sequence and the timeline of this entire case, during the course of investigation, Punjab police have learned that Anmol and Sachin, these are the two accused who actually gathered the entire shooters to kill Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, from there, they got the lead that both the accused have left the country, and even a month before Sidhu Moosewala was killed. And in fact, in the last week of April, they have travelled to Dubai, and even on the fake passports by the name of Trilok Raj and Bhanu Pratap. Sachin was travelled with the name of Trilok Raj, and in fact Anmol was travelled with the name of Bhanu Pratap, and both together fly to Dubai in the last week of April from Delhi International Airport. And in fact, the Punjab police was able to track down that fake passport numbers as well. And in fact, from those passport numbers, they were able to track the location of both the accused accused, and now one has been arrested in Azerbaijan and another has been tracked in Kenya, and in fact soon Anmol will also be arrested. And meanwhile, now the Punjab police is also preparing the documents for the extradition of Sachin Bishnoi from Azerbaijan, just because India is having a extradition treaty with Azerbaijan since 2003, and in fact Punjab police is preparing a very strong case. And in fact the most important point is Shravan, that these both are the relatives of Lawrence Bishnoi. They are very close associates, and one is the brother and another one is a very close associate of Lawrence Bishnoi. Actually Lawrence Bishnoi has directed and asked them to arrange the shooters, weapons, logistic support and everything for the shooters who actually executed the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact Lawrence Bishnoi was having that sense that after Sidhu Moosewala was killed, this is going to be a very big blow, and that is the reason he asked them that after arranging everything, they to leave the country on the fake passports. And in fact that is what they did even, and now the both has been tracked by the Punjab police. And even the team of Punjab police is continuously tracking their movements as well through Ministry of External Affairs. Every single document is being sent to the Azerbaijan through Ministry of External Affairs, from where they have got the confirmation that now Sachin Thapan in fact alias Bishnoi has already been arrested by Azerbaijan police. And in fact Shravan, one after another the lead is getting. The entire gang of the conspirators and the killers is getting big. In fact, the charge sheet that was filed by the Punjab police before the Mansa court, they reveals that 24 accused that were already in the custody of Punjab police, and even the total number of accused are almost 35, and still they are yet to be arrested, and in fact their supplementary charge sheet will be filed. But these two characters are really very interesting, and in fact they know everything. They hatched the conspiracy, they were in touch with the shooters, they were the middleman between the shooters as well as the Lawrence Bishnoi. And in fact after planning everything, after just hatching the conspiracy, they left the country to save their skin, and now they have been tracked, and Punjab police is preparing the documents to contest the case of the extradition by with Azerbaijan country through Ministry of External Affairs. And another accused, Anmol, who has been tracked in the Kenya, just because Shravan, when Punjab police
just a quick response from you, Amandeep. Just a quick response from you with regards to what happens to Anmol Bishnoi if he's actually flown off to Kenya. Have they been able to track him down? Because what would have essentially happened is that the Punjab police, through the Central Bureau of Investigation, would have intimated the Interpol, hopefully that the Kenya police would have acted upon it. Is there anything that you're picking up with regards to the second accused, Anmol Bishnoi, whom it is feared has travelled to Kenya now?
Well, absolutely. In fact, Shravan, Punjab police has given and shared the entire information of Anmol Bishnoi with Kenya police, and in fact they have also shared the passport numbers, they have also shared the number of cases, and even the involvement in Sidhu Moosewala case as well. Just because, Shravan, they both have travelled to Dubai from India, and from Dubai one fly to Azerbaijan and another Anmol Bishnoi fly to Canada, and from this passport numbers they have been tracked, and now the passport numbers as well as all the identities have been shared with the Kenya police as well, and very soon Anmol Bishnoi will also be into the custody of Kenya, and Punjab police is meanwhile already having all kind of documents and in fact shared all kind of information with the Kenya police, so that at least Anmol Bishnoi should not be able to leave the country from Kenya to any other for his own hideouts. So that is the reason. This is how the entire story of these both the accused unfolded. And even the Punjab police is putting now more efforts to bring them down, to reveal more names. Yes, Ashwin.
Well, thank you very much, Amandeep, for getting us the latest details on the Moosewala murder case. Republic TV, the only network accessing the first pictures of the two accused, and one who has now been arrested from Azerbaijan. Punjab police is in touch with the Ministry of External Affairs, hoping that he would be extradited as soon as possible. And also more details that we have now accessed with regards to the second accused, both playing a crucial role in the Moosewala murder case. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are getting for you tonight on This Is Exclusive. The latest update in Sonali Foghat's case. It turns out that fake passports were used, and now we're also getting more details with regards to the forensic. Now, Republic TV has spoken to top sources within the forensic department who have now confirmed that Sonali Foghat had 46 injuries on her body. Police have also disclosed that key accused Sudhir Sangwan forged documents to get a fake passport. That's the latest that we are getting in. Senior forensic doctor has revealed 46 injuries. When her body was handed over to the mortuary for post-mortem, police stated that there were no injuries. Let's highlight that out. Police at first said no injuries. That's the big breaking news now coming in. Let's highlight that when her body was handed, police stated no injuries. Forensic doctors also suspect that she was made to drink post-consuming ecstasy. Doctors have also suggested that for a metabolized tests but cannot conduct as no equipment available which can show major lapses in the viscera. On your screens right now, let's also put out the breaking news now coming in. Sudhir Sangwan has essentially used a fake passport. So two big breaking news now coming in. One with regards to the forensic details, and secondly with regards to the forensic second is with regards to the passport. Police is now essentially indicating that Sudhir Sangwan was basically using a forged passport. First, let me go across to my colleague Alisha, who's joining us from Goa, and Anuj, who would be joining us from Hisar. First, let me go across to Alisha, who's getting us that big breaking news coming in. She's spoken to some of her sources within the forensic department in Goa. Two big news really coming in. First, the police essentially indicating that when the body was handed over, they said there were no injuries. It turns out she had 46 injuries on her body. And secondly, there is also a big fear that the forensic department has in terms of saying that high possibility that there would be lapses in the viscera report because the Goa Forensic Laboratory does not have enough equipment.
Post-mortem that has been conducted by Goa Medical College and Hospital. We went to the forensic team, and the important person, the head of the forensic, has given some of the information which also include that Sonali Foghat, when brought to the mortuary, when it was conducted post-mortem, where the police has handed over the body, they mentioned that there is no injury, but it turned out to be 46 injuries all over her body. Moreover, they were expecting, as it has been mentioned, that there was ecstasy that was consumed by Sonali Foghat. But once ecstasy is consumed, it turns out it breaks into the metabolism, but that need to be, detect. But that cannot be happen. It's just because they don't have enough equipment to know what exactly the reason is, and this could actually affect the viscera report as well, because this is something, the ecstasy that has been consumed, it's not only the ecstasy but also she was drunk before consuming MDMA. Moreover, as it turned out to be a metabolitist, but they don't have the equipment to detect the metabolitist, which could really affect the viscera. But also over the passport, if we talk about, we also had a word with our sources in Anjuna Police, who has been looking into the matter. They have confirmed that now they have been looking into the passport, because the passport that has been submitted by Sudhir Sangwan, who is the main accused in this case, is something he forged with the documents. In 2016, where he was staying on rent, at that point of time, he made his passport, he forged the documents to make the passport. So at this point of time, where the Goa police is already in Hisar in Haryana, they are also going to the Rohtak as well. The main reason for police to go to Rohtak to check, to verify whether the passport that has been submitted, and specifically the police verification in which police station that has been done, where the police are going to the same police station to check who were the police officials who went for the police verification and approved for the passport. So this is something police is investigating, and police also hinted if it's turned out to be wrong and if he really forged documents to get the passport, so the another case that will be registered against Sudhir Sangwan, which will be under section 467 of the Indian Penal Code. So it could be a new trouble for Sudhir Sangwan, because the statement that he provided, that has been given to the police, and the address that has been mentioned is something different from the passport that has been provided to police. So now there could be a fresh trouble for Sudhir Sangwan. So these are the two important information that we managed to gather. Whether it is the new information that we're getting, that it's a 46 injuries in Sonali Phogat all over the body in the post-mortem report which has been conducted. But police, when brought the body to the mortuary, has been told that there is no injury. So now more, and even the police and the government has been waiting for the Vincera report, and also for the histopathology report, and also for the chemical analysis, because only after that there could be a committee that will be constituted where the forensic expert will be in that same panel, and they will discuss over the further course of action and what can be the investigation, in what line the investigation will go. It is something, but this is something important to even know that the metabolites, which is very important to know if someone has consumed STC, but they don't have the equipment to even check about the same. So it could really impact the Vincera. So we have to wait what will be the chemical analysis, because already a team of police was already went to the Chandigarh FSL to collect the report to gather more. On the other hand, there are police officials who are already in Hisar, where they are going to record the statement of the family, and also they are going to visit the police station as well, from where the police verification of the passport that has happened, because Sudhir Sangwan, who is one who has forged the document to get the passport.
Right. On that note, let me also bring in my colleague Anuj, who's reporting from Hisar right now. Anuj, we're given to understand that the Goa police has already reached Hisar, but one angle that is undoubtedly very interesting, and perhaps it raises more concerns. That is that whether at all there was an attempt that was made by the two accused in this case to tamper with certain digital evidence in terms of the CCTV footage of the farmhouse, the DVR. What more are you picking up in terms of the investigation that's being carried out right now in the place that you are?
Well, exactly, Shavan. At this point in time, let me tell you the latest is that if you talk about today's investigation, this was the Goa police officials, team of 2 officials who reached here early in the morning, and later they were at the farmhouse where Sonali Phogat was living. So we have been talking to the officials there, and the recent bite, if you talk about of the CBI, I beg your pardon, the Goa police official, he stated it very much clearly that yes, we have done the investigation, we have recorded the statement of the family, but he hasn't talking about the part of investigation, like if we talk about anything has been recovered, if any kind of paper has been recovered, if any digital evidence has been recovered. But he said at the end of the day we are going to disclose it all, but the investigation at this point in time is on, because we were at the farmhouse, and from the farmhouse we are again back at the police station. This is the Sadar police station from where I am reporting, and from here let me tell you that the police along with the Goa police along with the Haryana police will be going to the residence, and from residence will be going to the Gurugam. So that is something which is going to be the part of investigation, whereas we have seen the family members who were called in there at the farmhouse also, and now this is going to be the next point if we talk about is going to be the Sant Nagar. In Sant Nagar, this is the official residence of Sonali Phogat. Earlier we were at farmhouse as we were telling this to our viewers, and Sant Nagar, and from Sant Nagar to Gurugram. This is going to be the part of investigation. Whereas if we talk about the arresting till now, then we do understand that detention of the operator, the computer operator, has been already done. He is under the investigation. He has been asked by the police. The Haryana police is looking into the investigation. So we are waiting for the more update when we are talking about this investigation. This is going to go ahead. Yes.
Just a quick update also coming in, Alisha. The latest breaking news that we are putting out is that the forensic department has now essentially indicated that the Vincera report could be inconclusive because they do not have adequate equipments. That's the big breaking news now coming in. Let's put that out. Big breaking news being put out by my colleague Alisha. Forensic departments essentially indicating that reports could be inconclusive. They do not have adequate equipments in the forensic laboratory. If that's the case, perhaps the government will have to step in.
Well, yeah, Shravan, this is what I have understood from the sources in forensic, which they have given a clear indication that this would really impact in the Vincera report, because the STC is something being called as a mother of drug, and that when a person consumes the STC, that is MDMA, if we call in a Goan local language, but once a person consumes MDMA, that breaks into a metabolism, but that is something has to be detected in a equipment that has not been available with the hospital, and it's something they are not been able to detect, and that could really impact the Vincera report, is what a forensic expert has been indicating. And this could also impact the case as well, because the MDMA, 1.5 gram of MDMA that was given to Sonali Phogat in a drink that was mixed by Sudhir Sangwan, and that is MDMA is only can be detected in a metabolism test that has to be done, but they are not even able to do. Well, of course, there is something, a matter where the government has to look into it, because when a committee will be formed, this committee is something will be formed by the Goa government once they get the chemical analysis and the other reports, while they have been waiting for even a team of Goa, that is a one police constable who has already left for Chandigarh to the FSL to get the reports which they have been waiting for, and only after the report it will be crystal clear what exactly it is. But a suspect that they have been making out the point that they have been pointed simply stating that there could be the lack of the truth that could have come before the people, because it's something the metabolism that has come into the light, and that is need to be tested, but they don't have the equipment, so that could really affect the Vincera. But let's wait for the Vincera report as well. So after which, where the Goa government will constitute a committee which will be headed by the forensic expert as well. So there will be a forensic expert in the same panel, which they will look into all the reports, and then they will decide the further course of action.
Right. Thank you very much, Alicia, for getting us the latest details. Big breaking news coming in at this point in time in the Sonali Phogat case. Top sources within the forensic department indicating that 46 injuries found on her body. Police had initially indicated not a single injury on her body. Not just that, lack of equipment could also hamper the Vincera report. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are tracking, an exclusive report that my colleague Anirudh has got. Earlier in the day, Assam government had also carried out an action on illegal madrasas, private-run madrasas, in its bid to foil the alleged terror activities being run from the madrasas in the state. Now, this morning, the Bongaigaon district administration demolished the Markazul Karyana madrasa at Kobetari in the Jogijopa area of the district. Here's an exclusive report filed by my colleague Anirudh.
In its continued crackdown on illegal madrasas, the Assam government raised yet another illegal madrasa over alleged links to terror outfits Al-Qaeda and Bangladesh-based Ansarullah Bangla team.
As you can see here, these are the visuals. The madrasa which was here has already been demolished. But the portion of the madrasa have been demolished. There are 5 to 6 JCBs, bulldozers, which have been deployed here for demolition of this madrasa.
Police informed that nearly 200 students of the madrasa were sent back to their homes or relocated to other nearby institutions ahead of the demolition.
Para police came yesterday. They searched the premises of that madrasa. One small canteen was there inside, and from that canteen they had recovered few documents related to Ansarullah Bangla team.
And also it has been learned that logos belonging to the AQIs have been...
Yes, you are correct.
With this being the third private madrasa to be raised this month for alleged jihadi links, it remains to be seen that how deep the roots of this network are spread in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Horn of Debates at 9 p.m.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पे बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और SDO साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो FIR की बात है तो हम लोगों ने FIR दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bayas, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately.
हमारे ऊपर CBI की जांच हुई, हमने तो स्वागत किया। हमने क्या करिए जांच, जब ED की जांच हो हमने क्या करिए जांच, तो वो डर के क्यों भाग रहे हैं जांच से।
Horn of Debates at 10 p.m.
It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. AAP MLAs staged protests outside the CBI office. Delhi LG prepares to take legal action against AAP MLAs over defamatory allegations of corruption, sends them legal notice. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until September 12 after unleashing horrors on her domestic health. Back-to-back FIRs filed against rape accused CA, but he is yet to be arrested. Days after Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, big Himanta government crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas. More trouble for actor Jacqueline Fernandez. The Enforcement Directorate names her accused number 10 in 200 crores worth of money laundering case. All right, more updates coming in from Karnataka on the Sear story. The government officials have now picked up thread insofar as investigation goes, and they've started auditing the inmates inside the Chitradurga Math. In fact, officials are also reportedly shifting girl inmates from the Math premises after allegations of sexual assault or harassment were levelled by two residents of the Math, two victims against the head of the Math. And let's go to Ashwin. He's reporting live from Chitradurga for us. Ashwin, if you can give us a sense of the ground and the place where you are. Earlier, we were being told that police presence is there. In fact, heavy police presence is there, and that some action is likely. What are you expecting?
Rightly said, Abhishek. Yes, some action is expected in either today or by tomorrow, because what we see right now is the police is reportedly closing the main 5 exits are being sealed over here. I am right now at the entrance. This is the main entrance. This is the main entrance, and only this entrance is right now available. All the other entrances are slowly being concealed. We can see over time there's an increasing number of police forces. We spoke to some of these policemen. They said over the time the number of these police officials are also going to increase. So that is one part. Now, what is also important, Abhishek, is the fact that there is a FIR that we all know has been filed against the chief seer of the Math. But there's also another FIR which has been filed by one of the hostel warden herself against the secretary who is the former MLA as well. Basavaraj is one of the former secretary. So the officials of the Karnataka government are certainly worried. The CWC, the District Legal Services Authority, are certainly worried because 2 cases have now come. One against the chief, the seer, and other against the secretary. Now, the warden herself, the warden who is supposed to be taking care of the girls, the inmates over here, have registered an FIR against the secretary and his wife. Now, 2 cases have come, and that is one of the reasons why these auditing are taking place. We have got confirmed visuals also. We cannot play these visuals because these are all children over there, and we have seen it in our eyes for the last 40 hours. We have been reporting. We have been here on the ground. As you can see, right behind me is the main Math, and we have been here reporting, watching all the updates and the proceedings that has been happening over here. And what I can tell you certainly is that there is an action. The children some of the girl children are being moved out, and at the same time, we are expecting that for the allegations that has come, the crime that has been committed, the police takes action. The police takes action and arrests the alleged accused in this case. That has not happened, and that is something which we are looking very closely. We are here on the ground and will be constantly reporting about it, and this will be thoroughly updated by Republic. Abhishek.
Right. Thank you, Ashwin, for bringing us up to date about what's happening there on the ground. Of course, police taking its own time to go ahead with an arrest, even as the seer has filed for an anticipatory bail. But what is important is the kind of politicization that has happened with politicians cutting across ideological divide from the BJP, the Congress and the JDS supporting the Math and the seer. Let's listen to KC Virendra Pappi, JDS leader, and what he had to say after a visit there.
ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಏನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್, ನೀವು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ?
ಹೌದು.
ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಸರ್? ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Of KCR, Telangana Chief Minister meeting former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Supremo leader Lalu Prasad Yadav. And in the pictures, KCR is meeting Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. You can see former Chief Minister Rabdi Devi by his side, and then of course Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar Tejaswi and Minister now Tej Pratap at the residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav in Patna. KCR is on a day-long visit to Bihar, to Patna, and earlier we saw him meeting Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. It seems that these are attempts being made to cobble together some kind of opposition unity as a build-up to 2024 general elections. We'll see if we can connect with Prakash Singh if he's there live with us and try to understand how much of this might actually translate into cohesive opposition action. Remember, there was this talk that KCR in fact is nursing national ambitions, and to that effect he might start a new platform or a national version of his regional state party TRS. In fact, Prakash joins us over the phone. And Prakash, interesting day in Patna. KCR traveling from Hyderabad and meeting Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad Yadav. Kya khichdi pak raha hai? What's happening? Are they really serious about 2024 in a manner that they have started meeting already?
Process has begun, Abhishek, in the run-up to 2024 elections, and in the press conference also with KCR, we posed a lot of questions. What would your front be? Because the third front has failed miserably in the past. So Nitish Kumar and KCR both replied back it would be the main front. Then I asked him a question whether it would be a main front with or without the Congress, because without the Congress, how can you be the main front? So that is $1 million question. And they also replied back they would try to bring a consensus on one particular person who can lead the main front. That is what they named today, the main front. And if at all one person can lead, and there are a lot of ambitious people, Abhishek, as we already know, among the regional players, and Congress is also not an exception, with every congressman feeling that Rahul Gandhi should be their prime ministerial candidate, which is not going to be an easy task. And but the process has begun for the opposition unity. We'll keep a close watch on what happens, and with KCR meeting Nitish and Lalu coming all the way from Hyderabad, the process of opposition unity has begun for sure, but it is for the time as far as Narendra Modi's popularity. Yes.
Prakash,
yes,
between the two of them, Nitish Kumar and KCR, did anyone ask during the press conference who between them was more likely to be the Prime Minister or Prime Ministerial candidate?
Yes, we asked them a question, who between them would be the Prime Ministerial candidate. Both replied that at an opportune time, the leadership issue would be settled, and we will try to bring in a consensus on one particular leader.
Right. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us. This visit of KCR to Patna would have preceded, would have happened only after a lot of astrological charts being read. In that sense, it's significant, the timing, if for nothing else. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us. Moving on, other stories from across the country in a top wrap. Delhi's Patiala House Court takes cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. She has been summoned on September 26. Police have initiated probe into a viral video that shows a group of men smoking hookah and cooking chicken on a boat at the Ganga in Prayagraj. The police are investigating into the identities of the group of men shown in the video. While the government officials have started auditing the inmates in the Muruga Mutt and even shifting girl inmates from the premises, there is still no action against the Sir Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minors. AAP MLAs staged protest at CBI office in New Delhi, demanding CBI probe into the alleged BJP Operation Lotus.
Why is the LG running away from an inquiry? Why is the LG scared of the CBI? Why is Mr. VK Saxena not ready for an ED inquiry? If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation? Let an investigation happen.
The rift within Congress came to the fore once again on Wednesday after Lok Sabha MP Manish Tiwari questioned the credibility of the party president's election. As the investigation in West Bengal's cattle smuggling case intensifies, the name of another TMC leader has now come under the CBI radar. CBI, while looking forward to making a major breakthrough in the case, conducted massive searches and raided 62 properties across the state. After the row over Savarkar posters during Independence Day celebrations, a Ganesh Mandali from Bengaluru has now built a Ganapati Mandap with idols of Veer Savarkar and Bal Gangadhar Tilak. After Anand Sharma's resignation from the steering committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress, he was sidelined as an announcer of poll manifesto and promises, while names of Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel, Sachin Pilot, Pratap Singh Bajpai and Rajiv Shukla appeared. Sharma's name was missing from the list of announcers. 4 masked youths allegedly vandalized the church and set ablaze a car in Patti area of Punjab's Tarn Taran district. While an FIR has been registered for the same, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann ordered a probe into the desecration and fire incident in the church. In a bizarre incident, school students in a village in Jharkhand's Dumka tied their teachers to a tree and allegedly bet them up for providing fewer marks to them, due to which they flunked their exams.
क्या हम आए थे, हमको कुछ मालूम था नहीं, बस उधर डंडा रस्सी उसी लेके आया, हमको कह दिया कि नहीं आप ही की गलती है, आप ही की गलती है। मुझे बाबा तुम देखो ना पहले कि कब से उसने नंबर पढ़ना चाहिए, प्रैक्टिकल 12 तारीख से पढ़ना चाहिए, और हम 5 तारीख को प्रभाग दे दिए, सारा चीज़ डॉक्यूमेंट्स पासवर्ड उनके पास है, तो वही नंबर दिलवाएंगे। हेड मास्टर वो न है, हमने न है।
ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏಕ್ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
No anticipatory bail for accused here, but no arrest yet. Shivamurthy controversy, is it faith versus law?
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogigopa area.
A church has been vandalized in Tarn Taran in Punjab. A CCTV footage shows unidentified persons vandalizing a Catholic church in the town's neighborhood of Patti. The ones responsible for the attack were further reported to have put a vehicle on fire near the church. The suspects in the footage are earlier seen attempting to and eventually breaking the head of the statue. They are further seen trying different methods in order to break the statue as a vandalization was conducted. The DC in Tarantaran has further asked the subdivisional magistrate in the region to conduct the investigation and mitigate any tensions that may arise following the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
LG initiates legal action against Aam Aadmi Party leaders.
हमारे ऊपर सीबीआई की जांच हुई, हमने तो स्वागत किया। हमने क्या करिए जांच, जब ईडी की जांच हो हमने क्या करिए जांच, तो वो डर के क्यों भाग रहे हैं जांच से?
Was Aam Aadmi Party manufacturing scam allegations against LG?
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और SDO साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो FIR की बात है तो हम लोगों ने FIR दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bias, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well.
Getting some sensational leads in the Sonali Phogat murder case investigation. In fact, according to sources, Sonali's aides had usurped the farmhouse in Hisar. Sources also say Sonali's PA had transferred 6 acres of land that belonged to her in his own name. Let's go to Amit Chaudhary. He is reporting from Hisar on this very big development and could have some implications on the death of the BJP leader herself. Amit Chaudhary, आप जो ये इंफॉर्मेशन लेके आ रहे हैं कि उसके जो साथ थे लोग, उन्होंने वो फार्म हाउस अपने नाम पर कर लिया था, उसके जरा डिटेल बताएं। एक तो ये दोनों में से सुखविंदर और सुधीर में से कौन है जिसने ये अपने नाम कर लिया था, और ये जमीन जो अपने नाम कर ली थी ये कब करी थी, और क्या इसका सीधा सीधा कनेक्शन, कुछ रिश्ता सोनाली के मर्डर से हो सकता है?
देखिए, फिलहाल मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि ये सोनाली फोगाट का जो फार्म हाउस है, उस फार्म हाउस को लेकर के जो है ये बात सामने आई है कि पूरे के पूरे जो फार्म हाउस को लीज पर लेने के जो पेपर्स है वो सुधीर सांगवान ने बनवा लिए थे, अपने नाम पर बनवा लिए थे। सिर्फ सोनाली के जो है सिग्नेचर करना बाकी रह गया था, टोकन मनी भी बाकायदा दे दिया गया था। और ये गोवा पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये बात भी सामने आई है कि 3 बार टोकन दिया जा चुका था, और जो वकील ये सारे पेपर बनवा रहा था वो वकील फिलहाल सदर थाने के अंदर है और उससे लगातार पूछताछ हो रही है। मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि इतना ही नहीं, इस अगर 6 एकड़ की ये लैंड है और प्रति एकड़ अगर हम बात करें तो 3 करोड़ रुपए जो है प्रति एकड़ है। यानी कि सोचिए काफी महंगी जमीन है। 3 बार लीज पर लेने की कोशिश की सुधीर सांगवान ने, लेकिन वो नहीं कर पाए। तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं परिवार को शक है, क्या ये जो जमीन है, ये जो जमीन का टुकड़ा है, ये मौत की वजह है। इसी सिलसिले में भी जो है वो जांच चल रही है। यही वजह है कि पूरा का पूरा दिन जो है आज गोवा पुलिस जो है वो फार्म हाउस पर रही, वो छानबीन करती रही। और मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि सुधीर सांगवान जो है इसको 20 साल के लिए अपने नाम पर जो है वो लीज पर लेना चाहता था। जी।
All right, it was Sudhir Sangwan, and the property deals might have had some influence on the death of Sonali Phogat. Amit Chaudhary reporting there from Hisar. And Goa police, of course, carrying out its investigation and is there in the city to carry out their end of checks. Thank you so much, Amit Chaudhary, and we have to move on. All right. On the same story, let's listen into that first.
मैं अभी इस वक्त इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकता हूँ, ठीक है। द मैटर इज अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की चीजें मैं मीडिया के सामने खुल के नहीं भर सकता। सो इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन। जैसा जैसा हमारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन आएगा आपको हेडक्वार्टर से, नहीं तो हमारा पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट के हेड से आपको प्रेस में बुला के सब कुछ समझा देंगे, ठीक है।
आज आप यहाँ पर फोगाट के फार्म हाउस आए थे, अब आपने कहा कि अभी जांच यहाँ से हो चुकी है, आगे का क्या प्लान है? आप लोग क्या संत नगर और गुरुग्राम की तरफ कब बढ़ेंगे?
हम अभी हेडक्वार्टर से इंस्ट्रक्शन लेंगे और जो कुछ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे और बाद में आदेश ऐसा आता है वैसा इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
इतना लंबा समय बिताया है सर, इतने लोगों के बयान हो गई सर, आज की जांच पूरी हो गई?
नहीं, अभी तक तो हमने जो जितना भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है उससे और भी आगे जाके इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे।
Well, that was Theron De Costa of the Goa police in Hisar giving a soundbite saying that investigation is moving apace and all the details would be shared at the right time. On that note, a capsule on Mikhail Gorbachev, the last of the Cold War leaders who passed away early Wednesday morning.
Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union, has passed away. He was known to have made significant efforts to keep the Soviet Union attack as a major superpower of the 20th century crumbled eventually. Gorbachev passed away at the age of 91. At least 25 years after the collapse, Gorbachev stated that he avoided using widespread force across the Soviet Union, fearing chaos in the country as Soviet Union was full of weapons. Gorbachev won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1990 for his role in ending the Cold War. The hospital Gorbachev was admitted to stated his cause of death as prolonged illness while not sharing any further details. However, Russians blamed him for the dissolution of the Soviet Union that broke down into 15 separate nations at the time. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ಏನೋ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏಕ್ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
No anticipatory bail for accused here, but no arrest yet. Shivamurthy controversy. Is it faith versus law?
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम
Suspended BJP leader and wife of ex-IS officer Seema Patra has been sent to police remand till September the 12th after a video emerged of her house help revealing how she was brutally tortured. Republic also confronted the suspended BJP leader earlier in the day. Let's listen into what she had to say when asked those tough questions.
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप
लोग ऐसे मत करिए।
हाँ, फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है। बोलते तो है नहीं, हम जा रहे हैं, फंसाया गया है।
सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहां से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी, आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम, आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा।
चोट के निशान है मैडम।
चोट मारा है? नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा है मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? दोषी है। तो देखिए, सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम। कोर्ट में कितने दिन में पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस कोविड जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
बेटा वक्त लग जाएगा मैडम। आपको बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप
लोग ऐसे मत करिए।
हाँ, फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है, बोलते तो है नहीं, हम जा रहे हैं, फंसाया गया है।
मैडम, इतनी चोट के निशान आपने मैडम उनको मारा आपने।
हाँ, लोहा का उससे मारा।
अरे
पुलिस है पूरा उठना ठीक थे। जानते भैया, उसी की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ।
आसमान भैया की वजह से ना, हमको पता है। आसमान भैया हमको बोलते थे।
हाँ, जानते हैं। जब हानि गई ना, तब से वो जो बेल्ट है ना, उसको मारती थी।
आपको उसका बेल्ट से ना?
हाँ, और इजू करती थी।
आपको कलछी से मारी है? वही मारी मैडम।
हाँ,
सीमा पता है।
हाँ, और जानते हैं भैया, गर्म तवा चला तुम्हारी। खाली पेट है, अभी बयान नहीं दे पाऊँ, गला खराब है अभी।
आपके साथ क्या व्यवहार करते थे?
जो अब सुने न वही, जो अब अभी जो सुने वही, जो अभी सुने वही व्यवहार।
अच्छा, मारपीट भी होता था?
जी।
कैसे, क्या मतलब भी बताइए कुछ।
वो जो घर में काम गलती होता था तब मार के।
कौन कर रहा था?
मैडम कर रही है।
क्या बोलती थी, क्या करने के लिए?
घर का काम गलती होता था बोलते थे।
तो अब तो ये दांत हो गया। मारपीट करते थे?
वही बोल रही, घर का कोई गलती काम होता था मार।
कितना देर से रखे हुए थे?
हाँ?
कितना देर से रखे हुए थे?
यहाँ 2019 से रह रही हूँ, पहले दिल्ली में। हम गुमला के रहने वाले हैं।
Well, this is all we are in 6:30 p.m. live and breaking for the biggest story of the day. It's biggest story tonight with Niranjan in Mumbai studios.
Abhishek, let's get started. Here are the headlines at 7 p.m. Accused of raping minors, the seer in Karnataka's Chitradurga, Shivamurthy, is getting open political backing. More and more leaders are visiting him. Delhi Lieutenant Governor sues 4 AAP leaders over the corruption claim that they've been making against him. Suspended BJP leader Seema Patra arrested for torturing her domestic help 10 hours after Republic started the campaign to arrest her. Al-Qaeda and terror-linked madrasas razed to the ground in Assam. More action taking, more demolitions are happening. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez summoned. The ED has called out the bluff, saying that she misled them on many facts. KCR has met Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad in Bihar on the 2024 fight against the BJP. He's trying to mobilize forces. Interesting that he and Nitish harbor prime ministerial ambitions. Goa police claim Sonali Fogart's aide, Sudhir Sangwan, usurped the farmhouse. Stunning details on Republic. And on the biggest story tonight, a story from Palamu in Jharkhand, where 50 Dalit families have been assaulted and evicted from Jharkhand. 3 people have been arrested in Jharkhand's Palamu district, and these arrests have taken place today for allegedly assaulting and evicting these 50 Dalit families from a particular village. Now, these 50 families of the Mushar community living here for almost 4 decades were allegedly assaulted, driven out of the village by members of a particular community. Speaking to the media, these 50 Dalit families say that they were targeted by Muslim groups. They claim they've been living there in this remote region in Palamu, Jharkhand for decades and decades, for over 4 decades they say. And today they've been hounded, chased out by these Muslim groups, and they've said as much in as many words to the media. Now, Jitendra Mushar, one of such leaders of this community, said that their belongings were loaded onto vehicles and then thrown, literally dumped at a nearby forest. They were beaten, their bag and baggage put on a truck all of them taken to the edge of the forest and dropped off. And these are the poorest of the poor people, 50 families, 50 Dalit families. Their pictures are on your screen. And a mob led by a village head, now identified as Israr Ansari, drove them out of their homes after 4 decades. Let me go across to Prakash, joining us with this story, the details of the story. Prakash, nobody talks about these stories. The fact is, to put it simply, they were hounded by members of a particular community, in their own words, in their complaint, and a report has now been sought. Prakash.
Niranjan, these are images and pictures from the remotest part of Jharkhand, Palamu district, and these people live in the nearby areas of the jungle. Palamu is a densely Naxal dominated as well as densely forest area, and these people who were driven out of the village they belong to the scheduled caste community, specifically the Musahar community, who are called the rat eating community, and they are the poorest of poor marginalized people, and they've been living there for 4 decades, more than 40 years. And one Jitendra Musar, whom we were talking about, we have the sound bite of him as well. He's saying that they were driven out of the village forcefully on a piece of land where they were living for more than 4 decades, and their belongings were loaded in a truck and they were left out in the nearby jungle. And that's the saddest story. In this today's era, also these things are happening with social media very active, and look at the audacity of these people. Now we get to know that the Jharkhand governor has also taken cognizance of this, and he has asked the deputy commissioner to submit a report within 2 days. We also got to know that FIR has been registered against 10 named people and 150 unnamed people, of which 3 people have already been arrested, and the government of Jharkhand is under the process to again rehabilitate all of these people and families on the same piece of land. And accused people have been asked to show the land papers if they actually belong to an educational institute. In the name of educational institute, these people were driven out for 40 years. So that's the bone of contention. And in remote part of any Bihar or Jharkhand, and especially in the tribal areas of Jharkhand, who are very poor people, very simple people, and they are fooled by these hooligans as well as the group of people, as we call them. And these are all the culprits belong to the minority community, the Muslim group, who have driven them out from the village. Now we also know that the SDPO as well as the SDO of that particular area in Palamu, in Maratu village, have been camping there for quite a long time, so that there is no law and order situation, and the government is under the process to rehabilitate all of them. And the government has also promised that Pakka houses would be built for all these Mushahar community people who were driven forcefully out of the village.
Now, Prakash, where is the government? Is the Chief Minister still in Raipur? Because, you know, there have been murders, the case of Ankita, murdered, so many law and order issues in Jharkhand. And for a Chief Minister who says it keeps happening all the time, it happens all the time, who's actually looking at these cases and helping these people? Are they working from Chhattisgarh? Is the Jharkhand government operating from Chhattisgarh? Where is the government? It's obviously missing.
See, the government has become a tourist, Niranjan. They are on a holiday in a resort in Raipur. And it's an irony and a sad part that the government, which was formed on the basis premise that it will take care of the tribal communities. In fact, Jharkhand was carved out of Bihar for the interest of tribal communities. And here you see in the remotest part of Jharkhand that the scheduled caste communities are being driven out of the village, but no one to take care of them. And the people belonging to one group, one Muslim group, chasing them away from the village. And specifically in this hour of crisis, the Jharkhand governor has sought a report from the deputy commissioner. There is a political stalemate in Jharkhand, as the letter has to be uncovered by the Jharkhand governor. God knows when that letter would be uncovered, for what they are waiting for, because if at all the termination has to be declared, it should be declared as soon as possible. It's been 6 days now, and it cannot keep on going on for quite some time and for a long time now. And that's why the resort politics started in Jharkhand, because the JMM feels that the poaching of MLAs might begin. But besides that, everybody's fate is hanging in balance. Ankita's murder took place in Dumka. Then there you have Seema Patra, who was on the run till we ran the story, and Arnab discussed it on the debate, and then thereafter early this morning she was arrested, and she's been kept in police custody. This is a serious state of Jharkhand, and the saddest part is that the basic premise on which Jharkhand was carved out for the interest of the people of the marginalized community to be protected, their interest is not being protected, and they are becoming homeless in their own land.
Thank you for that, Prakash, joining us with that very, very shocking story. Dalit lives don't matter, is it? I mean, the same groups that take to social media, and most often they launch campaigns, and it's fantastic. They like to launch campaigns. Don't Dalit lives matter? 50 Dalit families, poorest of the poor, targeted in what is a communal exodus. We're tracking that story closely. Moving on and getting you the other big stories tonight. A spat between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP outside schools in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj, BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia both shared videos of each other, of heated conversations on Twitter on how they were trying to inspect schools, etc. Seema Patra, the suspended BJP leader from Jharkhand, has been arrested by the Ranchi police for torturing, assaulting her domestic help. Seema Patra had allegedly kept Sunita captive in her residence in Ranchi's Ashoknagar area for several years, hit her with a tawa, with an iron rod, asked her domestic help to even lick urine. Others disturbing videos, and Sunita's videos and versions and interviews have forced the police to arrest Seema Patra. This is 10 hours after Republic had launched a campaign to arrest her.
राजनीति के तहत मैं आप सारी सच्चाई आप लोगों को बताऊंगा। मुझे आप लोगों पे पूरा भरोसा है। सच्चाई जानिएगा तो आप लोग अरे नहीं गलत बात है। अरे गिरते एक बात सुनिए, हम बोल रहे हैं कि एक साजिश के तहत दूसरे पार्टी के लोग ने एक लड़के को मेरे भेज थोड़ा सा आप लोग सच्चाई
मैडम बिटिया के साथ किसने ऐसा हरकत किया है ये बताइए। रुकिए भैया रुकिए
मेरे लड़के के फ्रेंड ने
A Goa police team reached Haryana's Hisar district to investigate the case of alleged murder of BJP's Sonali Phogat. They spoke to the family members and also staff at the farmhouse.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सर अभी तक किस किस के स्टेटमेंट
हम लोग एविडेंस कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं।
एविडेंस में क्या कुछ कलेक्ट हुआ है?
सर अभी तक क्या एविडेंस आपको मिला?
Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao met Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejasvi Yadav in Patna, and also dropped by to say hello to Lalu. Three leaders also discussing national politics. Telangana Chief Minister's visit assumes significance as it comes soon after the former BJP ally Nitish Kumar ditched NDA to join RJD in the Mahagathbandhan. Days after Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma vowed action against illegal madrasas in the state with terror links, administration has taken the task to raise the illegal structures with bulldozers. More illegal madrasas were demolished today.
the madrasa which was here has already been demolished. There are 5 to 6 JCBs, bulldozers, which have been deployed here for demolition of this madrasa. Yesterday night, in fact, police raided this madrasa along with Hafizur Rahman, who has been arrested for his alleged terror link with the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent as well as the ABT.
As justice for Ankita demand grows, a BJP delegation reached Dhumka in Jharkhand, visited the family. BJP leaders and MPs Nishikant Dubey, Manoj Tiwari, leader Kapil Mishra met Ankita's family today.
झारखंड सरकार तो छत्तीसगढ़ में मुर्गे उड़ा रही है। ये इतना दुखद स्थिति है। आज उस परिवार को सहायता देने के लिए झारखंड सरकार खड़ी नहीं है। उस बच्ची के परिवार के साथ हम खड़े हैं और जब तक सभी दोषियों को सजा न मिल जाए तब तक हम लोग खड़े रहें।
BJP MLA Tippareddy met the seer at Chitradurga's Muruga Mutt. Even a JDS former MLA paid a visit to this mutt to meet the seer accused of rape. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi visited Hubballi Eidgah Maidan for the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. Now the visit came hours after the Karnataka High Court's order granting permission for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubballi. After the big controversy over Delhi government's liquor policy, Shiromani Akali Dal now demanding an investigation into the Punjab liquor policy. They claim that is the Akali Dal delegation which met the Punjab governor demanding a similar investigation, and their claim is that all's not well even with the Punjab excise policy. Former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev passed away at the age of 91. The hospital where he was being treated stated that he died after a serious and prolonged illness. Let's get you the big story from Karnataka now. In Chitradurga, we have some breaking news. The police is confirming details of how the two minors complainants in this case against a seer alleged sexual abuse in their complaint. A 164 statement has been recorded in front of the magistrate, and yet under POCSO, 10 years after Nirbhaya, there is no arrest of a seer for God knows what reason. Let me go across to Ashwin joining us live from Chitradurga. Ashwin, what's the latest? Ashwin, is he going to be arrested or not? The police is there, investigation continues, but what's going on? Why is there no movement in the case?
आपने मुझे कुछ
Just going across to Ashwin. Those are the pictures from earlier today of the seer entering the mutt. Meanwhile, the other related development in this particular story is that all of them, the minor girls that is, have been moved out of the mutt. The girls have been moved out of the mutt here in Chitradurga at the Muruga Mutt after their parents complained and their parents feared about the situation at the mutt, and that's why they've been moved out. And that's the related update that came in. In fact, there was a government audit also happening at the mutt. So simultaneously there is an investigation, there is an audit, but there is no arrest. Ashwin joining us with the latest. Ashwin, what's happening there?
A lot of actions were happening in Niranjan today. We have seen a lot of government officials over here, who were walking towards the place where the inmates are residing. Now, what we get to pick up from the local sources is that, see, this place has got over 1,000 inmates, and most of them, many of them are girls. So we get to understand that some of these girls have been moved to government hostels nearby, and some of them also the district legal authorities had come over here and had also spoken to some of these inmates, asking whether there is any distress to them, because 2 cases have been registered. One against, of course, against the pontiff of the mutt, but also another case registered by the hostel warden against the secretary, who is a former MLA as well. Now, these two cases are there, and that is the reason why the officials in Karnataka are worried about the stability, the state of mind of these inmates who are residing over here. Not just that, we also got reports that some of the parents were concerned because constantly the media, it is coming in the media. So many of these parents also wanted to pick them up. Although most of them are from a poor family, most of these parents have picked them. Personally, Niranjan, we have seen a lot of children being, we're carrying heavy suitcases and all that, they are being transported in vans. But we cannot show these visuals. That's the reason we are not showing it. But we have been on this ground. We have been at the mud for the last 40 hours, and we've been constantly reporting. What we can essentially say is that so far, in terms of stringent action against the crime that has happened, that kind of investigation procedures are so far not to be seen on the ground. But on the other hand, we see over the time, in the last 5 days, ever since this FIR has been registered, we see a constant political patronage, right from the former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa stating that this could be a false conspiracy. And then we see a stoic silence from D.K. Shivakumar, the Congress chief. He didn't want to comment about it. Whenever you take it, Kumaraswamy, he also kind of deflected from the question and said this should have been nipped in the bud earlier. Now, also across party lines, we see people are very, very careful on what lines they tread, especially in this case has come. And followed by that, we see a lot of politicians coming over here. Yesterday we have seen the Chitradurga MLA, Tippa Reddy over here, directly met with the allegedly accused the pontiff also. And followed by that, today we see the son of an MP from BJP had also come over here. Aneet Kumar had come. He was the son of Davanagere MP. He has also come over here, paid his visit. When we did speak to him, he said he's also one of the directors, and he's also concerned about the welfare of the mutt itself. And also we have seen Virendra Papi, who is a JDS candidate from Chitradurga. So all these people have been here. There has been a stream of political support that the seer has received, perhaps because of which a POXO case registered, a serious crime that has happened. 5 days over, no arrest has been made, no summons has been made, and that is a cause of concern. Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Ashwin, tracking the story closely in Karnataka. Quick check of the other top stories we're tracking from across the country here on Republic TV in prime time. Let's quickly get you the update. First up, Delhi's Patiala court has taken cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. She's been summoned on the 26th of September. Police in Uttar Pradesh have initiated a probe into a video that's gone viral that shows a group of men smoking hookah, cooking chicken on a boat on River Ganga in Prayagraj. Police investigating into the identity of the group of men as seen in the video, hurting religious sentiments. Well, government officials have started auditing inmates at the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga, even shifting girl inmates from the premises. There's still no action against Dasya Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, accused of sexually assaulting these two minors. Aam Aadmi Party MLA staged a protest at the CBI office in New Delhi, demanding a CBI probe into the alleged Operation Lotus by the BJP.
Why is the LG running away from an inquiry? Why is the LG scared of the CBI? Why is Mr. VK Saxena not ready for an ED inquiry? If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation? Let an investigation happen.
The rift within the Congress came to the fore once again on Wednesday after Lok Sabha MP Manish Tiwari questioned the credibility of the so-called party president's election in the Congress, which is a complete farce. As the investigation in West Bengal's cattle smuggling case intensifies, the name of another Trinamool Congress leader is now under CBI radar. The CBI is looking to make a major breakthrough in the case, conducted massive searches as well, raided about 62 properties across Bengal today. After the Savarkar poster controversy during Independence Day celebrations, a Ganesh Mandap in Bengaluru had idols of Veer Savarkar and Bal Gangadhar Tilak. These pictures came in from Karnataka earlier today. Breaking news update now coming in. KCR is in Bihar. The Telangana Chief Minister KCR is in Bihar, and along with Nitish Kumar, he is hinted that they are the main front, they are the main opposition front, and that Congress is the third front. A clear snub to the Congress party. Ironically, Congress also is a part, isn't it, Prakash? Isn't Congress a part of the Mahagathbandhan, Prakash?
Well, Congress is a part of the Mahagathbandhan, but I asked him a specific question that in the past your third front model has failed in India, whether be it in 1977 or 89 under Vishwanath Pratap Singh or 96-98 when Devagowda and Gujral were prime ministers. Then what would be that front, with or without the support of the Congress? What would that front be called? Nitish Kumar replied back, we are the main front. Then KCR also said that, Nitish ji said that we are the main front. So it means the regional players are forming the main front and sidelining the Congress party. That's a clear message to the Congress party that, look, Congress party, you cannot take on the might of Narendra Modi. We are doing an opposition unity now, and you have to support us and play the second fiddle. As well as you cannot afford to contest on all seats everywhere. Like, you have to leave it for the regional parties to contest, like in states like Telangana, Bihar, Jharkhand, UP, Maharashtra, NCP, then Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, YSR in Andhra, then Stalin in Tamil Nadu. So these are it's a clear message to the Congress party with the main front formula coming. Now this entire third front has taken a new shape because the third front has failed miserably in the past. So Nitish said that we are the main front. As far as the prime ministerial candidate name is concerned, KCR said we'll sit and decide, and the opposition will bring out a consensus name in the run-up to the 2024 elections. So we'll wait and watch. We'll keep a close watch on what is going to happen, Niranjan, in the future course as to what Nitish Kumar is up to, because he's walked out of the NDA and become a part of the Mahagathbandhan because he has been nursing prime ministerial ambitions for quite some time. But it's not an easy cakewalk because there are a lot of ambitious people in the regional parties.
Absolutely. Prakash, thank you for breaking that story. Prakash asked that question to Nitish and KCR. That's the response that came in. Thank you for watching us and staying with us on the biggest story tonight. Superfast 50 is coming up next. Taking a short break. Stay tuned.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamata's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogikopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer, has seized a computer, detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family, meanwhile, has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman
Aam Aadmi Party MLA staged protests at a CBI office in the national capital, demanding CBI probe into the alleged BJP's Operation Lotus. They were stopped from crossing the barricades, following which they sat on a dharna outside the office. Following the dharna by the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena is set for legal action against MLAs like Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Durgesh Pathak, Jasmine Shah over false, fabricated and defamatory allegations of corruption. The rift within Congress came to the fore once again on Wednesday after Lok Sabha parliamentarian Manish Tiwari questioned the credibility of the party president's election. As the investigation in West Bengal's cattle smuggling case intensifies, the name of another TMC leader has now come under the CBI radar. CBI, while looking forward to making a major breakthrough in the case, conducted massive searches and raided 62 properties across the state. Delhi's Patiala court takes cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. She's been summoned on 26th of September. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasas in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recently arrested Hafizur Rahman linked with Al-Qaeda terror module. This comes as Assam had demolished another terror-linked madrasa situated in Jogijopa area. About 50 Dalit families were allegedly driven out of a village where they were living in for the last 4 decades by members of a particular community in Jharkhand's Palamu district. The police informed that a criminal case was lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. After Republic TV's mega campaign for 12 hours, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has been arrested after a detailed FIR was lodged against her. Seema Patra tortured and assaulted her house help for 8 years. After undergoing medical treatment, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has been sent to police custody till 12th of September. This comes after she was arrested under multiple charges for allegedly assaulting and torturing her domestic help. Earlier, we saw how she alleged of being framed in the matter. Republic confronted the BJP leader Seema Patra. She claimed of being implicated in the matter. Further, she alleged of not hitting her domestic help.
मैडम आपने मारा है, आपने मारा
नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा।
चोट के निशान है मैडम, चोट मारा है।
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम।
Haryana police has detained a computer operator who went missing with a DVD, mobile phone and a laptop and other documents in the Sonali Foghat case. The Hisar police meanwhile is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. In a big development, the Goa police along with Hisar police and family reached deceased Sonali Foghat's farmhouse to carry out the investigation in the matter. Assuring the flood-affected people that his government is committed to extending all possible help, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on Thursday asked the district officials not to let any stone unturned in ensuring the relief required for the people stranded in marooned areas or shifted to safer places. Chief Minister of West Bengal, this is the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, is on a 3-day visit to United Arab Emirates.
He's reached on his 3-day visit. He would be holding talks with his counterpart from the Gulf nation, Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, and review the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. Veer Savarkar depiction now at a Ganesh Mandap in Bengaluru.
We have been celebrating this festival from last 34 years, and this is the 34th year celebration, and usually we come up with any of the current affairs to give a message to the public. The basic message is all about for the youngsters and the youths about the efforts and the pain what Savarkar has taken to give us the freedom.
Anand Sharma's name has been reduced from the list of announcers since Sharma resigned steering the committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress. He was not allowed to be involved in the poll promises. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. Shops mostly selling campaign material on the road outside Samajwadi Party headquarters in the city were bulldozed by the civic body in Lucknow. The makeshift shops, mostly made of tin sheets on the Vikramaditya Marg, were illegal and owners were sent removal notices several times.
नहीं 2 महीने पहले नोटिस आया था हमारे पास 2 महीने पहले नोटिस आया था कि आप लोग दुकान हटा लीजिए। उस समय भी सामान हटाया गया था, पर मुख्यमंत्री जी पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जी अखिलेश यादव ने जो है बताया था कि हाँ रुक गया है तुम लोगों का, तुम लोगों के लिए बात हो गई है, पर अब जो है आए हैं एकदम से हटा दिया है।
Chitradurga Murga Matsya, accused of sexually assaulted 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested. The students filed a complaint against the CM. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. In a bizarre incident, school students in a village in Jharkhand's Dumka tied their teachers to a tree and allegedly beat them up for providing fewer marks to them, due to which they did not pass their examinations.
हम आए थे, हमको कुछ मालूम था नहीं, बस उधर डंडा वंडा रस्सी उसी लेके आया, हमको क्या किया कि नहीं आप ही की गलती है, आप ही की गलती है। हमने बाबा तुम देखो ना पहले कि कब से उसने नंबर पढ़ना चाहिए, प्रैक्टिकल 12 तारीख को पढ़ना चाहिए, और हम 5 तारीख को प्रभाग दे दिए, सारा चीज़ डॉक्यूमेंट्स पासवर्ड उनके पास है, तो वही नंबर दिलवाएंगे। हेडमास्टर वो न है, हमने न है।
When demands for justice for Ankita grows, NCP-CR will be visiting Jharkhand's Dumka district on 5th of September. Meanwhile, BJP's delegation met a deceased family in Dumka today. The Department of Tourism, Jammu and Kashmir, in collaboration with the Indian Army, organized the Bandipur Festival. Many activities such as painting and dancing competitions were organized for the school students from various districts to participate in the festival. Stalls for food and clothes were also presented at the festival. According to sources, the makers of these products came from different districts of Jammu and Kashmir to participate in the festival.
ये सर यहाँ पर बड़ा फंक्शन है, यहाँ पर बड़ा फेस्टिवल मना रहे जा रहा है। ये मैं यहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेट हूँ इसमें पेंटिंग में है सर।
Aspirants of Bihar Public Service Commission protested against the percentile system in all the examination. Protesters claimed of no transparency in the system while gathering at the prohibited area near Patna Museum. To maintain law and order, police personnel resorted to lathi charge. Supreme Court will be conducting proceedings on 3rd of September to hear various petitions relating to the projects of Amrapali Group. A bench of Chief Justice of India and Justice Bela M. Trivedi will be hearing the matters related to the projects of Amrapali Group. While in the last hearing on 22nd of August, the court had taken note of the status concerning the investigation in relation to the Surekha family. This time, the court will examine issues relating to the home buyers. Congress party is set to announce the poll promises today in Shimla. Anand Sharma's name was reduced from the list of announcers. Now Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, Sachin Pilot among others to announce the poll promises. The promises includes restoring old pension scheme, free electricity, mobile clinics, employment opportunities and much more. Telangana Chief Minister KCR met Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in Patna amid discussions for the national politics. It is also likely that Nitish Kumar will pay a visit to national capital in the coming few days.
आज नीतीश जी से मिलने के बाद, जो बातचीत करने के बाद, नीतीश जी का भी मन है, मुझे भी उन्होंने आदेश दिया है, जितने भी विपक्षी दल है देश में सारे एकजुट होकर, ताकत जुटाकर, शक्ति जुटाकर बीजेपी मुक्त भारत का नारा देना चाहिए और बीजेपी मुक्त भारत को हासिल करना चाहिए। तभी देश फिर से खड़ा हो सकता है, आगे बढ़ सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक अच्छा अपना स्थान बना सकता है।
In view of the cases pending against Bihar Minister Kartik Kumar, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar changed his department from Law to Sugarcane Ministry. Shami Ahmed has been made the new Law Minister of Bihar. Enforcement Directorate sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education in the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into the school jobs scam. The Enforcement Directorate had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partho Chatterjee and his close associate Orpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam. A speeding bus en route Narsinghpur hit a girl in front of a petrol pump, due to which the girl lost her life on the spot. After the incident, villagers set the bus on fire.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
Four masked youths allegedly vandalized the idols of Jesus and set ablaze a car at a church in Punjab's Tarn district. The police informed that the incident occurred in Takarpura village of Patti town on the intervening night of Tuesday and Wednesday. Key laying of the first warship of anti-submarine warfare shallow craft project has now been undertaken. Vice Admiral Kiran Deshmukh, in presence of Madhu S. Nair, directors and senior officials of the CSL and Indian Navy. The repeal of the excise policy in Delhi has taken effect, and at least 250 private shops with licenses given under the policy are slated to be shut down, as they will now be replaced by over 300 government vendors from tomorrow. In a massive disclosure in connection with the terror threat case, as per the sources, IP address has turned out to be that of Pakistan. Earlier, the IP address appeared to be that of UK. Remember, in Mumbai, there were calls that were received by the Mumbai police and essentially claimed that a 2611 repeat like situation could take place. Amid incessant rain in Kerala, farmers would as paddy cultivation completely destroyed. IMD meanwhile has issued an alert in the state. NASA will try again on 3rd of September to launch its new moon rocket on a test flight after engine trouble halted the first countdown this week. Indian Air Force rescued an Israeli national who was suffering from severe mountain sickness and was having trouble breathing in the high altitude region of Ladakh. 114 helicopter unit got a request for casualty evacuation from Nimal in camp close to the Marka Valley. Outgoing British Prime Minister Boris Johnson hailed Mikhail Gorbachev as a person who had, and I quote, changed the world for the better. 27-nation bloc was called by the Northern European Union countries to impose a broad ban on tourist visas for Russian citizens, citing national security issues. President Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine drags on. Countries like France, Germany and Belgium argue that it's important not to punish Russian people who wish to enter Europe for humanitarian purposes. And on the other hand, Poland and the Baltic countries are asking for a broader ban on their visa.
Mikhail Gorbachev is one of those people who changed the world and unquestionably changed it for the better. When you look at what
Taiwan's defense ministry assured that its armed forces are keeping a close watch on China's military activities and adopting a stronger countermeasures to respond to the intrusions coming in from Beijing. Taiwan's troops took the action after drones were found hovering over the islands in the Kinmen group near the Chinese city. A truck collision took the lives of 10 people, out of which mostly those are elementary students. The truck was transporting iron on the outskirts of Indonesia's capital when it crashed at a bus stop in front of a school. The children at the bus stop were waiting for a ride home after finishing classes when the truck smashed into the bus stop. According to officials, there were 20 students at the spot, and those who were injured were immediately taken to the nearest hospital. Mikhail Gorbachev, who was the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produced extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his last years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. South Korea and the US held live fire exercises near the border with North Korea as part of the annual combined military training. The training began around a week ago, in which the allies conducted drills involving battle tanks, helicopters and mortars, along with hundreds of troops from the US Army and Air Force and the South Korean Army. Heavy rainfall flooded tunnels and caused landslides in southwest China's Chongqing. This week, this erupted after a heat wave and drought for most of the summer. The Meteorological Authority has now predicted rainfall since the beginning of this week and warned of the risk of floods across 12 districts and countries across the city. India and Pakistan have been fined 40% of their match fees for maintaining a slow over rate in their Group A match of the Asia Cup that was played on 28th of August. Jeff Cole of the Emirates ICC elite panel of match referees imposed the sanctions after Rohit Sharma and Babbar Azam's sides were ruled to be 2 overs short of their respective targets. FIFA president made a stop at Guatemala at his Central American tour to promote the participation of women in soccer. He insisted that clubs should make more women's teams and talked about the importance of qualifying to the Women's World Cup. Jogan opened up on the struggles to sign a midfielder and hinted at the decision to turn down Liverpool in favour of Real Madrid, and also the unavailability of the club's prime target. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle. According to the Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driven allegedly lost control and hit the ambulance. The ambulance caught fire and the crew of 3 with 2 female paramedics and male drivers were pronounced dead at the spot.
Fourth seed Paula Badosa of Spain had to come back from a set down to beat veteran Lesia of Ukraine in 2 hours and 32 minutes in the first round of the US Open on Tuesday. Italian 11th seed Sinner came through a tough opening US Open first round match, beating Germany's world number 93 in 5 sets. He won the first set but then won just 3 games as Sinner took the next 2.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Some of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी, अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bias, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the deputy.
स्कूल अभी कह रहे बन रहा है, देखिए 500 की सूची मांगी, बन रहा है बिल्कुल। एक स्कूल लेके गए जो 1967 में बना था, दूसरे में मैं बोलूँ अरे घबराहट हो रही है, झूठ फिर आप पहले बोलो। अरे ये दूसरे स्कूल हम आए हैं तो ये इधर दिखाओ, इधर दिखा दो, ये बन रहा है, ये बन रहा है। देखिए अभी 8.5 साल में बन रहा है, इधर दिखाओ 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है। 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है, मिल जाती नहीं, आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना। अच्छा सूची दी, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है, डर लग रहा है। धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है, यही दिखाने आए थे, यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है, कट्टर बेईमान सामने है। देखा आप, मुझे पता है डर लगेगा, अभी तो चलेंगे, नहीं हमें नहीं गले, आप देखा कभी भाजपा से आपके क्या गले लेकिन। थैंक यू।
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogikopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer, has seized a computer, detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family meanwhile has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim and lambasted the fair poll claim of the Congress, as there is no end to Vadra Congress political drama.
breaking news right now. Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her. Has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested. A young girl.
ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏಕ್ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
No anticipatory bail for accused here, but no arrest yet. Shivamurthy controversy. Is it faith versus law? LG initiates legal action against Aam Aadmi Party leaders.
हमारे ऊपर सीबीआई की जांच हुई, हमने तो स्वागत किया। हमने क्या करिए जांच, जब ईडी की जांच हो हमने क्या करिए जांच, तो वो डर के क्यों भाग रहे हैं जांच से?
Was Aam Aadmi Party manufacturing scam allegations against LG?
Seema Patra is a BJP leader, not a small leader. Someone who is on the National Working Committee of the BJP's women's wing. This BJP leader has tortured her domestic help brutally.
Seema Patra has finally been nabbed by the police. She was arrested late last night. This, of course, after Republic TV's continuous campaign.
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply and Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party MLA staged protest outside the CBI office.
बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती है।
नहीं, आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना।
अच्छा, सूची दी,
डर लग रहा है,
ठीक है,
डर लग रहा है।
धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है।
Amid the school gate row, a video war erupted between the BJP and the AAP, with both sharing videos of heated conversation on social media. Delhi LG prepares to take legal action against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders over defamatory allegations of corruption. Back-to-back FIRs filed against the rape accused, sir, but he is yet to be arrested. Will he be arrested? That's the question. More trouble for actor Jacqueline Fernandez. ED names her accused number 10 in 200 crore money laundering case. Seema Patra backed off to police custody until September 12th after unleashing horrors on domestic help.
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply and Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Well, hello and welcome. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you're watching The Burning Question. And what's burning these days on the streets of Delhi are spats between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party leader. It's chaos. It began with press conferences and counter press conferences. It went down to protest versus protest. Then it came down to night-long, the Sari Raat protest at the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. And now, it's just an inch, viewers, just an inch shorter than a fist fight. It should not come down to this. The opposition in Delhi state, the BJP, is asking the Aam Aadmi Party not to change the goalpost every 24 hours and stick to the Daru scam, to the Sharab scam, to the liquor gate. While the Aam Aadmi Party is demanding now action against the Delhi LG, and on that, the Delhi LG says, I'm going to take a legal action against Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi Singh, and also several others. because they say that these leaders are deliberately trying to malign the image of the LG when he held a different position. And both, as it is every time in case of any AAP, BJP, AAP, LG spat, there are two set of documents, viewers. Two set of documents. One brought out by the Aam Aadmi Party, which says, look, this is a document I have, and everything is this, what I say, and the other party is wrong, whether it's the BJP or the LG. And then within 2 hours you will get the other set of documents, which will be, look, the Aam Aadmi Party is false. And the viewers and the people of the state and the country now, because it's no more limited to Delhi, are really in a sense of shock. They don't know what's happening. Every 24 hours, or not even 24 hours, every 4 or 6 hours there is a new goalpost. The person who was taken as guru of Arvind Kejriwal, Anna Hazare, is now being said to be Gumrah. The guru has gone Gumrah, as said by the Aam Aadmi Party. That Anna Hazare doesn't know what's happening, to the point which today the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying that he is being used by the BJP, and not for the first time, they claim. So what's exactly happening? What's happening in Delhi? And what's the reality of the liquor gate? That's on the burning question, but after this special report.
Dharna, protests, allegations. Delhi is embroiled in multi-way political slugfest. While the BJP is alleging massive corruption in Aam Aadmi Party government, right from liquor gate to school gate. The Aam Aadmi Party, which is in power in Delhi, has upped its ante against Lieutenant Governor Vinay Saxena. The war of words between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party turned into war of videos, with both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP fleshing out their versions of Schoolgate. Both claim to expose each other's lies on social media.
8.5 साल में इधर दिखाओ 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है और सबसे बड़ी बात है मैं इतना ही कहूँगा दिखाओ बिल्डिंग दिखाओ बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती नहीं आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना अच्छा सूची नहीं डर लग रहा है ठीक है डर लग रहा है धन्यवाद सच्चाई सामने आ गई है यही दिखाने आए थे यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है कट्टर बेईमान सामने देखा मुझे पता है डर लगेगा अभी तो चलेंगे
And while Aam Aadmi Party MLA staged a sit-in protest at CBI office demanding probe into BJP's so-called Operation Lotus. हम यहाँ पर आकर समय की मांग कर रहे हैं क्योंकि जो ऑपरेशन लोटस है ये एक बहुत गंभीर मुद्दा है और ऑपरेशन लोटस में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अनुमानतः 6,300 करोड़ तो इसलिए सीबीआई की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जरूर होनी चाहिए ये जरूर पता चलना चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये पैसा आया कहाँ से जिससे राज्य दर राज्य में सरकारें गिराने का प्रयास हो रहा है. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena is set to take legal action against Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, maligning his image and levelling corruption charges on him. The Lieutenant Governor is set to sue Atishi, Saurav Bhardwaj, Durgesh Pathak and Jasmine Shah. These leaders had already alleged that the Lieutenant Governor was involved in a corruption case and accused Saxena of carrying out a khadi scam in 2016. With several claims and counterclaims, the question is, will Aam Aadmi Party present proof to debunk the corruption allegations against its ministers, or will it continue to deflect and point fingers? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's right. I have with me the BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya. I have Professor of the Delhi University and political analyst Dr. Sangeet Ragi. I have the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Jasmine Shah joining in, and I have political analyst Ravi Shrivastava. Charu, I begin with you. Charu, what's happening? The Aam Aadmi Party says that now you are using Anna yesterday, and today they say that they want action against the LG. They went to the same CBI office, the same CBI, the same organization, Charu, to whom or to which they were saying that you are telling them what to do. And that's why that agency is investigating or questioning their leader number 2 and the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, for 11 hours. But to the same organization, they went in full force. From their Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh, to Saurabh Bharadwaj, to RTC Singh, to Jasmine Shah, who's also on this debate, because the same Jasmine Shah, the LG's office has also mentioned his name today and said that these 3-4 leaders have deliberately tried to malign the name and the image of the LG personally. And then there is a vigilance report which shows that the LG, or the then Mr. Saxena, who was heading that department, had nothing to do with it. Charu.
So, you know, Aishwarya, Aam Aadmi Party government is a government seeing whom even irony hides in a cupboard and refuses to come out. And this is a party which has actually sunk so low that discussing their misdeeds is actually a waste of time. So every single day, of course, they change their goalposts. But when you ask them pointed, direct questions, they have no answer. So liquor policy questions we've repeated many times. Let me not take time on your show today and repeat those questions. Let's move from there and ask basic questions about Delhi schools. Basic questions. We already have replies to RTIs we have filed over the last few years. We already know the state of Delhi schools. We already know that the budget they flash about for Delhi schools, point number 1, 40% of it is unspent. 40%. Another very important thing, 500 crore budget spent without passing a tender. So where is this money going? A classroom which can be built for 5 lakhs alone. They are spending 33 lakhs on it. Where is the remaining money going? And why is this government counting a bathroom as a classroom? Can they not distinguish between the two? But moreover, you know, Aishwarya, you know the problem of this government and its leaders, they cast aspersions and allegations on people without any proof. Ye Lotus Gate ki jo baat karte hain, repeatedly we've said, if you cannot share who called you, the person's name, give us the number, we'll investigate. Give us a screenshot of a message you've received. Give us something. They have nothing to share. And numerous times the courts have forced these people to apologize. Arvind Kejriwal ji has apologized to Jaitley ji. He has apologized to Gadkari ji. Manish Sisodia has been summoned by a high court in Assam now on the behest and case filed by Himanta Biswa Sarma ji. So now we will see in the times to come them falling flat on their faces, their truth exposed for everybody to see. But you know, this kind of a political slugfest is sad for the people of this country to see. So now there are elections around the corner every single time. Aam Aadmi Party poses itself to be this new age party out to do good. But are they doing good, or are they spreading lies? Are they being summoned by courts and being made to apologize? It's shameful for my country. I don't care Mr. Kejriwal is from my party or not. It's shameful for my country when the capital city's chief minister is such a fake and such a liar.
Okay, Charu. Jasmine Shah of the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Jasmine, your name specifically has been mentioned. That you are one of those leaders, Jasmine, who has deliberately, by falsehood, fabrication and defamatory allegations of corruption, you have put on the Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena, and he in turn has decided to take legal action because all your points, specifically regarding the demonetization in 2016, are false and fabricated and malicious. Jasmine Shah.
Aishwarya, first of all, let me explain to your viewers what this Maha demonetization scam is all about. You know, today everybody accepts the fact that a big ghotala happened immediately after demonetization was announced on 8th of September 2016, all the Khadi Gram Udyog branches acted as money laundering centers, and old demonetized notes were replaced with new notes. I am not saying this. There are two cashiers who have given written statements back in 2016. They stand by their statements even today. What did they say? They said that only in one branch of Khadi Gram Udyog in Delhi, 22 lakhs of notes were exchanged illegally. In their witness statements, Aishwarya, they mentioned that the kingpin, जिनके प्रेशर पे ये सारा कराया गया था, वो है चेयरमैन ऑफ KPIC at that time, Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena. And that is what the Aam Aadmi Party is requesting. If a person like the LG of Delhi, who is sitting in such a serious post, if such allegations are there against him, we are not saying that witnesses with signed statement are saying it, but he has not been made and accused into any CBI investigation or any ED investigation. So what are we saying? That let the role, अगर आपको कोई छुपाना नहीं है, तो आपको डर किस बात का है? BJP keeps saying to all the opposition leaders ना कि आपने तो कुछ किया नहीं है, तो फिर आपको डर क्यों लग रहा है? Why are you blocking investigation? This is precisely what the LG of Delhi is doing. He has never been made and accused into the CBI investigation. Even CBI knows कि इसमें घोटाला हुआ है. They have accepted it. But the kingpin, who was named by the witnesses, not by Aam Aadmi Party, as Vinay Kumar Saxena, was never made and accused, was never raided, was never once investigated. और अगर ये बोलना defamation है, तो then yes, we are guilty as charged, and we would like the law of the land to apply equally to everyone. Like we have welcomed investigation into anything. BJP has been throwing allegations for the last 7 years. Aishwarya, you are aware, 150 cases have been filed against our leaders in the last 7 years. Convictions, 0. But we are welcome, we are in public life, we are open to scrutiny. But जब बीजेपी से सवाल पूछे जाए कि आपके एलजी ने इतना बड़ा स्कैम कर दिया, आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करा दीजिए, क्या हर्ज है? They will run helter-skelter. We know Operation Lotus exists in this country. 10 state governments have fallen prey to Operation Lotus. 277 MLAs, highest in the history of India, have switched over from all opposition parties to BJP in the last 7 years. 6,300 crores has exchanged hands. And we are only asking that let all these 10 state governments, let all these 277 MLAs be investigated. But what does BJP say? No, हमें investigation मत कीजिए. Only CBI and ED are only for opposition governments. Are they only for opposition parties? You don't want to come clean
but hold on, Jasmine. But Jasmine, Charu, I'm coming to you. Charu, I'm coming to you. Jasmine Shah. 10 seconds. Jasmine Shah, do you realize? No, Charu, I'll come to you. Jasmine Shah, do you realize? Can I just get the fallback sound, please? Director, can you just increase? Jasmine Shah, can you please help me to understand that today, Mr. Sanjay Singh, your senior MP, and Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi Singh, all of these leaders were standing in front of the same CBI office, whom or to which you have claimed and you are still claiming that it works on the behest of the BJP or the ruling government in center. So why? Do you know what is happening? On one hand, you are saying that CBI is wrong, CBI is faulty, CBI only works when the BJP tells them to, and today you are going to the CBI's door and saying, please investigate, please investigate, please investigate. So now BJP is saying, which part to take? Were you lying then or were you lying now? What is happening?
We have tremendous respect for all the officers.
And Jasmine, I'll give you full time. Jasmine and Charu, I'll give you full time. My only question is this, that the core question is the Daru scam. The core question is the Sharab scam. The core question is not free electricity and free education. It's Daru pe Daru free. That's the core scam. That's the point. Jasmine, please explain kindly. 45 more seconds to Jasmine, and then I'm opening the debate. Yes, Jasmine.
Aishwarya, we have always maintained that the officers in CBI, ED, all investigative agencies just want to do their job. But the amount of pressure that the Prime Minister, Home Minister are applying on these agencies, that is getting them to do targeted action only on some parties. Our request today was that let CBI and ED investigate it. Give them a free hand to investigate Operation Lotus. Everybody accepts today that Maharashtra government fell down because Operation Lotus happened. MP government fell down. Karnataka fell down. And you talked about the excise policy.
No, 1 minute. Can I, Aishwarya, Jasmine needs to talk on her.
Charu, I'll come to you. Charu, I'll come to you. Let him complete. Charu, I'll give you full time. Charu, I'll give you full time. Charu, I'll give you full time.
तो फिर
चारू, I'll give you full time.
आप भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करा लीजिए ना. We have welcomed the investigation on the liquor policy scam. We can't settle the debate here. 14 hours of questioning has happened with Manish Sisodia. You couldn't find anything. आपने उसका लॉकर भी खंगाल दिया, कुछ नहीं मिला. आप और इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए. You are welcome to do it. But why are you hiding from Operation Lotus का इन्वेस्टिगेशन? 6,300 करोड़ ये किसका पैसा है? आप किस पे लुटा रहे हो? और अगर नहीं लुटाया है तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने दीजिए.
10 more seconds, Charu. Charu's answering. Charu Pragya. Charu Pragya is replying back, and then I'm coming to Sangeet Ragi and Ravi Srivastava.
So, Jasmine.
Please take your time.
3 questions. I am asking you 3 questions with Aishwarya's permission on Aishwarya's show. You're on national television. Give me one name of a BJP leader who's called any of your MLAs. One name. Question number 1. Question number 2, give us the phone numbers, we will investigate. And question number 3, give us a screenshot of any message you've received. And if you cannot do 1, 2 or 3, then you be ready to face the music through courts. Because your government is infamous for lying. Your government is infamous for talking about everything except the point. Did you give us a name? Did you give us a phone number? You have done neither. But most importantly, you come back to your schools. We asked for 1 minute. 10 seconds. Jasmine, 10 seconds. Jasmine, let me just add.
Let her complete. Let her complete.
Now we have been asking you for a list of your so-called 500 schools. List of your so-called schools that you have made. RTI says actually you've not made any school. Started one, didn't complete it. In fact, you shut down 16 schools. Can you give us this list? Put it in the public domain. No, let public answer this. This is not between you and me. This is for the people of Delhi. And then, after all of that, with RTI proofs in front of you, I don't understand how you go around lying every day. Jasmine, I really don't get it. How do you do it?
Okay, fine. So let me respond now, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, can I respond? So did I miss by chance any notification declaring Charu Pragya as the director of CBI? Aishwarya, did you get any notification saying Charu Pragya is the director of CBI?
No.
And that she will now do a personal investigation of all the allegations and evidences? Have we become a banana republic? Is that what Charu Pragya is trying to say? कि आप मुझे personally दे दीजिए सारे evidence, मैं investigation करूंगी. क्या मजाक बना दिया आपने देश का? संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को आपने क्या मजाक बना दिया है?
आप उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में डालिए ना.
आपने अब तक
हवाई फायर नहीं कर सकते. आप संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का मजाक बना रहे हैं. हवाई फायर कर रहे हैं. You instead of answering questions we are asking you go on about Operation
35 crore rupees in Maharashtra.
Yes,
for
I'm
50 crore
denying
rupees.
it. I am denying it. I am denying it. Where is the proof? Where is the proof? Give me a name, phone number और a screenshot. Otherwise don't talk like this.
Just say yes or no.
मैंने आपसे बहुत directly पूछा है. बहुत directly पूछा है. You either give a phone number or a name.
Relax.
This is unheard of.
Relax. Jasmine Charu. Professor Sangeet Ragi, Ravi Srivastava.
He had no answer. He has no answer.
I've given both of you ample amount of time. Let's do this. Okay, Charu, Jasmine.
Yes.
Professor Sangeet Ragi, Ravi Srivastava. Professor, the people of this country are watching. Not only people of Delhi anymore. Because when Arvind Kejriwal goes to Gujarat, he raises the same issue. When Manish Sisodia goes to Shimla, he raises the same issue. The Punjab Chief Minister raises this issue. So the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make it a national issue, that deliberately only because the Aam Aadmi Party feels that Arvind Kejriwal is the only competition to the Prime Minister in 2024, which according to my sources, even within their party, they feel is 29 and not 24. They feel it's too early. But they feel that it's only and only happening because the BJP wants to put Arvind Kejriwal in a box, wants to shut Arvind Kejriwal in the box, and that's what the AAP is saying. All of this, from the Daru Pe Daru scam to the Guru Gaya Gumrah scam, everything is happening because of that.
Aishwarya,
Sir,
I agree with the second part of your statement, that Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party leaders have gone very desperate. They have gone desperate because BJP, for the first time in last 6-7 years, has taken them on task. Because the issue of the corruption people were talking about in Aam Aadmi Party government but nobody was taking them to the street level. For the first time, the BJP is fighting street politics. And why Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal and others are talking about, even including Bhagwan Singh Maan, these issues, because they know it very well that this has seriously dented the image of the Aam Aadmi Party. And this is also evident why you are making explanation again and again. If this would not have been a serious issue, they would not have gone to making explanation here and there in all states. If they are doing it, it is not to project that they are the only challenge to Narendra Modi. Remember the fact that regional parties cannot, even if they come together, they cannot fight the political battle against Narendra Modi. So the serious question is that if you look at the Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party believes in derogatory politics. They want to malign the others political party and have tried to, convey the people that they are the only people who believe in honesty. They are the only honest people on the planet. And this worked to them to an extent in Delhi politics and also to an extent because there was no credible alternative in Punjab. So it worked to an extent also in Punjab. But now this has seriously dented because they are not responding to the queries on Sarab scam. They are not able to answer a credible answer,
Professor Ragi, I feel
to the question that
Professor
why
Ragi,
there are sharp dropouts in the
Sir, I feel rather than only denting the image of the Aam Aadmi Party, Ravi Srivastava, this Daru scam has dented the health of the people of this country. This Sharab scam, Ravi Srivastava, has hinted. Professor Ragi says that it has dented the Aam Aadmi Party. I say this has dented the health of the people. Ravi Srivastava. And I only want to talk about the Daru scam. Every time this goalpost seems to be changing, but the core is the Daru scam, the Sharab scam. Jasmine was trying to explain there is no scam. Ravi Srivastava.
Yes, Aishwarya, it's a fact. There is no scam. And a friend who was saying that Daru has affected the health of the people, let him produce a statistics that it has affected the health of the people. Daru, if it is affecting the health of the people, why not to have the prohibition across the country? Let's have it. Why to sell it even, for that matter? Now, first thing, somebody was saying that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal apologized to Nitin Gadkari, to Varun Jaitley, and to going to Himant Biswa Sarma and all. I think the biggest Maafi Veer in this country is the Prime Minister himself, who apologized to the floor of the Parliament after withdrawing 3 black laws and taking the toll of 750 lives of the farmers, who is the biggest Maafi Veer in the country. What are you talking about, Arvind Kejriwal? This is all desperation of the BJP.
The Prime Minister didn't apologize for. Remember, the Prime Minister didn't apologize for making any lies. Arvind Kejriwal
did apologize for the 3 black laws. This is what I am saying. On the Parliament,
he couldn't persuade the farmers that the farm laws are in the interest of the farmers. And since, as a democratic principle, since he was not able to convince the farmers that these farms laws are in their benefit, he withdrew it and apologized for it.
Whose fault was that?
Your leader apologized to Nitin Gadkari and Arun Jaitley for telling lies. Blatant lies. This is a bad politics. This is a dirty politics.
This is your dirty politics. You are only using the agencies to harass people. That's all. Entire opposition says it. 17 opposition leaders have given.
But still, Jasmine Shah wants to go to the same agency.
You are only doing.
But still, Jasmine Shah, Ravi Srivastava, and Charu Pragya. Charu and Jasmine, please back. Jasmine Shah still wants to go to the same agency. And Jasmine, Ravi Srivastava. No, the agency whom you just named and said that the agency who's trying to harass the Aam Aadmi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh and the MLAs want to go and are going, not want anymore. They've already gone to the same agency. Jasmine, I'm coming to you. Want to go to the same agency and want action from them against the LG. Because you know why? Let me tell you, viewers, because Our agencies are top notch, irrespective of whatever any political party, I say, any political party in power or in opposition may say, which may suit their agenda or their political ideology. For a minute, to raise question on our agency is easy. But when it comes down to get out the truth, and mark my words, to get out the truth, whether it's the BJP or the Congress, the AAP or the SP, the BSP or the TMC, everyone will go to the same agencies. And that's exactly what's happening. Charu and Jasmine. First to Jasmine, then to Charu. Jasmine Shah. Jasmine Shah, whose name himself has been mentioned by the LG, by the LG's office. That Jasmine, LG's office, I'm once again reiterating, apart from the MLAs, your name has also been mentioned. That Jasmine Shah, you deliberately have tried to put in false information to malign the image of the Delhi LG. Jasmine Shah.
We are again saying it is not the agencies that are harassing the opposition parties. It is the BJP leaders and the PMO, which is directly telling the agency what to investigate, but also importantly, what not to investigate. Tell me, in the history of independent India, 10 state governments, 277 MLAs, have they ever switched side to a single political party? And it is not just us saying कि 20-20 crore की बोली लगाई जा रही है दिल्ली में. Maharashtra MPs are on record. There is a Shiv Sena MP who said कि 50 crore SUV में पड़े हुए हैं कैश. आके ले जाइए और शिव सेना छोड़ दीजिए. These allegations, should they not be investigated? MP में Congress MLAs were saying that 25 से 35 crore की बोली हमारी भी लगाई जा रही थी. Have this ever happened in the history of India? Why are we not
stay focused on the issue at hand, and let's talk about your party. No, Jasmine, are you
let him complete and then I'm coming.
Now for all other political parties
do not
also?
Make them tools of your politics. You are damaging the fabric, the democratic fabric of this nation. And if democracy is going to be undermined, neither Charu Pragya nor I am going to be around tomorrow. Let the democracy survive. If opposition governments are being toppled one after the other, like a house of cards,
I'm glad
then
you're
why
saying
should
that.
this matter not be
Now,
investigated? और अगर कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है, तो आपको डर किस बात का है? हो जाने दीजिए investigation.
Charu Pragya, Charu's replying. Charu.
Yes. I didn't know, Jasmine, that you've been appointed spokespersons for all other political parties. Why don't you stick to your own political party? Because Aam Aadmi Party is
don't undermine his
making
capability.
tall claims. And trust me,
if he's capable enough, he'll defend all of them together.
Charu been appointed CBI director today.
But let's stay on the topic of Aam Aadmi Party. But listen, now I can say anything about you today on television, Jasmine. I can say anything, but then how does that matter if I have no proof to back that up with? Very simply, we have repeatedly asked you, यार नाम तो बता दो. आप बता दो ना नाम. चलो मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं हूँ. देश की जनता तो बहुत कुछ है. उनको बता दो. Let them deal with it.
ऐसे proof है.
तो आप अच्छा
सब कुछ है. They are everything.
CBI का काम.
The people of this country are the reason why AAP is also in power in Delhi. Let's not forget. The people of this country are everything. Let's just hold on. Charu and Jasmine. I am saying what's the core? Jasmine Shah, even for a minute, if I believe what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying, that the LG's complaint and LG's legal action is only because BJP is pushing, which I don't believe, by the way, but theek hai, Aam Aadmi Party is saying. I am asking, let's talk about the core issue. The core issue, I'm coming back. I'm trying to get you back. Viewers, I hope you're able to see. I'm once again trying to talk about the Daru scam. Do you feel, Jasmine Shah, that there was no rules flouted? That all those vigilance, all those internal letters of the own Delhi government papers, which the BJP has been showing, that they were coming from your own government offices. That how a manufacturer came into retail, how all of those happened, were rules not flouted? Or do you still believe, like several others of your party, that this was the best policy? And if that was, Jasmine Shah, why did your chief minister and the tallest leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal, flipped that policy, took back that policy? You should have taken BJP heads on if there was nothing wrong. But you flipped it. And that's when the BJP jumped on you. They said, this is what I was saying, Jasmine. That you are wrong, because you took your policy back. Please do so.
Yeah, you asked a very important question. First, let me categorically state that this is actually one of the most aggressive excise policies anywhere in India. The government revenues in the first year of implementation of this policy rose by 1,300 crores, but it was supposed to rise much higher. Only and only because BJP and the LG prevented the implementation of this policy that we were staring at a prohibition-like scenario in Delhi. Against 850 shops, Aishwarya, today only 200 shops are running in Delhi. Delhi is going to be almost going to face like a Gujarat-like prohibition scenario.
That's not the point.
And that is the only reason this policy was rolled back. You know it. The CM and Deputy CM of Delhi have come and said this 100 times.
No.
But the problem is today, why is BJP not willing to trust the CBI? आपने CBI की investigation कर दी है ना liquor policy scam जो आप कह रहे हैं scam के ऊपर. We have welcomed it. 14 घंटे की पूछताछ हो चुकी है. कुछ भी निकला. कोई संपत्ति नहीं निकली, नो कैश, नो डॉक्यूमेंट्स, नो नथिंग हैज बीन फाउंड.
निकल के आएगा ना, तो सीबीआई की भी आप बेस्ट फ्रेंड नहीं है ना.
बट ऐश्वर्या, यू कैन नॉट सिट ऑन दिस channel, or Charu cannot sit and take the role of CBI. Let CBI play its role. But at the same time, Aishwarya, is this not troubling that hundreds of people are dying because of illicit liquor in Gujarat? For once, do you not think it is appropriate for the BJP
I'm coming, Charu. I'm coming.
Why is there spurious liquor available in every corner of Gujarat?
Charu,
who's funding
Charu,
this?
answer.
And
Charu's answering. Charu's answering. Jasmine, Charu's answering.
So, well, yes.
Jasmine, Charu's answering.
I am coming from the point. I am coming from the point of facts here, Aishwarya. I am giving you numbers for 2019, 2020, 2021. Approximately 3,000 to 3,500 crore. रुक जाओ, मैं गुजरात पे भी आ रही हूँ. मैं गुजरात पे भी आ रही हूँ. Aishwarya, don't speak over. Sorry.
One by one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
मैं आपको पहले कुछ facts बताना चाह रही हूँ. Don't speak over me.
Thank you.
The last 3 years that I have quoted, approximately on an average between 3,000 to 3,500 crore has been collected as excise duty and revenue. 3,000 to 3,500 crore. You know how much was collected in 2022 with this so-called new liquor policy, which was brilliant. So brilliant that it had to be taken back. Only 158 crore. Can you see the massive difference, Aishwarya? कहाँ 3,500 crore और कहाँ 150 crore? ये बीच का पैसा कहाँ गया? And this, no, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. This is not fabricated. Aishwarya, I never give you any fabricated numbers. Let me also finish. 1 minute, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, you'll have to step in, please. You'll have to step in because I have more numbers to give to Jasmine. Aishwarya,
I am the stepping in. I am the stepping in. But both of your political parties, Ravi Srivastava and Professor Ragi, the people of this country are now going to step in.
Wine ka sale is up by 85%.
Charu, I am telling you, now the people of this country will step in because they are seeing what is happening. Jasmine and Charu, both of you, please give me 30 seconds. Jasmine and Charu, I still have 15 minutes on the debate. Please come. I am only saying Jasmine and Charu. Charu, you represent the Bharatiya Janata Party. Jasmine Shah, you are the spokesperson for the AAP. I am saying the people of this country are saying. Did we or did we not, all of you, and I am also asking you viewers, see what happened between Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP spokesperson, and Saurabh Bharadwaj, Aam Aadmi Party chief spokesperson, and the MLA on the streets of the national capital? It has come down to that. And you are aware, Jasmine, it began from press conference versus press conference. As many hours in a clock, those many press conference, half were yours, half was BJP's. Then it came down to the overnight protest at Vidhan Sabha. AAP decided, BJP also says, we'll also counter. And now it has come down to the streets. But what have the people of the national capital got? And it's not only about Delhi. Your leader goes to Gujarat, this issue is raised. Your leader goes to Himachal, this issue is raised. What are the people getting? The people deserve the truth, Professor Ragi. And I'm coming to you, Charu and Jasmine. But people, Professor Ragi, deserve the truth. And if the CBI is interrogating, I only believe this. If the CBI is interrogating the number 2 leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodiya, for 11 hours, and mentioning him as accused number 1 in the FIR, there must be something against him. Prima facie, some prima facie evidence must be there. Some trust on the agency, on the same agency now, Professor Ragi, the Aam Aadmi Party is going and they want action and case against the LG? Shouldn't they have an iota of trust on the same agency?
Aam Aadmi Party knows it very well that this time the party leadership is, caught, and therefore they are trying to deflect the issue by attacking, the LG. First, they attacked that the BJP is trying to split the party and the Operation Lotus is at work. But they couldn't provide the credible answer to the questions that what are the proof? Where is the proof? Is there any conversation between you? First, they said that we have credible proof, we have videos, we have CD, we have other things. But for last 7 days, they have been talking about, but they haven't come out with any kind of proof at all. So now the people is not so fool. They understand that what Aam Aadmi Party is doing. Remember that they use the politics against Sheila Dikshit the way they used to tarnish the image of Sheila Dikshit. And they always used to come out with bulk of paper in hands, and they said that look, we have the documents, the way the Vishwanath Pratap Singh used to play against Rajiv Gandhi. But when the Aam Aadmi Party government came into power, they had no evidence. They didn't proceed with any kind of investigation against Sheila Dikshit. This time they are caught, and the CBI after that. You say that CBI is a tota, it is a kept, it's a parrot in cage. But if that is the reality, then why are you approaching the CBI? Why you are approaching the same agency? As Jaswar rightly pointed out, that when you say that when CBI is attaching the property or making investigation, you say that CBI is playing in the hands of at the hands of the Prime Minister. So tomorrow, if you, as per your allegations, even if the CBI goes for the investigation against the BJP, you will be saying that again the BJP is trying to manipulate the CBI. How does it, strengthen your, conviction toward the professional working of the CBI? That's very amazing. It's a bizarre logic that, the Aam Aadmi spokesperson is talking about. The point is that the two scams are before the people of this country. One is the school scam, and the second is the Sarab scam. In both the cases, Aam Aadmi Party has to, put the point clearly before the people, point by point. They have to come out with the answers, and the answer should be credible. But unfortunately, are not making, and they are desperate to, deflect the issue. Sometimes they are targeting the BJP operators. Operation Kamal. Sometimes they are trying, as usually that because they think that it is the Lieutenant Governor who has initiated the CBI inquiry. So why not, put the Lieutenant Governor in dock by making aggressive campaign against the
Ravi Srivastava.
This is very unfortunate.
Do you get a solution? I can't see a solution to this. I really can't see a solution to this. Jasmine, Ravi, I can't see a solution to this. Ravi Srivastava, the BJP is saying, and on principle, no, you have said, no, I remember doing debates with you on this, on both Hindi and English, sir. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, you said that if alcohol really helps, if daru really hurts, then why not let's ban it? Yeah, that's for the governments to see. But that's also a reality, and that's for us as a society to also check that even during COVID, Charu, when you and several other leaders were just helping everyone out, as and when, that there were more lines stacked up outside a daru ka theka rather than a medical shop. That's the reality. And that's for all of us viewers as a society to see. Yes. And that's a fact.
And
that's a fact.
Another reality.
And everyone knows. Everyone knows that alcohol hurts. It's not good for health. Even despite that, that's a fact. Ravi, but I am coming back to this fact between the BJP and the AAP. It has just begun. I am saying keep it on facts.
Add something to what you were saying, Aishwarya.
Ravi. Charu will come to you. Charu will come to you, promise. Ravi, Charu will come to you. Ravi.
Okay.
Ravi.
First of all, when the CBI probe is on, there is no question of giving any explanation to anybody. Very simple. It is needed, it will be given to the CBI only. Now, first of all, these all allegations are coming because Aam Aadmi Party is putting up a brave challenge in Gujarat and Himachal court, and the BJP is rattled to the core, and that's the reason this is happening. You just wait a couple of months. When the date for the election is decided, all these debates will evaporate completely. You will not see any charges, and all will go to the cold storage. So those who are asking the question, explain this, explain that. You explain that what 10,000 crore worth of fraud you have done in Gujarat. Prime Minister 8 years before when he came, he said, ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा. 8 साल के अंदर सबको पैसे चंदा खा के भगा दिया देश से, और आज भी लाल किले पे खड़े होके, please, don't give me my time. Give me my time. Listen, give me my time. Give me my time.
Okay, Ravi. 30 more seconds. Okay, Ravi. 30 more seconds. Okay, 30 more seconds.
You cannot discriminate. You cannot discriminate. Please. Listen.
I'm not discriminating, Baba. I'm saying, okay, carry on, sir.
Yeah, I'm carrying on.
I'm saying carry on.
He came out with this and all.
If you get so angry, you shout so
let him
much.
complete. Let him.
I have heard your verbal diarrhea for 40 minutes.
Ravi, 30 more.
Allow me to speak now. Now, what I'm saying is that the Prime Minister, who himself made tall claims, and the rampant Lal Killa, again he says that I am again going to fight against the corruption. What corruption he is going to fight? Whether the Bundelkhand highway, national highway, or whether any kind of a project which is blown off completely, no CBI inquiry, no investigation, 150 people died in Gujarat, where prohibition is there, no questions asked. Now, if LG has got a issue...
Charu and Jasmine, one-on-one. Only Charu. Charu is answering. Charu, I'm giving you ending comments. 90 seconds to you and Jasmine, and then I'm coming to Sangeet Ragi and Ravi now. Hold on. Charu Pragya, is this...
So,
and I'm being
every time...
Is this only because the BJP... Is the BJP really scared of Kejriwal? Because that seems to be the only answer for all the questions from the Aam Aadmi Party. That's one staple answer, that all of this is happening. I ask them anything, that's the staple answer. This is happening because BJP is scared of Arvind Kejriwal. So answer that. Charu. Please answer, Charu.
So, Aishwarya, that's the most non-argument I have heard ever. So instead of answering questions, this is all that they can do. Because Gujarat is being brought up again and again, let me tell everybody that investigations are already on. Nobody gets out scot-free. I am never defending anything which is illegal or wrong, nor is my party. We stand firm against all illegalities of all kinds. But can Aam Aadmi Party claim the same? You were mentioning Corona times, Aishwarya. This was the same time during which this liquor policy was on the table and getting passed. This was the same time when that 145 crore could have gone to help the people of Delhi, maybe buy some more medicines, maybe get some more oxygen to people who were suffering. Instead, where was this money sent? This money was sent to the liquor cartel, who are best friends with Arvind Kejriwal ji, Manish Sisodia ji, accused number 1 and number 1 supporter of accused number 1. And that is what the people of Delhi, the people of India in fact, are not able to digest. We are not going to take excuses anymore. Jasmine, you have to come out with answers, come out with pointed factual answers. Don't go round and round in circles and give us rhetoric statements.
Jasmine Shah.
Aishwarya, 150 cases have been filed against AAP in the last 7 years. Even the CM of Delhi has been raided. CBI, ED, sara kuch ho gaya. This is nothing but the 151st case, this so-called liquor policy scam. And we have said repeatedly we are open to investigation. But the fact that today BJP is stonewalling the biggest democratic crisis in the history of independent India, Operation Kamal, Operation Lotus, which has toppled 9 state governments, Maharashtra, Karnataka, MP, Goa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Arunachal, Assam, उससे पहले उत्तराखंड, दिल्ली में आके वो फेल हो गया. क्यों फेल हो गया? Because you do not know what material Arvind Kejriwal is made up of. You know that he is sweeping Gujarat, he is sweeping Himachal Pradesh, and therefore what do? You bring out Operation Lotus out of your bag.
Sorry, what?
But you have been caught red-handed today, and the only salvation for BJP is a neutral CBI investigation. We trust the CBI. The question is, does BJP trust
Professor
the CBI?
Ragi is laughing like how? Did I hear you correctly? I know today's Ganesh Chaturthi, you have to go for puja, just 2 more minutes, all of you. But I am only saying, Jasmine, did I hear you correctly that AAP is sweeping Gujarat? Jasmine?
Absolutely.
And the political reporter in me just couldn't stay away.
Aishwarya, the reality.
Just
I tell you what happened in Gujarat. Aishwarya,
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're aware, but the General Secretary of AAP,
Please do.
he was personally attacked last night.
I am aware he got hurt.
Because BJP.
I am aware he got hurt. I am aware that the blood came out. I am aware that he was in a function. But I am saying, did I hear you correct? That the Aam Aadmi Party, you are saying that the AAP is sweeping Gujarat?
Personal injury. Why would BJP do that? Why would BJP do that if they are scared? If they are not scared of AAP in Gujarat, why are the AAP leaders being personally attacked? Their heads cracked open, their hands and legs being fractured. Is this the Ram Raj that Narendra Modi stands for? कि गुजरात में आप पैर नहीं रख सकते?
Okay. But I am only saying that what's happening, and viewers, that's the time I have on burning question, but I'll just end it on this. Charu, Professor Ragi, Ravi Srivastava, Jasmine, and all the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, right from Manish Sisodiya to everyone, they are saying all of this, and I repeat, all of this is only and only happening because the BJP can sense, which came out from Jasmine Shah's mouth also, that they feel, the AAP feels, the Aam Aadmi Party feels, that they're going to go do very good politically in the upcoming Gujarat elections. Though the internal survey of Aam Aadmi Party itself might be different, according to my information, my sources. I'm a political reporter.
Yes.
And BJP's internal survey may be different. But whatever is happening in Delhi is about Daru. I'm bringing it back, viewers. That's the burning question. The Daru scam. Not the free bijli, not the free school, not the free pani. It's the free Daru. And also, today, I would just want to bring it to your notice, Jasmine Shah, that Saurabh Bharadwaj, who's also a chief spokesperson, has just said that Anna Hazare was never Arvind Kejriwal's guru. So the guru Gumrah wala stand has also changed. That Anna Hazare was never a fatherly, a guru figure, a teacher figure for Arvind Kejriwal.
Kejriwal can disown anyone.
I'm just bringing that up. Huh?
Anybody, agreed.
So that's the time I have for all of you on burning question. But Jasmine, Charu, the issue is Daru. The issue is the Daru scam, and that will continue. Thank you very much, viewers. That's the time I have on the burning question. Right after a very short break, the one and only, the man himself, Arnab Goswami, with the debate. Thank you very much.
LG initiates legal action against Aam Aadmi Party leaders.
हमारे ऊपर सीबीआई की जांच हुई, हमने तो स्वागत किया। हमने क्या करिए जांच? जब ईडी की जांच हो, हमने क्या करिए जांच? तो वो डर के क्यों भाग रहे हैं जांच से?
Was Aam Aadmi Party manufacturing scam allegations against LG?
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches.
इनका स्कूल अभी कह रहे बन रहा है, देखिए 500 की सूची मांगी, बन रहा है, एक स्कूल लेके गए जो 1967 में बना था, दूसरे में मैं बोलूँ अच्छा घबराहट हो रही है, झूठ फिर से आप पहले बोलो, अरे ये दूसरे स्कूल हम आए हैं तो ये इधर दिखा दो, ये बन रहा है, ये बन रहा है, देखिए अभी 8.5 साल में बन रहा है, इधर दिखाओ 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है, 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है, मिल जाती नहीं, आपको लेके चलेंगे ना, अच्छा सूची दी, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है, डर लग रहा है, धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है, यही दिखाने आए थे, यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है, कट्टर बेईमान सामने है, देखा आपने, मुझे पता है डर लगेगा, अभी तो चलेंगे, नहीं हमें निकले, आप सपा से हो, कभी भाजपा से हो, आपके क्या गले
ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏಕ್ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
No anticipatory bail for accused here, but no arrest yet. Shivamurthy controversy. Is it faith versus law?
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है, एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में, तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bayas, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation.
Breaking news right now. Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her. Has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का FIR था। बाहर और साथ तमाम लोग एकजुट होकर इन लोगों ने विरोध प्रदर्शन किया है। अरगुड़ा चौक पर यह विरोध प्रदर्शन हो रहा है।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is currently taking stock of the situation.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और SDO साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो FIR की बात है तो
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. JK Tires. And New Citroën C3.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome. Now suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has been arrested this morning after a sustained campaign on Republic and on the debate last night, where thousands of you joined me in raising your voice against her. The way in which this politician tortured her domestic help, made her drink urine from the floor, thrashed her with hot iron pans and iron rods, broke her teeth, broke her back, made you cringe. But more importantly, viewers, it made you angry. Rightly so. For once you forgot all political leanings and you spoke as one. And we, on this debate, questioned the utter inaction of the politicians of the state and the central governments, and we dared all politicians to continue to show utter indifference at the cost of losing their conscience and their public support, of losing your support, viewers, and viewers within 9 hours of the debate last night. Seema Patra was arrested. This proves that if we stand together, if we set the narrative for the politicians, however arrogant they are, then these arrogant politicians are forced to listen and to act. These politicians, viewers, privately like to claim that the issues we raise on television debates don't matter to them, but they are lying. That too is their own self-deception. Politicians are forced to distance themselves when television news shows images of cash stashes in their flats. Politicians will be forced to care. Politicians get arrested, ladies and gentlemen, when we exposed their conspiracy of silence over cases like Seema Patra's, and you know they were trying to hide till yesterday. And politicians cannot look aside when we remind them of the promises they made to fight liquor, not swear by liquor, just 10 years back, ladies and gentlemen. The fact is, however arrogant or conceited the politician, television news is a mirror to them. And the Republic, they know, is the clearest mirror of them all. And that is why, viewers, as one, we raise our voice against the politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way for a strong democracy is when the media is a mirror to the politicians, regardless of which party they are from. And that is what we have proved with our coverage of the Seema Patra case. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 big debates this evening as well. We're raising the very serious question about faith versus law, and whether the law is being diminished in Karnataka, and whether politicians for whom pandering matters more feel that they will make it a case of faith versus law. That's debate number 1, viewers. And debate number 2 this evening. Did the AAP shoot and scoot? And why is the Delhi Lieutenant Governor hitting back? Debate number 3 tonight. Another illegal madrasa bulldozed in Assam. The opposition says, stop the bulldozer model. Himanta Biswa Sharma is not listening. That's debate number 3. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight. 5 days on, the rape accused here, Shiva Murthy is a free man. Is he getting open political shields now? All 3 mainstream parties line up to meet the rape accused here. Is it faith versus the law openly?
If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation?
The Delhi Lieutenant Governor drags our leaders to court. Did they make up charges against him?
बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती है आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना। अच्छा सूची दी, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है, डर लग रहा है। धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है।
Video wars and political street fights take over as the Delhi battle goes to the next level. Terror-linked illegal madrasas bulldozed by the Himanta government. Big political fight brews in Assam.
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए।
आप फंसाएंगे हमको फंसाया गया है।
And viewers, just 9 hours after we exposed her on our campaign on Republic, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested. Ladies and gentlemen, rape accused seer Shiva Murthy is out and about. It is like he faces no allegations at all. But the minor girls, the victims who bravely came out to speak about sexual abuse are being made to record statements endlessly. Politicians are meeting and greeting the accused seer, accused of rape, like it's no big deal. Technically, there is no legal impediment at all to arrest Shiva Murthy. But it's the lack of action because the case has become about faith versus the law. Pandering to faith, even if it means walking all over and transgressing the law. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the unfortunate developments, and then we debate.
It has been 4 days since 2 minor girls leveled serious sexual abuse allegations against the chief pontiff of the Jagadguru Murugarajendra Vidyapitha Mutt. The accused faces allegations under the grave POCSO Act as well as rape allegations.
On Tuesday, 30th of August, the 2 girls who have allegedly been sexually abused by the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga had deposed before the magistrate under section 164 and a statement was taken. It took 5 hours for these girls to give the statement on the ordeal that they had to undergo.
But the seer of one of the most significant of the 3,000 Lingayat Mutts in the state is yet to be arrested.
based on this evidence, the police is supposed to come and take the probe into the next level and also investigate the details of the statement. That has not happened so far, and at the MUT, everything seems to be normal.
In Chitradurga, protests are on.
On 26th of August, the first FIR was filed and under sections of POCSO and several other IPC sections. However, no police action has happened so far. But what is happening is a continuous political patronage that the saint is receiving from across all the politicians in the state of Karnataka, whether it is a Congress, JDS or the BJP.
This MUT has been not formed today. It was since 1979. Okay, and it's a very big MUT.
ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಅದರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ.
It may be a matter of faith for some, but others are saying, what about the law?
The statement of the Home Minister and other ministers, Chief Minister and the former Chief Ministers are our statements alla ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಸರಿನಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ?
And if faith is being pitted against the law in the Shivamurthy case, can justice be sacrificed? Let's debate.
How shameful, viewers, how shameful. It seems the politicians there in Karnataka might as well come together and give an award for someone to have achieved the status of being a rape accused. There is open protection for the rape accused. Politicians are lining up. They might as well, Pramila Nesargi, take an award for him. Congratulations, Shivamurthy ji. You are now formally a rape accused. You are accused of rape by minor girls, 15 and 16-year-old. Just imagine how those girls would be feeling. Pramila Nesargi, you come on television every day, and you protect this man just because he is a religious figure. Now, think sometimes about the precedent people like you set before the people of this country. I welcome Madhu Kishwar, I welcome Nasir Hussain, Ustad of the JDS, Stanley, who is founder director of the Odanadi Seva Sanstha. In this case, renowned artist and social and women's rights activist Pratibha Prahlad, Father Adrian Mascarenhas are opening the debate today. It's really become, I have no words anymore to describe what is happening. Of course, it's convenient for you, Pramila ji. Even his statement has not been recorded, Pratibha ji. Even his statement has not been recorded. The victims have been made to record their 164 statements. The police is dragging his feet so that he can get anticipatory bail tomorrow. And after he gets anticipatory bail, treated like a VVIP rape accused, they'll say we are following the procedure. And Pramila Nesargi will celebrate tomorrow. That is the whole idea. Pratibha Prahlad, I'd like to open with you. What really is happening here? Yes, I think you want to say something, Father. What do you want to say?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, okay. Pratibha, please. Pratibha, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Arnav, what I want to say is that, we are in an it's extremely distressing to see that all the politicians gather together and come together as a flock to defend these pontiffs and seers and all these sexual offenders. We must remember this is the election year. And Lingayat is a very, very powerful community, and these Lingayat mutts are very, very powerful in Karnataka. They kind of hold the sway for voting. So I suppose that is why all the politicians have nothing to say in defense of these victims, these child victims. And I'm ashamed because it never used to happen in Karnataka before, and I'm ashamed that the police are not acting, they're not arresting the seer under the POCSO Act, because whoever it be, whether he's the Lingayat Swami or the Vakaliga Swami or a Brahmin Swami or even the Pope of the Vatican, if they are accused of an offense, of a serious offense like POCSO, they should be arrested, first of all, and the children should not be made to, talk about the offense again and again like they are right now. So, I don't understand what is happening, because when faced with such a powerful mutt, nobody wants to speak against this powerful mutt. So what is the recourse to law that these children have? And look at the impunity that this man is, being given by the state. And so I'm horrified this is happening, under Bommai's governance. I hope the Chief Minister and the Home Minister take action, take cognizance of this offense, and this man, whoever he is, whether he is a very powerful, seer, pontiff, whatever he is, he has to be arrested and held for questioning, and
the case is simple here.
Face the law.
No, the case is simple, Pratibha. The way I'm looking at it now, the way I'm looking at it now, Pramila, it is these two young girls versus the entire mutt, this religious figure, Shivamurthy, and all the political parties of Karnataka are on one side. All leaders there, people who call themselves civil society, have pin drop silence today. It is as if the entire, power edifice, politicians, religious figures have come together and said, we will teach these two young girls a lesson. So that in the future, Pramila Nesargi, the message is, if a powerful person rapes a young minor child, the child should never have the guts to open her mouth. That is the lesson, Pramila Nesargi, that I think people like you are trying to serve here. Don't think we don't get the message. But I want this to go across the country today, that this is what people like you are trying to do.
Not able to hear.
Yes?
Yes. Hello? Not able to hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Pramila ji? Did you hear my question? Madhu Kishwar, did you hear my question? I'll connect in a minute with you, Father. Can I get Madhu Kishwar on the left to answer that, please? Madhu Kishwar and Savio. Pratibha and Stanley on the right. We open the debate that way. Thank you so much.
Madam, can I make a point?
Am I going to speak, or is Stanley going
No,
to speak?
I would like Madhu Kishwar to come in, because they are listening very patiently. I don't know if they have a response.
I have a response.
Please, please. Yes, Madhuji, go on.
And of all the people on this, of all the people on this panel, I have the longest track record of doing legal aid for victims of violence, of abuse, including sexual violence and rape. Now, in recent years, we've seen the rampant gross misuse of anti-rape laws and POCSO in particular, for booking fake cases, for blackmail, for tarnishing people's lives. This is so rampant that I don't know how, without due investigation, proper due diligence, people can take a certain charge as being valid and as being true and start insisting that the man be arrested and hanged. The fact is, we've seen, you were involved in fake cases very recently, and you know how the media bayed for your blood. Shankaracharya Kanchi was involved in fake cases, and how that entire mutt was ruined. It's never recovered till date. Samba spy scandal, Colonel Purohit in fake cases, Sadhvi Pragya, Hindu terror myth, Amit Shah sent to jail in the Shahabuddin encounter case, Modi nearly sent to gallows in fake cases. Then Maya Purnani given death sentence first, totally fake case. Kathua rape case, one of the biggest travesty of justice, and nobody investigates. The moment a charge is leveled, you should see how many times the Supreme Court of India has had to call these terrorism, legal terrorism, such laws, because they are so grossly misused.
So you
Please
come to a
hold your
conclusion here
horses
that the girls are
and
lying. Can I ask you, Madhu, on what basis you come to that conclusion? On what basis are you coming to that conclusion that these young girls are lying?
Mafia behind them. There's a
who is any
no,
of us?
I'm
Who are
saying
any of us
many,
to say all this?
Young girls lie. Many women lie.
So
there
we'll only be the judge and the jury.
Cases, if there are so many false
I'm sorry,
rape
Madhu, I
cases,
don't agree with you.
If there are so many false
Madhu,
you may
I don't
not
agree
agree,
with
but
you.
I know from experience, and I don't think you have my kind of experience in handling legal aid cases of both kinds.
That is not for you to judge.
And let's face
that is not for you
these
to judge.
Two girls have an
that is
NGO
not for
backing
you to
them.
judge.
Has anybody checked the antecedents of that NGO? Please check the antecedents of that NGO, and you might find a
That's
very
not even the
interesting,
moot
colorful
point of
story
question,
there. I
Madhu.
don't think the case is as simple
That's not
as
the
that.
moot point of question. The question here is that there's a case registered. The case has been registered, just like in Bishop Franco Mulakkal's case, the case has been registered. Now, no matter where this leader belongs to, which religious leader, which religious denomination,
we know
can I
that
complete my point, Madhu? Can I complete my point? I did not interrupt you. I am trying to make a point. The religious leaders do not get impunity because they are religious leaders. They do not get impunity. If there were people who are saying that they are accused, then the process of the law must be allowed to complete. Why is it that when a religious leader is accused of sexual molestation or rape, as in the cases that we've seen in recent times, the religious community stands up to defend these leaders even before the case has reached its logical conclusion?
And further
even
to that,
in the Bishop Franco Mulakkal's case, the case has been cleared by the lower court.
And
it is still in high court.
And further to that, a small and limited point. See, politicians are weak, Madhu. We must not be weak. Politicians are weak because they use people like Ram Rahim. They didn't have the guts, we had the guts. You know how much we were attacked? Yes, I have experience, Madhu. If the logic of faith over law is applied, would Ram Rahim, a rape convict who ordered murder and created civil war-like situation, be arrested and face charges? It is all easy to attack the media. Would Asaram Bapu be arrested? Do you know how much we were targeted when we questioned Asaram Bapu? And did at that point of time, there was a mentally challenged minor who was raped by Asaram Bapu? And how much the media was targeted? You see, the media is strong. Politicians are weak. Politicians don't have the guts to act against people who at their command can have hundreds of thousands of people turned into vote banks. But we are not looking for vote banks, Madhu. We are looking for what is right and what is wrong. And I say there is a place for faith, but there is a greater place for the law. We talk of a uniform civil code in this country, but is there going to be a uniform civil code for these godmen also? Would Chandra Swami's links to arms dealers be uncovered?
How have you arrived,
Would Premananda ever be arrested or convicted for the rape of 13 minor girls? Would Chandra Swami's links to arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi ever be spoken about? See, Madhu, I don't expect someone like you to be weak. You must be strong. And you must say, we will speak up against these people. There is a track record. There is a track record. And I'm saying tonight, viewers, I throw a challenge, viewers. Politicians will do nothing for these girls. Let me say it in writing today, Kasturi. Politicians will come together and prove these girls wrong. They will put all their energy to finish off the case. Tomorrow they will try all their best to give him anticipatory bail and then close the case after that.
And that is exactly
what
I want to come in with about Arnab. I feel it's like, it's one thing to deny a fair and free trial or even an investigation for all these people, godmen, so to speak, who are accused of sexual offences against minors, that too, it's one thing. But it's a completely more horrifying situation when they are actually sheltered and supported by politicians coming forth and saying, you know, these people are innocent and trying to vilify the victims. That's horrifying. And why this politician Godman nexus, it's not a new situation. It's been there, as you yourself mentioned, it's been there in the days of the Congress Raj. It's there, party notwithstanding, JDS or BJP, everybody. Why don't we start? Media has been very, very vehement and fearless in exposing these godmen. Start exposing the politician godmen nexus as well, because as long as the representatives of the people, voted representatives of the people, are corrupt and are dirty, we are never going to see justice in such dirty religious leaders' scandals. We're never going to see minors, people without any money, people without any power or political connection. How are these girls going to get a shot at justice? And I'm not saying this person is wrongly or rightly accused. Let him be wrongly accused. The court will say that. Who are we to say he should not even be arrested? Who are we to say the due process of law should not be followed because somebody thinks he is innocent?
You see, Pramila, you need to understand this.
I agree.
This has gone too far. And Madhu, it's very easy to say this. This is all viewers' convenient political silence. Every time self-styled godmen, religious figures are accused of heinous crimes, I am asking you, is there a constitution in this country? The politicians will delay the arrest and not take action. In fact, Pramila, now there is competition. There is competition between JDS and BJP. Who will get the vote? Who will show more support? Has the MP's son gone? Has the JDS leaders gone? Have they all gone and told Shivamurthy, don't worry about those girls, we are with you? It's like giving him a prize, Pramila, and you are also one among them.
And it's very
You are
tragic.
also one among them. Like Madhu Kishwar, your stand is also the same.
To think, Arnab, it's very tragic to think that there's only one figurehead for a community in Karnataka. I think that's a gross underestimation and a misrepresentation
Yes, please do.
of the Lingaite
Do I have
community.
an opportunity to speak?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, you see, please. Yeah, Arnab, one must know. I don't want interference. Let them, please, if you permit me, I'll answer. If somebody is speaking, I can't.
No one is speaking.
Arnab, can I speak now?
Please go ahead.
Yes. See, you are well versed. We hear yours every day. We make it a point not to miss your debate. We are with you. One thing one must know. What is the greatest thing that has been known in this country? Satyameva Jayate. One thing Mahatma Gandhi said. Satyameva Jayate. Second thing is Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. If he protects Dharma, Dharma will protect us. You and I are governed by Dharma. That is what we have been doing it. What is this Chitrasukha Swamiji? If we call, what do we call him? If we call a spade, do you want me to call spade nothing but spade? Can I deny that? What we are telling Swamiji is a great man. Not only me, the whole state, irrespective of the party, politicians, Gurujis, ordinary persons, all communities, Christians, Mohammedans, all are speaking that he is a great man. What is your worry? What is your worry? Do you want to say that we should not tell him that he is a good man?
Ma'am, the issue is not about his greatness,
let the inquiry go. Let the investigation go on.
This is not about his greatness.
Why has he not been questioned so far? Why has he not been questioned so far?
The issue is not about his greatness. The issue is about the allegations leveled.
Swamiji has been issued. Section 41, we have noticed.
What is the charge against him? What is the charge against him? What is the charge against him, Pramila Nesargi? Can you tell me? Yesterday you were debating on the program with Stanley KV of Odanadi Seva Sanstha. I just want to ask you, what is the charge against him? Why don't you just, calm down and tell me, what is the charge against? Is it of rape or not? Is he accused of rape or not?
Allegation.
No, allegation. Allegation of rape. Allegation of rape by young girls. By young girls. By young girls. No. 1 second. 1 minute. Allegation of rape by 2 young girls.
Yes.
By 2 young girls. Can you go on? Can you describe what happened? What is the specific allegation? Will you tell me? What is he accused of doing? You keep saying he's a great man, and I'm not getting into issues of greatness, but I'm asking you today, what is the allegation? Please describe more. What was he doing? What was he doing? What has he been accused of doing? What has he been accused of doing, Pramila Nesargi? Pramila Nesargi, you tell me about dharma and all. You tell me, what is he accused of doing? What is he accused of doing? What is he accused of doing?
Pramila, can I ask you?
No, I'm asking you, what is he accused of?
They are as free as you are.
No.
As free as you are.
No, answer the question. What is he accused of?
They are not.
What is he accused
Everyone has got the right to live. Right to express.
Who is denying the right to live? The young girls have the right to live.
Unless taken by
the young girls have a right to live. The young girls have a right not to be sexually abused and exploited and raped.
I want to put a question to you. I am posing a question to you. When you were arrested, did we not support you? Because we knew that you were innocent. You were falsely implicated. That is our feeling. For also in this case, it is our feeling that Swamiji is innocent. What is your problem?
Now, first of all, thank you very much, but I have a clear response to you. Pramila Nesargi, listen to me. Faith can make sometimes people blind. Please listen to me. Faith can make people blind. You know something, Pramila ji. I respect you. You are a senior person. Thank you for your support to me, but that does not mean I will not ask questions. The problem with faith is it makes you blind. Do you know till this point of time, Pramila Nesargi, how we are attacked by followers of Asaram Bapu? Do you know how they threaten us? Does Madhukishwar not know? Do they not know how they threaten us, abuse us? Because they are blind. Followers of Ram Rahim, do you think they don't attack us, threaten us? Because they are blind. I'm saying don't be blind. Why are you being blind? Why can't you say that this may have been...
Sorry.
No.
Law is blind. No. Not we. We are not blind.
This is absurd.
Law is blind.
The law is blind.
That is
okay. Okay. So I'd like to get Father Adrian Mascarenas into this debate right now. It's taking a completely different view, viewers.
We are looking at it.
Good evening, Arnav. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm on my phone because of a little audio issue.
That's all right. I can hear you.
So may I know your question, please?
No, my point is I'm raising a larger issue here, Father. And for me, it doesn't matter the faith or which religion or which group or which cult the individual or religious leader is from. I'm sorry to say I'm not making any generalizations, but anyone with any knowledge of contemporary Indian and global history will know that there have been innumerable cases, Pramila Nesargi, where people who are in positions to hold sway over hundreds of thousands of people, not just Ram Rahim, not just Asaram Bapu, not just them, not just Osho Rajneesh, not just them, but there are so many people who are religious figures who go on to do the most exploitative acts. Godman Bhimanand, Franco Mulakal, Bishop Franco Mulakal's point has been raised here, and Savio Rodriguez has been fighting about it. And I can tell you, Pramila Nesargi, you don't understand. Right is right and wrong is wrong. It does not hold. There is no religious angle that you can bring into it and say, Arnab, why are you questioning someone? Should we question people only when they are from certain faiths, Pramila Nesargi? Is that the logic that we should follow here? Should we be blind?
Should we judge? Should we judge cases depending upon? No. Should we judge cases, Pramila ji? Should I allow me to complete? I am asking the viewers today. Should I judge cases on the basis of the religion or political party of the accused or the victim? Then I would not be doing my job.
I'd like to respond.
Father.
Okay. Yes. I'd like to respond. So first of all, now what?
Raghavendra Swami met. You are aware from Karnataka. How he was falsely implicated.
Yeah.
You are aware. He has. Well, he is he's free now. Are you not aware? Arnab, tell me. Do you mean to say that just because he is accused, he is guilty? Should there not be fair investigation?
I have not said that. I have said at least there should be an investigation. I have said he should have.
Who said that?
I have said that there should have been some.
Who said that?
I have said you. 1 minute.
Why should they be treated differently?
No, Pramila ji.
Why should they be treated differently?
Pramila ji, I am saying why are the
Doesn't
police?
a religious leader fall under the Constitution of India? Doesn't a religious leader falls within the Constitution of India? What gives a religious leader impunity? Today we've had cases where the bishops have been hugged. You know, this Bishop Franco Mulakal, when he was put in jail, when he came out, people hugged him. How do religious leaders get impunity? Please tell me that. When the Constitution, when the law of India makes it important that every citizen is equal. So if he is an accused on allegations, shouldn't the allegations be investigated? Why should there be power? Why should there be influence?
Okay, Madhu Kishwar is also speaking. 1 minute. Madhu Kishwar is responding. There's Madhu Kishwar on the debate as well. 1 minute. Madhu Kishwar is on the debate. Madhu Kishwar, I'm just going to Father Adrian first and then I'm coming to you. I'm getting Father Adrian right now and then I shall come to you.
Please let me come in.
See, when a crime of this nature takes place, as we have seen in these cases, it's a global failure, and I would say it's a global failure of society as a whole. I feel that these girls in these institutions should have every right to have people from outside visiting them regularly with whom they can share their problems and issues. Because apparently the accusation is that they were molested for 3.5 years or more than that, which means that there are no regular interactions between them and trained counselors or things like that. So it's not enough to just have a law to punish the guilty. But we need to have a preventive system which is lacking in many ways in our country. There's no proper way of expressing themselves when they begin to be victims of this crime. So I feel that a lot of sensitization is needed to make children and maybe even nuns in the convents and so on aware of what are their rights and how they can speak out about them and so on. I'm not commenting on the specific cases you've mentioned, but I feel that a global failure has taken place in some of these cases. Okay, so that's one. Secondly, I'm very strongly in favor of...
In the Bishop Mulakal's case, the church never paid attention to our complaints. In the Bishop Mulakal's case, what you're saying, the church never paid attention to the complaints of the nun.
That's true, Father.
What do you say about that?
That's absolutely true.
It was seen. There is a global failure when we are unable to do such things. Now, why these take place in religious institutions? There are...
no, you're not.
Once again, I'm not talking very specifically, but in general, these could take place because firstly, people with certain wrong intentions do join religious institutions and become leaders.
No, Father.
Secondly, there's no filtration process.
No, Father. The point is, we have a challenge.
Father,
here.
he was a bishop.
Yeah, no, we have a challenge here, and I now want to bring in. I want to bring in Nasir Hussain Ustad and Madhu Kishwar. Madhu Kishwar and Nasir Hussain Ustad. See, just 1 minute, please. Can I get Madhu Kishwar and Nasir Hussain Ustad on the left and right? And Madhu Kishwar, my point is here that the investigation is moving at a snail's pace, and you know why? Because there are elections in Karnataka, and no political party has the guts to move an inch on it. They are not looking at justice; they are looking at the implications.
Or no,
but don't you agree that quite a large number of...
Madhu Kishwar on the left and Nasir Hussain Ustad on the right. Thank you. Please, yes.
Please let me come in.
Yes.
Please allow me to come in for a minute. I'm not a follower of this mutt. I have no remote connection even with this mutt. I'm not defending him. I'm not passing a judgment. All I'm saying is my long years of experience with the anti-rape law and the POCSO tells me that these laws lend themselves to easy misuse. the number of false cases, even under POCSO, have increased dramatically. It's an epidemic of false cases, and we need to be amending this law, because the man is punished even before the trial is begun. If you arrest and you start paying for the blood of the person,
I have a counter for you.
Even ordinary people.
No.
Yeah.
My counter to you is this, Madhu. First of all, nobody is baying for anyone's blood.
Yeah.
But I want you to just consider the other aspect. Faith of the people is my argument tonight. Politicians are coming together with the mutt and all religious figures having a press conference, challenging anyone. You think people are not watching this on television? A message is going out, and tomorrow people will say to their children that even if you are sexually abused and attacked and raped, please don't speak up, because are you seeing all these powerful people on TV? The politicians, the political parties, the whole system, the religious figures will all stand against us. And the reality is they will say, look here, Shiva Murthy has not even been questioned. The victims have been made to record their statements. Oh, Shiva Murthy is so special. Public opinion is being openly swayed. Press conferences by Shakha Mathadishas of Muruga Mats all came together as a powerful group. As a powerful group. Now tell me, allow me to the question, Madhu. You have already held this to be a false case. Firstly, you have no proof. You call about precedents. You are indirectly saying this is a false case. These are false allegations.
I did not say that.
You were insinuating that.
I did not. I'm saying, given the number of false cases, I'm saying it that the likelihood of it being a false case cannot be ruled out.
Yeah,
because
no. That's a
false
hypothesis.
Cases today
That's a hypothesis
far
you have.
exceeds honest.
No, maybe may not be.
Cases.
No, maybe may not be.
It's not an
maybe
hypothesis.
May not be.
It's a real danger.
No, it's a maybe may not be situation. But I ask you today. Madhu, answer this thing. I ask you today. Is it what would happen to the victims today? And I'd like to bring Nasir Hussain Ustad just for another line. You see, Nasir Hussain Ustad, I'm also very disappointed that JDS leaders are also going there. Why? You are from the JDS. You'll get extra points by going and paying your respects to Shiva Murthy at this time. He's like a magnet.
But people
you can't stay away.
To your rescue.
No, I'm asking. Yeah, Ustad.
Let me come in. The JDS is not in support of anyone. Let me make it clear that in Karnataka, the mutts, seers are highly respected, and moreover, Mr. Shiv Murthy, he was a man with great, he held a good image in Karnataka. It is a surprise for everyone in here to see that such a personality has been involved in such a case.
So you've already judged the case. So by saying so, you've judged the case.
I'm not judging the case.
Of course you've judged the case.
The image of
you've judged the case.
Such.
We judged it in your case or not?
You've judged the case.
I'm not telling that
I'm judging it. We judged
No, 1 minute, Madhu, 1 minute.
If at all anyone has committed a crime,
Madhu, 1 minute.
I think the law will take its own course. It has to take its own course.
Mr. Ustad.
There is no excuse for anyone. But what I am placing on record, the mutt seers here in Karnataka had a high regard among the common man. If at all there are claims that he is falsely alleged, I think the investigation agencies should come forward. And I think within a day, I think definitely the Home Department will take appropriate action.
What is that? What is that? What appropriate action? You're not investigating, you're not questioning him. The other children, just 1 minute, please. The other children, 1 minute. Please be logical, sir. I want Pratibha to come back on this. Sir, 1 minute. No, Mr. Ustad, 1 minute. Mr. Ustad, 1 minute. Mr. Ustad, 1 minute. 1 minute. I want to tell you one thing. My question is faith or law. Okay? 1 minute.
Law.
1 minute. Faith. No. 1 minute. Please understand.
It's a bad law.
No. 1 minute.
It's a bad law.
1 minute, Madhu.
So
Madhu, understand here. Let's be logical. Investigation is moving at a very snail's pace. There are leaders from the ruling party and the opposition coming out in support. They are holding meetings. The JDS has said
we cannot believe that a person of his stature would have committed this act. JDS is not a small party in Karnataka. It has considerable clout, Pratibha, am I correct? The BJP is going and visiting the Math. No, it cannot happen. Right? Yediyurappa has lent his support to him, which means there is an all-party consensus that the victims are liars, and they don't even have the courage to say so on television, then say so. You branded 52 minor girls liars, even before the investigation is really, even before the accused is interrogated. This is the reality. I want Pratibha to come in also, please. Pratibha, is that not the implication?
Yeah, can I just say a point?
No, 1 minute.
I mean, Arnav, you hit the nail on the head. You actually hit the nail on the head. Because the point is whether it is BJP or JDS or Congress, no one is going to say anything against this Shivmurthy Swamiji because he belongs to the powerful Lingayat community. And he's the pontiff of the powerful Lingayat community. My point, I mean, that is the truth. And that is why all of them are on the same side, whether it is the Congress or the BJP or the JDS. Because this is election year and they cannot afford to, have this powerful Swami arrested because the entire Lingayat community, which is the vote bank of Karnataka politics, the Gaudas and the Lingayats, between the two of them, and therefore they're not going to say anything against it. Madhu, I hear you that this law can be misused, but I can't understand why the Swamiji can't be arrested and questioned. I mean, why is everyone coming up? Here's a very powerful Swamiji. The entire political class is behind him. The people are behind him. And the two innocent girls who are disempowered. Shouldn't we be on the side of the girls who are disempowered?
Innocent, you made up your mind, they're innocent.
Let him be questioned.
No, it's fine. Good.
If he's innocent, he'll come out innocent.
Why you prejudging? I'm not prejudging the case. Why
just one minute.
No, I'm not.
I have a doubt. I really need to ask.
Let me just.
Don't prejudge it.
Pramila and Pratibha and Madhu only, please. Thank you.
Either way.
That's all I'm saying.
Don't prejudge it either way. Is all I'm saying.
I'm not prejudging.
Don't prejudge the case either way.
I'm not.
You are prejudging. You are declaring the girls innocent. You are declaring the girls innocent and the Swami.
No, I'm only saying that disempowered. I'm saying the girls are disempowered. And they're against this mighty, pontiff
They have powerful agencies behind them.
They're very, very powerful.
They have powerful NGOs behind them.
Very powerful in
Which powerful NGO? 1 minute. 1 minute. There is one group. 1 minute. Madhu, listen. Madhu. One NGO, in this case, is Stanley KV, founder and director of the Odanadi Seva Samstha. No, I'm not prejudging anything. I'm just asking the correct questions.
You don't know their antecedents.
Well, he's here now. He's here. The person is here.
You don't know.
I don't know, but he is here to speak for himself.
Can I interrupt?
1 minute. Madhu, now please. Madhu, there is Stanley. He is the founder of the Odanadi Seva Samstha. Right? I am not prejudging anything. Am I saying he's innocent? No. Am I saying he's guilty? No. But I don't understand a situation where there is all the power apparatus of Karnataka has swayed to one side and has indirectly said the individual is incapable of such a crime. Now this process actually renders the entire legal process completely redundant. And now therefore it will be said...
We said the same about you.
No, I'm sorry. Madhu, 1 second. You are trying... 1 minute, I'll tell you very clearly. No, 1 second. You see, Madhu, do not try with me the classical attempt at provocation, because for your kind information, though you know and you agree, it is the Supreme Court of India, by the way, Madhu, which said that there was no prima facie case against me. The Supreme Court of India said, even Justice Chandrachud, no, 1 minute, Madhu, see, listen, I have seen this, Madhu, see, Madhu now, Pramila Nesargi and Madhu, I'm speaking to Madhu, I can speak to one person at a time. You see, this is a classical attempt. Please realize one thing, Madhu, okay? I and my team were interrogated for 156 hours by Sachin Vaze
and Parambir Singh, and you think that by raising this point you will put me on the defensive? Absolutely not. You know me very well. I don't care. I don't care for political influence, push. Otherwise, the people of this country have known our work. And yet, 156 hours we were interrogated. 1926 laws were put against us. My entire newsroom, my family, everybody had cases filed against them. It's all right. Went through it. Understand? 156 hours after a 16 hours of questioning and an acid attack in the middle of Mumbai, I came back and anchored my program. So kindly, Madhu, understand, we are made of sterner stuff, right? Our skin is like hide. So this is what you say is water of a duck's back. You know, Pramila Nesargi knows. While I genuinely appreciate the support you received, you dealt with on merit. And the people of India, Supreme Court of India, dealt with my case on absolute merit. Justice Chandrachud said in his judgment, there is no prima facie case here. There have been attempts here to compare me to urban Naxals and terrorists and Siddiqui Kapan. We've been through all of that, but I speak my mind. And on every case, Madhu, you know I will speak my mind. I am not here to win brownie points for one day or start a Twitter conversations. I have been unpopular, Madhu, when I have taken a position on Sabrimala. But the Sabrimala verdict also did not place faith above law. I was unpopular when I spoke on the hijab ban also. But you know what happened in the High Court. I was unpopular during the triple talaq case also. So please, Madhu, please understand, I am being very neutral on what is right and wrong. I am not saying Shivamurthy is guilty. Please understand that. I am not saying laws cannot be misused. However, I am saying that the perception that is increasing out here, I'll just complete my point. The perception that is increasing out here, why is he not being questioned? The children have their 164 statement recorded. Why is he not being questioned? Why are political parties going there? Not that there's anything illegal. Why do they have to go there like they're giving him a medal? Do political parties have no conscience? And now I hand over to Mr. Stanley KV to face your charges. Because you say don't believe NGOs. Mr. KV, what is your antecedent and interest in the case? Respond directly to Madhu Kishwar. She made an indirect charge. You respond to her.
Arnab, let me
Please.
talk. No, I don't want to interrupt my talk now. I have been working since 32 years in this nation for the dignity of the children and women. Let me say, two young journalists started this organization. Two young men started the organization for children and women. And I was the task force member for the nation. I have been serving in many organization bodies, in government bodies. Keep it aside. This is my utmost importance to support some children who came a long way. I don't know why they came. Because of the credibility of this organization, people come here. Not because we run them on NGO.
Do you have an agenda here? Do you have an anti-Lingayat, anti-Shivamurthy agenda? I'm putting it straight. Pramila Nesargi has accused you of that yesterday night on the program.
That is her fate. That is her fate. That is not my fate. I have been out from my own religion. Let me clear. Madam, let me clear. You have been attacking. You have been attacking on my integrity. Arnab, let me clear.
A lady minister was there in our state.
Why are you giving that lady?
He caught one of a young lady.
Who is that Deshmukh?
Filed a case against her. That she refused.
Someone tell me the fact there.
Since 20 years, he has been
the whole nation is watching you.
Lingayat
You are screaming.
people.
You are
No
not
doubts
having
about it.
that.
Now let him say
Give
who brought
support to the children
to him.
who are already traumatized, and you all people are traumatizing them from so many days. I have been watching how these educated people are doing.
Let him answer. Who brought those girls? Why did you keep for the caste captivation?
Can I talk?
Have you any answer?
Or can I go out?
Why are you offering?
No, 1 minute. Pramila ji, you're very senior. Listen to me.
I requested you.
Pramila ji, let him speak. He's coming at the end of the program. Madhu Kishwar has made an indirect allegation at him. So have you.
No one can.
You are basically both saying the man has an agenda. He has to have a chance to defend himself.
Let me clear. I have been a child rights activist. I have been an activist for women's dignity. No, everyone knows. The whole Karnataka knows about Odanadi. No one needs to give the certificate for Odanadi. People are coming to us with their agony, mental agony, and I am an expert in counseling. 32 years I have worked. I kept my life for this cause. Don't take Odanadi for a ride. I am not care. I don't care. I don't care to give my life for this cause. I know how to handle children's cause. I am talking to you. Please take care of the children's issue. You don't.
How
give
did the
any
children in this
color of-
case come to you, sir? Did they approach you?
They approached not on their own. They came through some support.
Which support?
They came through support, and it is permitted under law.
Yes, that is
Children,
permitted.
you can say, children. 1 minute. Children cannot come on their own. Children of 15 years.
When the matter comes before the court,
you can
you have to
imagine.
stand as a
No child
complainant.
will come on their
You are a
own.
complainant.
Children will come
You are a
with some
complainant.
support.
We will do it.
Why are you screaming? Let me clear. Children will come with some support.
Yeah, there's no
And-
doubt on that. There's no doubt on that.
Yeah,
but
they will come. And
but they were brought to you by social groups, by
from the hometown. Some women brought them here.
Let him say who brought. Let him
One
give the
minute.
name.
See, this is
Tell
not
who
my
brought
job.
you- brought some judgment to
This
you.
is not
Not
my job.
unknown
I will
person.
reveal everything is
Tell
crystal clear.
let
I
the
have.
public know. Yeah, let the public know.
See.
Why did
See,
you
I am
catch me with you
Arnab.
for 1
Arnab,
month?
let me
Tell them.
Let me talk. Madam is also a lawyer. I hope she.
this is
I know
becoming a
she
very
knows-
complicated case.
I know she is. I understand she knows the law. See,
kidnapped
under
these
POCSO
girls?
Act, under POCSO Act, everything is there recorded. When the investigating officer
Well,
comes,
if the
we
if
will
the
come.
if the police finds nothing against him, they must say so. If the police find something against him, they must say so. But they cannot drag their feet anymore. That is all I'd say.
Absolutely.
Buying time and dragging their feet is giving the very wrong impression
So why
to
are
the
you
people.
why are you dragging us? No.
I
hope
without coming to conclusions, I'd say I'd appeal to the Bomai government in Karnataka. Please do not continue dragging your feet or trying to muddy this investigation. The nation is watching.
Shame on the civilized society.
Well, on the other side, viewers, now we've seen street fights going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, and sometimes watching this very closely, I say, what's going to be the next episode? It's becoming totally dramatic and unpredictable, and I'll tell you why more on the other side.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Tribal groups stage a protest against suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, who was sent to 12-day police custody for allegedly torturing her domestic help. The groups demanded strict actions against the leader.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 10. Presented by New Citroën C3. Powered by REVA University, Greenply, ICICI Lombard and Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Viewers, we have an exciting AAP BJP debate once again tonight, and the hashtag is AAPProveIt. Amidst allegations of Schoolgate, the very, very murky allegations of Liquorgate, the AAP had deftly tried to target the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. I have a document which proves that they are completely wrong, wholly wrong, terribly wrong, incorrigibly wrong, and 100% wrong. Viewers, for the last 2 days they've been holding press conferences. But now not me. The whole nation is telling the AAP. Hashtag AAPProveIt. Let's debate. 2 days ago, the Aam Aadmi Party launched an all-out attack on the Lieutenant Governor, effectively claiming he's a scamster.
10 अप्रैल 2018 का ये अखबार है जिसमें एक इन्वेस्टिगेटिव स्टोरी करी गई कि किस तरह से खादी को बेचते हुए ब्लैक मनी को वाइट किया गया। खादी के नाम पर ब्लैक मनी को वाइट किया जा रहा है, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की जा रही है, घोटाला किया जा रहा है।
एलजी साहब ने 1400 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला किया।
They disrupted the Delhi Assembly.
एलजी साहब के खिलाफ जांच होनी चाहिए।
And they held overnight protests demanding an investigation.
Well, with the LG's office making it clear that it's going to take the legal route against the Aam Aadmi Party leader, specifically Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Durgesh Pathak, and then the others who, according to the LG's office, deliberately tried to malign the image of the LG, Mr. Saxena, while on the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party says that they have documents to prove that when the present LG was at a different position, he was involved in a financial scam.
But the Aam Aadmi Party continues with these allegations.
If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation? Let an investigation happen. If he is innocent, he will be proved innocent.
They've trained their guns on the BJP and alleged Operation Lotus.
अभी हमारे सामने ऑपरेशन लोटस 40 विधायक खरीदने के लिए 800 करोड़ रुपए रखा है बीजेपी वालों ने। जल्दी जांच शुरू करो, पैसा पार हो जाएगा तब सीबीआई जागेगी।
A delegation of the Aam Aadmi Party even plonked itself before the CBI, demanding an investigation.
कम से कम उन्होंने 1.5 घंटे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों के बैठने के बाद जो ऑपरेशन लोटस की हमने शिकायत दी है वो सीबीआई ने रिसीव करी है। हमने सीबीआई को ये इन्वेस्टिगेट करने को कहा है।
The BJP is saying the Aam Aadmi Party is rattled and resorting to lies.
भोली भाली जनता को ठग करके कुर्सियों पे बैठ गए, उनके जुबान से कुछ ऐसी बातें निकल रही हैं जो इशू को डाइवर्ट करने वाली हैं, लेकिन बहुत ही दुर्भावनापूर्ण हैं, झूठ से भरी हुई हैं।
The Aam Aadmi Party is in a fix because amid allegations and counter allegations, they cannot shoot and scoot anymore. It's time to talk saboot. Let's debate. Everybody wants the proof. Now a time comes in everybody's life, Siddharth, when after all the drama, all the shusha, all the sit-in protests, etc., etc., a time comes in everybody's life, and it has come in yours, when people are telling you, okay, prove it. Prove it. I have a document here with me. You see my document here? It is dated the 17th of April, 2017. Let's play a game. Document versus document, my document, your document. We all will put our documents here tonight, Siddharth. The documents will speak. At one point, we may all go silent and not say anything. But I have a document, my document speaks. Should I tell you about my document? Or do you have a document? If you have a document, please pick it up and show it to the people of this country. Viewers, my document. Siddharth, come out with your document. Where's your document?
We also.
Okay. What is the document?
What is the document? Show me your document.
You have to say. You started the debate.
No, but I have a document.
You started the debate, Arnab.
But I have come with proof.
Absolutely. You have to say what the document is.
But then,
exactly.
Okay, let's play a game. After I tell people what my proof is, you will have to tell people what your proof is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Be sure you have some document or call somebody. The Arnab's got me tonight. He wants to.
No. Don't worry. I'm well prepared.
You're well prepared.
Let's have let's have a nice debate on this Ganesh Chaturthi. I heartily extend my good wishes on this Ganesh Chaturthi day to all the panelists and all the viewers of Republic Channel.
Best wishes to you. Don't try to change the subject.
No, absolutely
My document is a preliminary report on irregular deposits of demonetized notes of 500 rupees and 1000 rupees from the period 10/11/2016 to 31/12/2016 in the account 51055374745 with the SBBJ, now SBI, by KG Bhavan, New Delhi. In this document, miraculously, it appears to me, it seems to me that the Chief Vigilance Officer of the KVIC under Mr. Saxena has named the accused. And there are 4 people who are accused, 1 manager, 1 sales in charge, 1 salesman and 1 LDC, lower division clerk. Mr. Saxena was not the manager, he was not the sales in charge, he was not the salesman number 3, neither was he a lower division clerk. Lo and behold, you have lied. You have lied. And you have said there is a 14,000 crore scam. By the way, according to my document, it says the irregularity found was of 17,07,000. I repeat, 17.07 lakhs. How did 17.07 lakhs become 1,400 crore? Did you think that Arnab Goswami will not find the document? I found the document. Now, my document tells me that you both lied and exaggerated. If this was a court, it would be equal to perjury. My document, viewers, is before the people of this country. And VK Saxena is filing defamation charges. Now, please produce your counter document.
Yeah.
What is your document? What is your document?
Exactly. My document is already in the public domain.
What is it?
Okay, Arnab, you have already
But you were just holding something up. What was that?
Yeah, I'll hold when my turn comes.
Your turn has come. Your turn has come.
Let me start the debate.
Yeah, but your turn has come.
Let me start. Absolutely, Arnab.
You don't want to show the document now?
Absolutely, the document is here.
Please show me. What is it? No, please pick it up. No.
Let me give the context to it. Let me give the context to it. I do have the time to give the context to it, right? Today, Aam Aadmi Party has been very clearly saying that if Mr. VK Saxena is innocent, then why is he going away from a judicial process? Why is he running away from an investigation? This is a simple question that Aam Aadmi Party is asking, for the reason that the document that says that during demonetization, the banned notes were changed does not come from Aam Aadmi Party, but it is in the public domain. Today, the LG of Delhi, who incidentally happens to be with the same name of one Mr. VK Saxena, is starting a defamation process which shows that the LG is okay with a judicial process, but he is not okay for a judicial process against himself. That is the thing that the viewer is clearly seeing today. The document that we are holding, the document clearly says that the Economic Times is very clear that 2 cashiers who have been named as accused have named the Mr. VK Saxena, the chairman, as saying that they have done it because of the pressure built on by him. Now, whether this is true or not will come out only through an investigation. The issue here, Arnab, is neither for you to defend Mr. VK Saxena nor for Aam Aadmi Party to attack Mr. VK Saxena. The question here is for the BJP to answer that if Mr. VK Saxena is open to a judicial process through a defamatory case on Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, how come the same Mr. VK Saxena is not okay to agree to an investigation which will obviously give him a clean check if he is not involved? The BJP has been taking this argument, the narrative over the past few weeks against Aam Aadmi Party has been very clear that if Aam Aadmi Party is clear, if it is innocent, why is it shying away from any kind of judicial process, judicial inquiry? The same question is the same bouncer is now being hurled at BJP. We are asking the BJP that if Mr. VK Saxena, whose name is already there in the public domain, if he is innocent, why doesn't he agree to an investigation?
Kindly come, kindly pick up your document and come to the third last paragraph of your document, kindly, sir. Come to the third last paragraph of this. We will read it together. We will play another game now. We will play another game now. We will play another game now. We will read it together. We will read it together.
Mr. Pradeep and Mr.
No, we will have to read it together. Now, please, you see, this is Republic. This is not a Latvian's channel. Please understand. This is Republic. People are watching. Can we please kindly, sir, be so kind as to kindly read the third last paragraph of your own news article? We will read it together. I will read the first line.
It's not my news article, incidentally, Arnab. It belongs to Economic Times. It's not my article.
No, I said the news article. The news article in the Economic Times.
You said my article. You said my article.
Pick up your article which you're quoting, as in which you're preciously holding in your hands.
It's not my article.
Now you're trying to distance yourself from the article itself. Please read the article, third last paragraph. So we are wasting time. We are wasting time.
Please do read out. Please do read out.
Thank you. You look at the paper so that you don't accuse me of misquoting anything. It says KVIC suspended Garg, Gupta, Kumar and Yadav and slapped them with penalty in May last year on the vigilance recommendation. Saxena presided over the commission meeting on May 31st, 2017, in which disciplinary action was approved against the 4 employees, despite allegations that his name was taken to put pressure for depositing demonetized notes. It further goes on to say, it quotes Saxena as saying, nowhere in the vigilance report my name has appeared. Even the CVO has found no substance in the statement of Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. Further, you need to tell me whether the CBI has already filed the charge sheet against the 2 accused, Sanjeev Kumar Malik and Pradeep Yadav, and whether the matter is pending in Rouse Avenue Court, New Delhi. Tell me, am I right or wrong? Has the CBI already filed the charge sheet against the 2 accused, right or wrong? And kindly, one more thing, a small matter of detail, for I may not be as rich as you, but I do understand there's a hell of a lot of difference between 22,000, 17,000 or 17 lakh 7,000 and 1,400 crore. Wait, where did this number come from? I don't know.
I don't. You're saying that Mr.
Where did 1,400 crore come from?
On an investigation.
Where did 1,000 crore come from? The CVO did not mention his name.
The two cashiers have clearly named Mr. VK Saxena.
But the matter has been investigated already.
How can Mr. VK Saxena sit on a...
But there has been an investigation and it is closed.
Let Mr. VK Saxena have an independent probe.
Sir, there has been a CBI investigation on this.
Why is Arnab Goswami defending Mr. VK Saxena?
I am not. I am telling you to tell me everywhere where is 1,400 crore come from, Siddharth.
Arnab, this discussion is not between you and
Siddharth,
me.
But you are not able to.
BJP. Why are you defending
Siddharth,
BJP?
I am asking you.
Why are you defending
I am asking you. I am asking you. I am asking you.
You cannot defend
No. Listen to me, Siddharth. I will tell you repeatedly. You tell me. Was the investigation closed?
Arnab Goswami is not the
Was the investigation now? When you can't handle my questions, you are saying this. You are not being able to handle my specific questions today as usual. Shehzad is feeling left out. Siddharth is on the debate. I hand it over to him. I hand it over to him. 1 minute.
Why Mr. VK Saxena is not ready for an investigation? It's as simple as that.
Would you give me one iota of proof?
Arnab, let's... Arnab.
Use hashtag aap prove it.
Arnab.
Yes.
I think after... Arnab, after that... last 5 minutes, whatever you have done, there's very little needing to be said. But having said that, let me go ahead. He quotes 2 statements of corrupted, charge-sheeted people and says, this is the gospel on basis of which I want an independent probe, on which a probe has already taken place. Then I asked the Aam Aadmi Party by that same yardstick. Here is a High Court order saying Satyendra Jain is corrupt. Mr. Arnab, can I please have 10 seconds without this man hyperventilating? If 2 charge-sheeted corrupt people's statements in a newspaper should become the source of a judicial process, here is a judicial process of the High Court saying Satyendra Jain is a Hawala Baz 2019, saying that he has a criminal background 2022, and saying that prima facie there is a charge of money laundering established, there should be action against him. Now I want to ask the good friend from Aam Aadmi Party, on a judicial process in which a court has ruled thrice, why has Satyendra Jain's resignation not been taken for the last 3 months when he's not got any relief? If the starting point of an investigation which has already taken place should be the 2 charge-sheeted criminals, their statement, then when a court rules that your minister is corrupt, how dare Mr. Kejriwal calls him Imandar? First you answer this, then we'll go on to other things.
Yeah, shall I
Do you
answer?
see the
Shall I
level of
answer?
hypocrisy? Your hypocrisy is so outstanding. Now, one second, let me unpack more hypocrisy. Till yesterday, you were saying CBI is corrupt, CBI is one-sided. Today, you are going at the same CBI and saying, let there be a CBI probe. Bhai, कुछ तो शर्म करो, इतनी hypocrisy लाते कहाँ से हो? Third, I'll show you one document, you like this document. This is a show cause notice of your own government saying that Indo Spirits Khao Gali is a blacklisted company, should not have been given a theka. You gave it a theka. What action did you take on it? This is your own government's document. I'll show you one more document, and that document is the CVC document. That CVC document says that 500 crore rupees has been spent on building rooms which actually are not rooms but are toilets. Here, for your information, this is how a toilet looks and this is how a classroom looks. Sir, do you know how classroom looks? I know you are building more Madhushala and less Pathshala, but this is a classroom, this is a toilet. Please see it carefully. Toilet has magga, toilet has toilet seat, toilet has door, classroom has blackboard, classroom has desk, classroom has seat. Manish Sisodia confused toilet for classroom. May I show you some more documents? One last document, please. This is committee report. Aam Aadmi Party government had made a committee. The committee said wholesale should be kept with government. Why did you give it to the private players? The committee said don't increase the commission, you increase it to 12%. The committee said don't allow refunding of the EMD, you allowed it. The committee said lottery system should be used, you went beyond it. The committee said that the licenses should be given in a manner not to create monopolistic tendencies, you created monopolies. Can I please ask you that why did you allow Sharab Ghotala to take place? And if there was no Sharab Ghotala, why did Mr. Kejriwal revert to the old policy? He himself has proven Manish Sisodia is corrupt. Satyendra Jain has been proven corrupt by the court of law. Why aren't you taking the resignation, sir? A person against whom CBI has investigated and filed a charge sheet that he is
come on,
clean.
Siddharth,
You
he's
want
running
his
away with the
investigation, but those who have been proven corrupt by your own leader, those who have been proven corrupt by the courts, you will not take the resignation.
Okay, Shahzad, you have not answered to my question, Shahzad. Just one question. Why is the LG running away from an investigation? Why is Mr. VK running away from an investigation?
Last point.
Let the BJP just... The simple question here is that Aam Aadmi Party is giving proof that LG during his stint as the CKVIC chairman is named in a demonetization ghapla. Why is BJP ready for an investigation on the LG on the same LG who is agreeable to a judicial process of defamation? This is a simple question. This is a simple question. Aam Aadmi Party has already come up with proof. The Economic Times article is the proof. When you are speaking about classrooms and bathrooms, you are showing 5-star classroom and bathroom built in Delhi. That is the quality of building of Delhi high schools, including toilets. Let us not debate on schools and toilets. The question here Arnav is asking is very simple, that whether Aam Aadmi Party has proof against LG or not.
I am asking you a question, Siddharji. Siddharji, can you please tell me? Siddharji, you know people are saying that you have no answers, therefore you are trying to obfuscate and obviate from the questions.
No, what is the counter proof?
There's nothing
Now,
called
okay.
opposition. There's a simple question. We are filling down.
This debate. What is going on here? Syed, one minute. Going into the debate right now. I have Syed and Tushar. What's going on, Syed? I think at Syed and Tushar, at some point, Tushar, people are talking about proof. Now, there is a counter proof. There are 4 KGB officials who have been suspended in April 2017 when VK Saxena was heading the KVIC. As per the advice of the CVO, the Chief Vigilance Officer did not find anything against Mr. Saxena at all. Otherwise, he would have been removed too. But today, Siddharth says, I don't believe the Chief Vigilance Officer. Who do you believe?
So let there be a probe. Let there be a probe.
Baba, the probe was done and closed in 2017.
Mr. VK Saxena can't say
Tushar is on.
Is it for me or
The probe happened 6 years back. Please wake up. But the probe happened 6 years back.
Just a second.
Tushar, what's going on? People are asking for proof.
Why doesn't BJP say they are agreeable to a probe?
Mr. Sharma, calm down. Mr. Sharma, calm down. Calm down.
Allow me to answer.
Mr. Sharma, Arnab, you are started the debate with your R&D, and we've seen it. The Aam Aadmi Party has started with its own R&D as well. It's called rhetoric and distraction. They say they have built 500 schools. They have upgraded 500 schools. I'm saying put the geolocation online, on the website of the Delhi government, on the website of the Aam Aadmi Party. They say they want to probe into the LG's actions. I ask, why do they cry when the probe is initiated into their policies? Tomorrow, if an investigating agencies looks into the policies of the Delhi government, these are the first people to take to the streets. Why? How can you resist a probe against your party while demanding a probe against someone else? A probe that has already been settled. How? Number 2, the most important question. The most important question, Arnab, the most important question. They knew, let's assume, let's give them the benefit of doubt, that the LG was indulging in some corruption 6 years ago. Why were they silent for 6 years? They are a party of honest people. They are a party which make everyone honest. They give out the honesty certificates. Why were they quiet for 6 years? Why were they quiet when the LG was appointed?
That's also true.
Why did they only remember the scam only when their scams are being pointed out?
That's true. The question being, you see, Syed, what happens is, it's a very logical question. They are saying there should be an investigation against Saxena. But the KVIC matter was already investigated in 2017. People were found guilty. Action was taken. Charge sheet was filed. 1 year passes, 2 years passes, 3, 4, 5, now it's going to be 6. Now suddenly they say there should be an investigation 5 years later. What were they doing for 5 years? If they were not happy with the last investigation, should they not have said that 5 years back? See, these are logical questions. They're in everybody's mind. Please, I know you're sympathetic to the Aap Syed, but please tell Siddharth that he's not getting brownie points from the people. He's not getting brownie points from the people.
I will answer you. Over the last 5 years, I've been on your channel. But firstly, happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all the viewers of Republic. And Arnab, to me, as a viewer of Republic, I'm very glad you did the Seema Patra story. And lo and behold, we saw today what happened and arrest.
We are grateful for the action.
Responsible journalism, Arnab, and I appreciate it. Now coming straight to the debate. Well, yes, right question asked, what was the Aap doing for the last 5-6 years if this happened then? But the fact of the matter is, if the LG is a doodh ka dulha hua aadmi, then why not? Why not judicial? Arnab, if I agree and I know my records, my innocence is clean, let me a CBI IT, I have no problem with it. The fact of the matter here, Arnab, is the hypocrisy of the BJP. The fact the BJP spokesperson is not aware. Here in Bangalore, it's scripted on the Vidhan Sauda. Devara Kelsa Sarkar the Kelsa, meaning government's work is God's work. But what is happening here? 40% commission charges are now. Today, all the contractors were out. A playground was built in Domnur by the Karnataka government. 2 crore was the bribe given for a 5 crore construction. Not just that, Chitradurga, 18 crore project, 10 crore project, 40% given. There was one contractor who died of suicide thanks to the former Home Minister. What is happening here? Not just that, the police sub-inspector scam. Modi ji कहते हैं कि he has allergic to Bhrashtacharis. So what are his Bhrashtacharis doing in this land of Karnataka? वाई क्यों ये शहजाद पूनावाला को सिर्फ दिल्ली दिखता है, कर्नाटक नहीं दिखता?
But don't you think at the same time, that the Aam Aadmi Party should release the list of 500 schools which it claims to have built?
And the beats in Aam Aadmi Party or Bharatiya Janata Party or the Indian National Congress.
No, should they?
I truly believe
because there also it's a question of the sabut. You see, every time you have to be. I believe in life, Siddharth. Don't worry. I know you are leaning back today because your back is to the wall. But I don't want your back to be on the wall. I want you to be front-footed. You are on the back foot because of sabut, because you don't have the sabut.
No, when you
don't have the sabut.
When you say about schools, it's a fact that 51,000 schools across India have been closed during the Modi government.
No, where are your 500 schools which you have built?
Talk about your 500 schools now. Talk about your 500 schools.
15 days ago on Independence Day, the Honorable Prime Minister of India himself.
Can you kindly tell me which are your 500 schools?
Arnab.
2.5 lakh students.
You know the standard.
Siddharth, where are the 500 schools?
They are the proof, Arnab. They are the proof.
Where are the schools, Siddharth?
2.5 lakh students who have cut off their names from the private schools and joined government schools.
But which is the geolocation of the 500 schools they're asking?
Or not geolocation of those schools of 51,000 schools that the Modi government has closed across India. 6,300 of those schools have been closed in Gujarat in last 1 year.
No, but come on, I am not asking you for 500 particles of dust. I am asking you for 500 schools. Schools are not small things. Each school must be on 2 or 3 acres of land. Each school, it cannot disappear. No, where are the schools? There are schools, he says. There are schools, he says. Siddharth, don't worry. He says there are schools.
There are schools that the BJP is running away from seeing. It is going on live TV and running away when the constructors are saying that this is a school that is being built.
सिद्धार्थ शर्मा जी 500 नए स्कूल बने या नहीं बने?
700 स्कूल बन गए, 700 स्कूल बन गए, 700 स्कूल बन गए। 2.5 लाख स्टूडेंट प्राइवेट स्कूल से अपना नाम कटवा के दिल्ली में इस साल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में आए हैं। गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स नहीं,
एक जमाने में
सबसे बड़ी बात है कि भारत में जब अमेरिका राष्ट्रपति आते हैं तो मोदी जी उनको दिखाने के लिए अपने स्कूल नहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल के स्कूल देखते हैं कि वहां जाके स्कूल देख के आइए। मोदी जी से सवाल पूछिए कि अमेरिकी प्रेसिडेंट जब भारत आते हैं तो उनको
No, 1 minute.
स्कूल क्यों नहीं दिखाते?
Siddharth, I'm not getting Shehzad to specifically be on the debate. No.
Arnab, listen. The problem is
getting highly confusing now.
Arnab.
1 minute, it's very confusing. Give me a minute.
Schools.
Yeah.
Arnab, just a second. They do not have 500 new schools. What they have is rhetoric and distraction. And you know what will happen? Tomorrow they'll say that we renovated the 500 schools, so that is our new 500 schools.
See
so tomorrow if they install an app on their iPhone, they will call Arvind Kejriwal Steve Jobs. They say हमने तो फोन पर ऐप इंस्टॉल कर दिया।
You see the thing is okay. Now Shehzad is on the debate with Siddharth. Again the question comes of proof. See. Just one summary. Operation Lotus, no proof. 20 crore bribe charge, no proof. 800 crores taken away, no proof. 500 schools, no proof. Charges against VK Saxena, no proof. So far, people are saying give proof. 93% of the people watching the program are saying AAP should give proof. I'm only stating the facts. Shehzad is on the debate. He says clearly there are 500 schools. They have said they'll take you for a walk to the schools if required.
Yes, Arnab, there are some schools. School of Corruption by Manish Sisodia, School of Rise by Sanjay Singh, School of Deception by Saurabh Bharadwaj, School of Propaganda by Atishi. These are the schools that they have built. And they have also built twin towers, Shiksha Ghotala and one Sharab Ghotala. But Arnab, I have a specific question. I have been told by my sources, and I would request you to extend the debate for just 10 minutes more. What? I have been told that to shut me up, specifically, the Aam Aadmi Party is releasing the audio because, see, it's a matter of corruption. They don't tolerate zero tolerance for corruption. They are releasing the audio in which a BJP leader has bribed or attempted to bribe Manish Sisodia with 20 crores and 20 into 40, 800 crores.
They have the
I have
tape.
been told they are releasing it in the next 10 minutes on your show. Please wait for 10 minutes.
They're releasing
and I would
it now.
request the Aam Aadmi Party.
One minute. Syed is enjoying this. What's the problem? They are releasing it now.
I have been told by my sources
that they
I've got us input. I have been given an input.
Bring it on, Mr. Poonawalla. Bring it on. Let's have it on the show, Arnab.
They have said Arnab show is the biggest show. We'll release it.
Yes,
let's have it. Let's open the audio.
Of course.
Arnab,
I would then like to say, I would then like to say, Siddharth, that if there is any truth in what he's saying, and if you wish to release the proof on my program, I shall be happy to put this audio on my program so we can then debate the veracity of the audio. I will not extend the debate by 10 minutes. I will cancel the third debate and extend the debate till the end of the program. Let the audio be out.
Exactly. Arnab, those are the exact proofs with which Aam Aadmi Party legislators today walk to the CBI because the investigating authority, authority, whatever condition, he's the CBI. Those are the proofs with which Aam Aadmi Party legislators went to CBI today. The CBI did not give us interview. They did not take our complaint. Those are the exact proofs with which Aam Aadmi Party today walked to the CBI. Why isn't the CBI accepting these kind of complaints? We are asking of them of the same thing. BJP is hell-bent on breaking government after government, breaking MLS after MLS of opposition. Be it Goa, be it Karnataka.
Why don't you give the audio right to expose us?
They have tried it with Aam Aadmi Party MLS in Delhi. Those are the proofs.
Siddharth, see, I made a gracious offer. And by the way, Shehzad, if you are just fishing by making a comment like that, that's also wrong. Are you on a fishing expedition?
No.
Are you on a fishing expedition?
Arnab,
you're laying a net.
Arnab, just like the Aam Aadmi Party has many sources based on which they give you information and based on which they come out and do PCs, even I have. Now, I am telling you, if it is untrue, they don't have the audio. Siddharth should say, हमारे पास audio नहीं, कैसे release करेंगे? नहीं है audio. They should come.
Siddharth, come on, Siddharth, counter.
That my source is wrong. I am happy to be proven.
Siddharth, louder.
CBI हमारा audio proof क्यों नहीं ले रही है? CBI हमारा complaint क्यों नहीं ले रही है? CBI ये complaints क्यों नहीं ले रही है? शहजाद, CBI ये complaints क्यों नहीं ले रही है? आप क्यों मांग रहे हैं? आप CBI के एजेंट थोड़े हैं? आप CBI के एजेंट हैं? आप तो CBI के एजेंट नहीं है ना? आप CBI का जनरल पावर ऑफ अटॉर्नी आपके पास नहीं है ना?
Breaking news, they have given an audio to CBI. Arnab, please ask your CBI reporter.
CBI के पास हम सबूत लेके जाते हैं कि आप भारत में सब जगह जहां सरकारें गिरा रहे हैं वहां का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए, इंक्लूडिंग इन दिल्ली. Why doesn't the CBI agree to it? That is the basic question we are asking.
One minute. Siddharth ji, are you saying tonight that you took a tape of a sting of a BJP leader offering a bribe to Manish Sisodia, including the offer of being chief minister, that you took this tape to the CBI with you? You just said that.
Whenever a complainant goes to a complaining authority, he goes with all the proof at his hand.
This proof.
We have gone with proof, including
talk about
the question
today.
here. We are asking the CBI today. We are asking the central government. We are asking the BJP spokesperson. Why aren't you ready for an investigation on Operation Lotus? On Operation Lotus, be it Maharashtra, be it in Goa, be it in Karnataka,
have you
be it
given
in
an
Delhi,
audio, yes or no?
everywhere. It's not just Operation Lotus happened in Delhi. It's just a few weeks ago it has happened in Maharashtra too. A few years ago the same Operation Lotus happened in Karnataka too.
Did it happen in
Bihar? A few months ago it has happened in Goa too. When you are
Did it happen in
and
Bihar?
right now you are doing Operation
happen in
Lotus in
Bihar?
Jharkhand also. You are
no
trying to
answer.
malign the
Lalu,
name of
you can't
TRS,
say anything
Telangana
about
Rashtra
Lalu.
Samiti also.
Lalu के बारे में मत बोलना.
Why isn't the
Don't say anything
CBI
about Lalu, boss.
today ready
He's
to
your new mentor.
accept our complaint?
Anna is
When we
passe.
say we are a
Lalu is
complainant,
now.
we have all kinds of
Did you
proofs
give an audio today
against
to the
everyone. CBI
give an
has
audio
to be
to the
open.
CBI?
CBI has to be open
give an
to
audio to the
operate to
CBI?
investigating Operation Lotus. Be it in Karnataka,
Why don't you open
be it
the
in
audio
Maharashtra,
today on
be it in
Arnab's
Delhi,
show?
be it in
Forget
Jharkhand.
the CBI, you open it now.
We are not
Did you
CBI.
give an
Neither
audio?
are you. Neither
Did
do
you
you
give an
have
audio
any.
about Delhi to CBI?
Do you have a general power of attorney of CBI? How can you be the agent of CBI, Shahzad?
Have you given
The
an
CBI
audio
is
to the CBI?
The CBI is an independent
Have you given an
investigating
audio to the
agency.
CBI like you
We are
claim?
going to them. Why aren't they accepting our
Thank you
complaint?
for
That is
saying
the
it.
question.
We agree. It is independent. We agree. You've been saying it's vindictive.
That is what you are
We
saying.
agree
We
it's
are
independent. Why
showing
were you calling it vindictive? Now tell me.
If it is independent, why isn't it accepting accepting our complaint?
Did you give an audio to CBI? Did you
We
give
have
an audio to
the
CBI? Yes or no?
legislatures of Delhi have
Haan,
gone
ya na?
with complaints. The legislatures of Delhi have gone with complaints, including of Delhi, including of
Does it have an
Karnataka,
audio that
including
you
of
claim you
Maharashtra.
have?
Why aren't you open to an investigation on
Arnab,
Operation
can you please
Lotus?
translate it to
There
this
are
man?
two.
But I think you're also no. You're also no. One second. I don't think there's an audio. I don't think there's an audio. But if there is an audio, let me tell you, viewers, we will run it. We will run it. We will run it. We will run the audio in its entirety the day we get our hands onto that.
20 seconds.
Arnab,
allow 30 seconds.
there are people watching this show. No, just a second.
Where is the audio?
There are
I gave an
people
offer
watching
to
this
Shah.
show.
Audio.
No, Arnab, there are people watching this show and they've texted me that they have reported your show, your debate, to the International Energy Agency because there has been a meltdown of the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson.
Oh.
We asked one simple question. Where are the schools?
That's really funny. Even that's a good one. Even Siddharth is laughing. That's actually a good one. That's actually a good one. Viewers, that's really funny.
Can I please have the right to be exposed?
No. I also want to tell you that someday in the middle of the ocean, we will find Shehzad leading the largest and biggest fishing expedition in the world, which he just carried out on Siddharth, who was good sport. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no audio so far. But remember, if there's ever Saboot, it will only and only be on Republic. And finally, a third illegal madrasa was demolished by the Assam government today. This action comes following the arrest of 37 persons, including the imam and madrasa teachers, linked with an Al-Qaeda module. It's serious. And yet the opposition is running down the bulldozer model. They don't want to raise these illegal constructions. The question is, why not? It's time to follow the bulldozer model if necessary everywhere. Let's debate. This Markazul Ma'arif Kuryana Madrasa, located in Bongaigaon district in Assam, bulldozed with 3 JCBs. The structure was demolished.
So far we have arrested 9 persons, 3 of them from Tripura and 1 from our district and rest from Borpeta. Regarding Hafizur Rahman, that person has been arrested by Gwalpara police and he was working in this madrasa.
The third madrasa bulldozed after the Assam police busted the Ansarullah Bangla team and an Al-Qaeda terror module, whose epicenter was another madrasa in Barpeta.
The madrasa in question was built on this piece of government land, and it was this madrasa which was used by radicals like Mufti Saiful Islam in order to make the strategy of spreading the radical network across the state.
It's a hard-hitting crackdown on illegal madrasas and terror hubs.
So in the morning we have evicted that madrasa. This is the second madrasa we have evicted because of the fact that those institutions were not running as madrasa but as a terrorist hub.
But the opposition is hitting out at the bulldozer operation.
लेकिन बुलडोजर चलाना बंद करिए, वो योगी जी का काम है। योगी जी ने भी कम कर दिया ना अभी तो, उनके ऊपर पूरी दुनिया से इतनी लानत पड़ी है कि उन्होंने भी कम कर दिया है।
Tonight, it's a face-off on the bulldozer model. Let's debate.
I believe one should not look at this in terms of a religious issue at all. Atikur Rahman and Tausif, you should look at it in terms of national security. If there is anybody, anything, a shop, an establishment, any place of worship, a school, anything which is linked to terror suspects, that also the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, AQIS, the bulldozer is the least that should be done. I want Tausif and Atikur Rahman and Feroz and Jayanta Kumar Goswami of the BJP all to look at it from that angle. Why not? Why not, Tausif? Why should a madrasa where terror documents were found, where teachers were arrested for links with the Al-Qaeda of the Indian subcontinent, and which is also structurally unsafe? As per APWD specifications and norms, it has broken structural norms, right? And the Shaikhul Hind Muhammadul Hassan Jamiul Huda Islamic Academy was seen to be linked with the Bangladeshi terror suspects associated with the Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent, AQIS, and the Ansarullah Bangla team. Do you realize how serious this is? Why don't you?
Anything, the case that you have put forward, Arnab, is that anything linked to terror suspect should be destroyed. If that is the case, Sadhvi Pragya, terror accused, why her house was not demolished?
I'm a member of parliament. So it's a plain hypocrisy. What is happening in Assam is that the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, is facing corruption charges. Day in and day out, the Aam Aadmi Party is attacking Himanta Biswa Sarma, bringing all the material. Because although he was with Congress then, he has now joined BJP. BJP made him
This is standard politics. You need to rise above and you need to talk about internal security. But you need to look at the internal security angle. I want Jayanta Kumar Goswami to come in. Who's from the BJP Assam?
No action.
Jayanta. Okay. Jayanta is coming in right now. Jayanta Goswami and Atikur Rahman, please. Jayanta Goswami and Atikur Rahman right now, please. Jayanta Goswami.
As you know that the our state government has already dissolved the State Madrasa Education Board and closed down all the government aid madrasa and converted it to the general educational institution. And after that, they went to the court, and the court also provide their judgment in favor of the government, stand of the government. Now what happened in early March? So the government of Assam and the Home Department categorically took the operation against the jihadi, which is linked with Ansarullah Bangla and with the recognized Al-Qaeda affiliated terror. And as you know that in Morigaon district, in a Omen madrasa, one teacher of that madrasa, one Mukti, he was arrested by the police and got the link with the Ansarullah Bangla. And he was the sole teacher of that madrasa, which is the Omen madrasa of that district, and that was constructed illegally in the government land, and therefore it was demolished by the state government. And after that in Bangaigaon, another madrasa which was constructed without the necessary provisions and norms and permission.
No, is this an anti-madrasa drive? The charge being made is,
yes.
Why is this an anti-madrasa drive? The attempt very clearly is to say that this is anti-minority. You are saying it's a national security issue out here. The point that the charge is being put here that it's anti-minority. Frankly, I don't see that when 37 terror accused have been caught, you see Atikor. 37. Ansarul Bangla, do you know it is one of the biggest terrorist groups in Bangladesh? Do you want one of the biggest terrorist groups in Bangladesh to have a base in Assam? On our soil? Atikor? And by the way, do you know that the government is taking different Muslim groups along and ensuring that students from these madrasas are accommodated in general schools? Do you know that? You won't talk about that.
Arnav, let me come in. Mr. Jayant's language lacks confidence. After bulldozing the madrasa, what facts will you place before the people in the public domain to prove that you had found some materials linked to terrorism? And that's why you're bulldozing an instant injustice, flies in the face of any facts.
Madrasas
your language, your behavior shows you have nothing to
these
prove.
Madrasas were constructed without taking the proper permission. It is a violation, a clear violation under the law of Disaster Management Act.
So you are mixing up the issues now.
Regarding the Madrasa of Morigaon, it was constructed under the government land without permission.
Are you saying no? But what's wrong with what he's saying? What's wrong with what he's saying? Atikor. 1 minute. Firoz Bakht Ahmad, one point here. Atikor. I don't think he's saying anything wrong. He's saying anything illegal must be demolished. He's saying that the Barpeta Madrasa was constructed on government land. It is another matter that there are 2 terror suspects there.
Proof, sir, proof of terrorism.
No, 1 second. Do you realize that the Muhammadul Hasan Jamiul Huda Islamic Academy Madrasa in Barpeta was housing 2 Bangladeshi terrorists linked to the AQIS? Are you going to deny that? Al-Qaeda Islamic State, you want the Al-Qaeda to have a base in India? Yes, if it is illegal, it should be bulldozed. Should it not be bulldozed because it's a madrasa?
Yeah, bulldozing.
You're saying it should not be bulldozed because it's a madrasa. I want Firoz Bakht Ahmad to come in. What kind of logic is that?
Against the Supreme Court order on bulldozing. There is no parity.
Thank you.
What the Supreme Court order said,
thank you very much,
that bulldozing cannot be stopped, but there should be no partiality involved.
Atikur Rahman Sahab, please let me have my word. You have had your term, Atiq Bhai. You are my younger brother. I respect you for your wonderful knowledge. Just give me a few words in the sideline. Now, Arnab, let me begin with the actual picture of Muslim education. Now, as far as Muslims of India are concerned, whether they are 14%, they are 20, 25, 30 crore, their educational status is not very, I should say, encouraging. Now, most of these children, they study in these madrasas, and these madrasas, Arnab, and all the people who are listening to me, they are run on a shoestring budget. People, local communities, they help them with maybe eatables, with flour, with whatever, rice or everything. Now, one thing is very clear, Atikur Rahman Sahab and my other friend also, any mosque, any temple, any khanqa or any madrasa, anything else, even if it is a school, if it is built on the government land or a private land for which the madrasa or any religious mandir has not paid, it has to be bulldozed.
Both are different
there is no way out,
terrorism
right?
and illegal buildings.
Just a minute, let me complete.
You are mixing up the issues, sir.
Yes. Maybe, you see, No. You are. I am sorry to tell you. Sometimes you talk very sensibly, Atikur Rahman Sahab, and again you come back to square one. Let me tell you one thing. However, let me add this thing. For the Chief Minister of this Assam state, that if he is bulldozing madrasas, he should provide good schools for these children.
No, but what is Atikor,
mathematics, geography, with sports, with all the facilities.
Yes, and I want to ask Firoz Babji, my simple question here is, how is it, you know, how is the radical agenda helping Indian Muslims? How is the radical agenda, Firozji, helping Indian Muslims? How is it beneficial for the children? Please, Atikul, listen to me. Atikul, be reasonable. Be reasonable for the first or maybe second time in your life. Listen to me. Listen to me, Atikul. Atikul, listen to me. Atikul, you are shouting without any necessity.
Listen to me, Arnab Saab, Atiq Saab, listen to me. In 8th century, there was a very renowned Muslim scholar and Imam. His name was Imam Ghazali. You know what he said? He said, if Muslims will not destroy, terrorism, terrorism will destroy Muslims. Arnab, let me complete, please. In 8th century, you know, Islam is 1450 years old. There was one Imam Ghazali, in 8th century. There was some terrorism in that time also. You know what he said? He said, if Muslims are not going to destroy terrorism, terrorism will destroy Muslims.
What is
right? So nobody has the right to run a madrasa or any school, any temple, any church on a land which belongs to the government. And the only fate it will face is bulldozing. It has to be pulled down to the ground.
Atik and Joyanto, I'll take you off screen for a moment. And Atik, think about this. Viewers, I need you to think about it. I need you to think about it. A madrasa is for children, right? Okay, Atik, you are not going to a madrasa, no? Children are going to a madrasa. I am asking today, Joyanto, how is it beneficial for the children of a madrasa which is being run by one Mufti Mustafa, who is running a sleeper cell for the Ansarul Bangla team? I would be worried at the influences on the children. I would be concerned, Joyanto, about the children's future. The Tinkonia Para Madrasa, the Imam there was acting as a conduit for the ABT in Assam. Jamiul Huda Madrasa Moriabari, it is being run by those suspected to be working with links to terror organizations, Ansarul Bangla. Do I want, Joyanto, I am from Assam, but I say this, do we want, 1 minute, don't shout, do we want Assam to be a base for Bangladeshi-based terrorist organizations? Can you guarantee the security of this country? If this is your attitude, rise above. Rise above. I want Joyanto to come into the debate. Joyanto, you heard him.
Will agree with your facts. The Assam cannot be the ground for Islamic terrorism, cannot be the ground for jihadi. First of all, our Chief Minister stated that these children should be protected. They should convert to the general schools for general education. They should learn science and mathematics to become the doctor and engineer. And our Chief Minister is clear stand on this regard. And the madrasa, those madrasa, although the government madrasa was where now it is not in operation. All the children, those are studying in the government madrasa. They were converted to the general school for learning mathematics, science, and other subjects like other students of Assam. And the agenda of our Chief Minister is that to protect the children of the minorities. At the same time, those private madrasas which are still going on without taking permission from the proper authority, and they are engaged with the teachers of that madrasa, the Maulvis. Those are engaged with the Ansarullah Bangla and all other Al Qaeda affiliated terrorism. It should be stopped. The government stand is very clear. Nobody can create Assam as the foundation or as the house of
viewers. One thing is clear, Atikur, let me say this, and I think everyone will agree with me on this, that like Yogi Adityanath, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is someone who is absolutely uncompromising. uncompromising when it comes to issues of tackling terrorism and national security, and that is maybe why Tausif has such affection for him. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for joining me on this debate with the promise to see you tomorrow sharp at 9. Till then, ladies and gentlemen, good night and goodbye.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और SDO साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो FIR की बात है तो हम लोगों ने FIR दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and
Delhi's Patiala court take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez. She has been summoned on September 26th. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao met with Rashtriya Janata Dal Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav in Patna at Rabri Devi's residence during his high-profile visit to Bihar. He also met Chief Minister Nitish Kumar earlier in the day.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome. Now suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has been arrested this morning after a sustained campaign on Republic and on The Debate last night, where thousands of you joined me in raising your voice against her. The way in which this politician tortured her domestic, made her drink urine from the floor, thrashed her with hot iron pans and iron rods, broke her teeth, broke her back, made you cringe. But more importantly, viewers, it made you angry. Rightly so. For once you forgot all political leanings and you spoke as one. And we, on this debate, question the utter inaction of the politicians of the state and the central governments, and we dared all politicians to continue to show utter indifference at the cost of losing their conscience and their public support, of losing your support, viewers. And viewers, within 9 hours of the debate last night, Seema Patra was arrested. This proves that if we stand together, if we set the narrative for the politicians, however arrogant they are, then these arrogant politicians are forced to listen and to act. These politicians, viewers, privately like to claim that the issues we raise on television debates don't matter to them, but they are lying. That too is their own self-deception. Politicians are forced to distance themselves when television news shows images of cash stashes in their flats. Politicians will be forced to care. Politicians get arrested, ladies and gentlemen, when we expose their conspiracy of silence over cases like Seema Patra's, and you know they were trying to hide till yesterday. And politicians cannot look aside when we remind them of the promises they made to fight liquor, not swear by liquor, just 10 years back, ladies and gentlemen. The fact is, however arrogant or conceited the politician, television news is a mirror to them. And the Republic, they know, is the clearest mirror of them all. And that is why, viewers, as one, we raise our voice against the politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way for a strong democracy is when the media is a mirror to the politicians, regardless of which party they are from. And that is what we have proved with our coverage of the Seema Patra case. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 big debates this evening as well. We're raising the very serious question about faith versus law, and whether the law is being diminished in Karnataka, and whether politicians for whom pandering matters more feel that they will make it a case of faith versus law. That's debate number 1, viewers. And debate number 2 this evening. Did the AAP shoot and scoot? And why is the Delhi Lieutenant Governor hitting back? Debate number 3 tonight. Another illegal madrasa bulldozed in Assam. The opposition says, stop the bulldozer model. Himanta Biswa Sharma is not listening. That's debate number 3. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight. 5 days on, the rape accused here, Shiva Murthy is a free man. Is he getting open political shields now? All 3 mainstream parties line up to meet the rape accused here. Is it faith versus the law openly?
If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation?
The Delhi Lieutenant Governor drags our pleaders to court. Did they make up charges against him?
बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती नहीं आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना अच्छा सूची दी डर लग रहा है ठीक है डर लग रहा है धन्यवाद सच्चाई सामने आ गई है
Video wars and political street fights take over as the Delhi battle goes to the next level. Terror-linked illegal madrasas bulldozed by the Himanta government. Big political fight brews in Assam.
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए
आप फंसाएंगे हमको फंसाया गया है.
And viewers, just 9 hours after we exposed her on our campaign on Republic, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested. gentlemen, rape-accused seer Shiva Murthy is out and about. It is like he faces no allegations at all. But the minor girls, the victims who bravely came out to speak about sexual abuse are being made to record statements endlessly. Politicians are meeting and greeting the accused seer, accused of rape, like it's no big deal. Technically, there is no legal impediment at all to arrest Shiva Murthy. But it's the lack of action because the case has become about faith versus the law. Pandering to faith, even if it means walking all over and transgressing the law. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the unfortunate developments, and then we debate.
It has been 4 days since 2 minor girls leveled serious sexual abuse allegations against the chief pontiff of the Jagadguru Murugarajendra Vidyapitha Mutt. The accused faces allegations under the grave POCSO Act as well as rape allegations.
On Tuesday, 30th of August, the 2 girls who have allegedly been sexually abused by the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga had deposed before the magistrate under section 164 and a statement was taken. It took 5 hours for these girls to give the statement on the ordeal that they had to undergo.
But the seer of one of the most significant of the 3,000 Lingayat mutts in the state is yet to be arrested.
Based on this evidence, the police is supposed to come and take the probe into the next level and also investigate the details of the statement. That has not happened so far, and at the Mutt, everything seems to be normal.
In Chitradurga, protests are on.
On 26th of August, the first FIR was filed and under sections of POCSO and several other IPC sections. However, no police action has happened so far. But what is happening is a continuous political patronage that the saint is receiving from across all the politicians in the state of Karnataka, whether it is a Congress, JDS or the BJP.
This mutt has been not formed today. It was since 1979. Okay, and it's a very big mutt.
ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಅದರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ.
It may be a matter of faith for some, but others are saying, what about the law?
The statement of the Home Minister and other ministers, Chief Minister and the former Chief Ministers of our statements alla ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಸರಿನಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ?
And if faith is being pitted against the law in the Shiva Murthy case, can justice be sacrificed? Let's debate.
How shameful, viewers, how shameful. It seems the politicians there in Karnataka might as well come together and give an award for someone to have achieved the status of being a rape accused. There is open protection for the rape accused. Politicians are lining up. They might as well, Pramila Nesargi, take an award for him. Congratulations, Shiva Murthy ji. You are now formally a rape accused. You are accused of rape by minor girls, 15 and 16-year-old. Just imagine how those girls would be feeling. Pramila Nesargi, you come on television every day, and you protect this man just because he is a religious figure. Now, think sometimes about the precedent people like you set before the people of this country. I welcome Madhu Kishwar, I welcome Nasir Hussain, Ustad of the JDS, Stanley, who is founder director of the Odanadi Seva Sanstha. In this case, renowned artist and social and women's rights activist Pratibha Prahlad, Father Adrian Mascarenhas are opening the debate today. It's really become, I have no words anymore to describe what is happening. Of course, it's convenient for you, Pramila ji. Even his statement has not been recorded, Pratibha ji. Even his statement has not been recorded. The victims have been made to record their 164 statements. The police is dragging his feet so that he can get anticipatory bail tomorrow. and after he gets anticipatory bail, treated like a VVIP rape accused, they'll say we are following the procedure. And Pramila Nesargi will celebrate tomorrow. That is the whole idea. Pratibha Prahlad, I'd like to open with you. What really is happening here? Yes, I think you want to say something, Father. What do you want to say?
Yes, I'm transferring your call now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, okay. Pratibha, please. Pratibha, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Arnav, what I want to say is that, we are in an extremely distressing to see that all the politicians gather together and come together as a flock to defend these pontiffs and seers and all these sexual offenders. We must remember that this is the election year. And Lingayat is a very, very powerful community, and these Lingayat mutts are very, very powerful in Karnataka. They kind of hold the sway for voting. So I suppose that is why all the politicians have nothing to say in defense of these victims, these child victims. And I'm ashamed because it never used to happen in Karnataka before. And I'm ashamed that the police are not acting, they're not arresting the seer under the POCSO Act, because whoever it be, whether he's the Lingayat Swami or the Vakaliga Swami or a Brahmin Swami or even the Pope of the Vatican, if they are accused of an offense, of a serious offense like POCSO, they should be arrested, first of all, and the children should not be made to, talk about the offense again and again like they are right now. So, I don't understand what is happening, because when faced with such a powerful mutt, nobody wants to speak against this powerful mutt. So what is the recourse to law that these children have? And look at the impunity that this man is, being given by the state. And so I'm horrified this is happening, under Bommai's governance. I hope the Chief Minister and the Home Minister take action, take cognizance of this offense, and this man, whoever he is, whether he is a very powerful, seer, pontiff, whatever he is, he has to be arrested and held for questioning. And
the case is simple here.
Face the law.
No, the case is simple. Pratibha, the way I'm looking at it now, the way I'm looking at it now, Pramila, it is these two young girls versus the entire mutt, this religious figure, Shivamurthy, and all the political parties of Karnataka are on one side. All leaders there, people who call themselves civil society, have pin drop silence today. It is as if the entire, power edifice, politicians, religious figures have come together and said, we will teach these two young girls a lesson. So that in the future, Pramila Nesargi, the message is, if a powerful person rapes a young minor child, the child should never have the guts to open her mouth. That is the lesson, Pramila Nesargi, that I think people like you are trying to serve here. Don't think we don't get the message. But I want this to go across the country today, that this is what people like you are trying to do.
Not able to hear.
Yes?
Yes.
Hello? Not able to hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Pramila ji? Did you hear my question? Madhu Kishwar, did you hear my question? I'll connect in a minute with you, Father. Can I get Madhu Kishwar on the left to answer that, please? Madhu Kishwar and Savio. Pratibha and Stanley on the right. We open the debate that way. Thank you so much.
Arnav, can I make a point?
Am I going to speak, or is Stanley going
to
speak?
No, I would like Madhu Kishwar to come in, because they are listening very patiently. I don't know if they have a response.
I have a response.
Please, please. Yes, Madhuji, go on.
And of all the people on this, of all the people on this panel, I have the longest track record of doing legal aid for victims of violence, of abuse, including sexual violence and rape. Now, in recent years, we've seen the rampant gross misuse of anti-rape laws and POCSO in particular, for booking fake cases, for blackmail, for tarnishing people's lives. This is so rampant that I don't know how, without due investigation, proper due diligence, people can take a certain charge as being valid and as being true and start insisting that the man be arrested and hanged. The fact is, we've seen you were involved in fake cases very recently, and you know how the media bayed for your blood. Shankaracharya Kanchi was involved in fake cases, and how that entire mutt was ruined. It's never recovered till date. Samba spy scandal, Colonel Purohit in fake cases, Sadhvi Pragya, Hindu terror myth, Amit Shah sent to jail in the Shahabuddin encounter case, Modi nearly sent to gallows in fake cases. Then Maya Purnani given death sentence first, totally fake case. Kathua rape case, one of the biggest travesty of justice, and nobody investigates. The moment a charge is leveled, you should see how many times the Supreme Court of India has had to call these legal terrorism, such laws, because they are so grossly misused.
So you come to a conclusion here that the girls are lying. Can I ask you, Madhu, on what basis you come to that conclusion? On what basis are you coming to that conclusion that these young girls are lying?
Mafia behind them. There's a
who is any of us? Who are any of us to say all this?
Young girls lie. Many women lie.
So we'll only be the judge and the jury.
Cases, if there are so many false
I'm sorry, Madhu, I don't agree with you.
If there are so many false
Madhu,
you may
I don't
not
agree
agree,
with
but
you.
I know from experience, and I don't think you have my kind of experience in handling legal aid cases of both kinds.
That is not for you to judge.
And let's face
that is not for you
these
to judge.
Two girls have an
that is
NGO
not for
backing
you to
them.
judge.
Has anybody checked the antecedents of that NGO? Please check the antecedents of that NGO, and you might find a
that's
very
not even the moot point of question.
There. I don't think the case is as
That's
simple
not the
as that.
moot point of question. The question here is that there's a case registered. The case has been registered, just like in Bishop Franco Mulakal's case, the case has been registered. Now, no matter where this leader belongs to, which religious leader, which religious denomination,
we know
can I
that
complete my point, Madhu? Can I complete my point? I did not interrupt you.
Sure.
I am trying to make a point. The religious leaders do not get impunity because they are religious leaders. They do not get impunity. If there were people who are saying that they are accused, then the process of the law must be allowed to complete. Why is it that when a religious leader is accused of sexual molestation or rape, as in the cases that we've seen in recent times, the religious community stands up to defend these leaders even before the case has reached its logical conclusion?
And further
even
to that,
in the Bishop Franco Mulakal's case, the case has been cleared by the lower court.
And
it is still in High Court.
And further to that, a small and limited point. See, politicians are weak, Madhu.
And we're cutting across straight to Chitradurga from the debate repeat. We're going across straight. My colleague Ashwin is joining me live straight from outside the Sri Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga. There's some action there. 3 reserve platoons of the reserve police have been brought in. It's heavily fortified now. Over to you, Ashwin. Let's go full frame to Ashwin now, live from Chitradurga. Ashwin. Just about going across to Ashwin now. We're going across straight to Chitradurga. Let me go across to Ashwin. Ashwin is joining us live. There seems to be some development at the Sri Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga. Ashwin, can you hear me? Ashwin, what's happening there, Ashwin? There's late night action. There's late night action at the Mutt in Chitradurga. Just as we were debating why the seer Shivamurthy has not been interrogated, investigated, Ashwin is live, going across straight to him in Chitradurga outside the Sri Muruga Mutt. Ashwin. Ashwin, over to you.
Niranjan, the time is right now 11:20 p.m. and Niranjan, the time is right now 11:20 p.m. and right now what we have come across is that the additional SP Kumaraswamy and the IG of Police Tyagaraja had come to the campus here at the time in the dead of the night. We have been waiting here at least till 8:30 p.m. today. Nobody had come, but after 8:30 p.m. when you can clearly see actually you can see the floor also of the ashram, the entire mutt is completely wet. There was heavy rains that was going on, and in the dead of the night, two top police officers has just come to the mutt. Whether they have come to arrest it, whether they have come to arrest the pontiff of the mutt, all that is unclear. But in the dead of the night, two top-ranking police officers have come, and we have been tracking this so closely, Niranjan, and we are just waiting for a confirmation. We did try to speak to Kumaraswamy, the additional SP, and he has just come just like that. It is definitely not convincing at all. Why? What was the reason for the police to come in the dead of the night in the mutt? The time is right now 11:20. About 10 minutes ago, these police officers had reached. So has an arrest been made is unclear. But you know the way the police officials have been working in terms, it looks like there's a cahoot operation. Whether they don't want a media glare in the kind of arrest that has been made, all this is unclear. But what is important, Niranjan, is to know that at the dead of the night, two top-ranking police officials have come to the very mutt where we have been waiting since like early in the morning. All the day we have been waiting over here. There has been no movement. No police officials have been coming over here. Nothing has been happening. But in the dead of the night, these police officials have decided to come very discreetly. And because of the sources that we had on the ground, we were able to identify this movement. And suddenly we reached over here to find out. And we did speak to Kumaraswamy, the additional SP. All he said was, there is nothing happening. How can nothing be happening at like 11 o'clock in the night when the top additional SP decides to come and come over here? So the arrest has been made or not is unclear. The police is acting in a completely untransparent way. There's an opaqueness in the way the police is handling this case, and that is the cause of concern, Niranjan. It is 11:20 p.m. and in the dead of the night, why would the top-ranking police officials come to the mutt? Has an arrest been made? It is a right for the people to know, has an arrest been made in this case? And it's a sensational case. There has been waiting. People have been waiting for the last 6 days for justice, and has an arrest been made? No confirmation whatsoever. All we know is that some random meet has happened in the dead of the night. What is the content of this meet? All that is unclear. But the top-ranking police officials, the IG Tyagaraja and additional SP Kumaraswamy was here, and we Republic did track them very closely because of the very keen eye on the story. We reached here on the spot very quickly to catch them, but they didn't have any answers to our question, and we are waiting what is going to happen next. Niranjan, back to you.
Some pictures of these police vehicles come in. There are reports of 3 reserve platoons around the mutt. So while you were entering, what sort of activity did you witness? And are these police officials, the senior officials you spoke of, still inside the mutt? Ashwin.
Niranjan, I did speak to Kumaraswamy. At that time, there was heavy rain. The video journalist was at that time, trying quickly to switch on his camera, get the things. But I did personally speak to Kumaraswamy. I did ask him specifically, what was the reason why you were here? And what he said was, I just came just like that. How can a top police officer who's in charge of the investigation come just like that in the dead of the night? So is there something discreet happening over here? Is a question that we as a journalist will always look into. We had a very keen eye on the story from the beginning itself. Why would the top-ranking police officers come at the dead of the night? It's like I told you, Niranjan, we've been tracking here at least till 8:30 p.m. All of us have been perched here, looking at all the activities over here, the movement of the officials, the way the inmates have been moved out, everything we have been covering very, very closely. But all of a sudden there is like when everybody has decided to go to sleep, these two top ranking police officials have come right over here at this mart, Niranjan, at this mart over here, and decided to have an interaction. Now, what was this interaction? Nothing is known, and that is an unfortunate part, Niranjan. That is the unfortunate part. There has been no news at all. I did personally speak to Kumaraswamy, the additional SP, and he said he has just come just like that. How can a top-ranking police official come just like that? So it's the way the Karnataka police is operating in this manner. Are they trying to make it less sensitive, or are they trying to obtrusively act in the way they should in enforcing the law? Because this is a POXO case, a serious charge has been made. Two young girls, 15 and 16-year-old, has been subjected to sexual assault for 3.5 years and 1.5 years respectively. And what is the action that the police has been doing? All through the day there has been no action whatsoever. We've been consistently reporting, but now we see a cohort kind of an operation. Why would a top-ranking police official come at the dead of the night in such a place, you know? And that is what is making us more curious, the way the Karnataka police is operating on this case. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yeah, because we're also hearing, Ashwin, just another question, because this development has come after the NCPCR, I repeat, after the NCPCR also issued a notice in this particular case, because minors are involved. The NCPCR notice came today, and there is a possibility also that with these agencies coming in, the national level agencies asking for details, the police is bound by the law to investigate and to share the facts, and the fact is we don't know whether he's been questioned yet. So we can't entirely rule out the possibility of questioning, isn't it? Or whether he's being questioned or the process of questioning is on. That's another aspect.
Niranjan, under section 164, the statement has been given. That's the first thing that has happened. It's over 24 hours after these statements has been given. Now, the essential question would then be the normal routine would ideally be that the probe team would be coming in and looking at these statements which these statements that the young girls have been given, and that has led to us waiting over here for all through the day, Niranjan. All through the day we have been waiting, thinking that once the statement has been given, the law will take its course and it will diligently work to ensure justice. But all throughout the day, Niranjan, that has not what we witnessed. We did see the inmates were being secured and all that, but the terms of the crime that has been committed, the police action was not at all seen in the ground. Right from 8 o'clock in the morning till at least till 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m. we have been here around this vicinity. Nothing has happened. But what has made these police officials come in the dead of the night is something that definitely, I think, the national level there has been a pressure that has been put in. That definitely must have raked the officials over here to ensure that justice be delivered and that they do their duty. And that was probably one of the reasons why we see there is a movement in the mud in the dead of the night. As you can see, I would like our video journalists to pan visuals. We can see more police vehicles coming over here. What is it happening? Is something, it's quite dramatic. It's very discreet, dramatic and very silent work that is happening. Is it something what we need to, we'll be giving you all these details, Niranjan, after we look into it. We'll speak to these officials. Back to you.
No, we'll stay with you, Ashwin. In fact, we'll stay with that live shot. More police vehicles have just come inside. You see that's a live shot from where Ashwin is. More police cars have just entered. We had a couple of cars move in while we were live right now, which means there is intense activity even now. Now, will the seer, Shivamurthy, facing rape allegations, faces POXO charges? POXO has been invoked against him. The 164 statement has been recorded of the minor victims. The NCPCR has stepped in. And even now, if the police say they haven't questioned or investigated this year, that's not good news. That's not going to look good on the police and the entire law and order machinery there. So I'm going to stay with those pictures. Ashwin, why don't you just walk about, if possible, walk about and try and show us what's happening there. Most of the vehicles seem to be going to your left. Why don't you try walking in that direction and tell us what's happening?
Yes, definitely, Niranjan. As you can see, there are two police vehicles over there. There are two police jeeps over there, and as we were speaking about it, these police vehicles have just arrived. What could be the reason? As you can see, there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 police officials are already over here. The time is around 11:35 p.m. and they are already here. Why are they in the mud in the dead of the night? Is something that we would like to hear from them. So these police officials are here. And what is it? What is the action that is going to take? It's something that is definitely baffling, to say the least. Why have these vehicles come over here? Is there an action that we can expect at the dead of the night? Because obviously there's a Lingayats here who holds a huge support from the political fraternity. So is there a chance that these are the questions that will obviously come? Is there a chance that he will be taken into custody in the dead of the night at 11:30 when nobody else is around, nobody else is awake, and but the eyes of Republic are always awake over here at 11:35. We are watching this, what is happening. Why would two police cars are already here? An additional SP had come over here. Has he marked arrest? That is something that we need to see. Nothing has come from the mouth of these police officers. They just said, we have just come, which is we cannot take it as a proof. We have just come at, just to meet in the dead of the night. We cannot take this at the face level. But certainly, as you see, there is a movement happening over here. Two police vehicles have just come in, and some officers have come out of it. And what we need to see further, Niranjan, is there any action that would take place in the Chitradurga mutt here, and if there is going to be any kind of a custodial arrest that will happen of the pontiff of the Chitradurga mutt. Back to you.
I think I see some more officers there. Some of them going inside. Just as we stay with those pictures, that's another police vehicle that you see there. That's an officer inside. That's a police official who's perhaps leaving. And there is certainly a police jeep. Yeah, that's a police jeep. And that's a police jeep that's leaving the premises perhaps. Not sure, but it certainly appears like there is some movement there. 3 or 4 police jeeps that came in just as we were live. And yeah, Ashwin, you see something more? So, Ashwin? I think Ashwin is reporting some movement there. Yeah, Ashwin, over to you. Back to you. Yeah?
That's Niranjan, basically Niranjan, that's about it. Now the jeep that has come in, some police officials who are not dressed in their uniform has just moved into the dark towards the northern side of the mutt. We don't know what their job is, what their responsibility is, but we understand that there is definitely some kind of a police action that is happening. See, because it's a very important saint for the Lingayat community, it's a very prominent face who holds a political clout and support, and probably that is the reason why for over 5 days there has been no arrest that has happened. We always obviously will tend to understand that there is some kind of an action. If he is being taken into custody, will he be taken out of this mutt in the dead of the night when no eyes are prying, when there is no sensational public eye to the entire custody of the seer? These are the questions that are essentially being right now coming into my mind. But definitely, why would these police officials come at this point of time is something that definitely needs a further probe. We will be keeping our eyes very closely. This is the entrance of the mutt, Niranjan. This is the main entrance. This is the inner entrance of this mutt over here. What you see, these visuals, and we are waiting over here. What are these police officials doing? Certainly, you can see these police officials are there. Some of the police officials are there at the entrance. Earlier when we had come in, there was all lit up, but suddenly as these mutt owners, the organization saw there was a movement of the media over here, all the lights were suddenly switched off. So all what we see is a silhouette of these officials which are here. probably I can say with kind of a certainty there could be. I would like to use my words very carefully. There could be an arrest that could be possible. Perhaps the additional SP who had come probably must have given him the custodial copy of it, and probably that is the reason why the police officials have come in 2 jeeps. After which we need to see all that. The IG was also here. IG Tyagarajan was also here. So is there an arrest? But we cannot say it for certain. But certainly the action that is happening by the police in the dead of the night definitely yearns for more questions. What is happening? And that is the question that the Republic is also closely following. We are closely following. We are closely tracking the details on the ground, and we will be giving our viewers the best news that is possible. We will also be ensuring that the right news is delivered to our viewers at Republic. Back to you, Niranjan.
There is another video that we have from our newsroom that shows the pictures from earlier when the police had arrived at the Mutt. Just showing the pictures there, you see the police officials there. Those are police officials. So there is some activity because suddenly there was a large presence of the police, which otherwise hasn't questioned this Mutt seer, the head seer, that is Shivamurthy, yet. He has not been questioned, so we're keeping a close track on that. The pictures also staying with these pictures. Now, what do we know about the other girls who were there? We were told that some of those girls had moved out because some more parents had also raised concerns. Is that true?
Well, Niranjan, we have seen with our own eyes that these girls have been moved out in a white van, and these girls were carrying a huge suitcase. And we have seen that personally. I have seen it personally from the northern side of the entire campus. There was a van that came in, and as soon as we were going closer to this van, we were barricaded out and we were told not to go into that area. Of course, we understand the sensitivity of the issue. We understand that these are girls and inmates who are minors. We didn't want to show them, but at least to get the sense of what is happening, we did witness it directly that some of the inmates have been moved out, and we also have been informed by our local sources that these inmates have been moved out to the government facilities. Now remember, Niranjan, there has not apart from the FIR that has been filed against the Pontiff, there is also an FIR filed against the General Secretary, where the warden of the hostel warden has filed a case against the General Secretary for trying to sexually abuse, and the act of violence has also been registered under various sections. So that is a reason why to discontinue the distress where these inmates could possibly have. The government and that way has worked very proactively to ensure that not all the cases that has come in this Mutt does not affect the inmates who are already from a poor background. They are taken care. So we had seen the interference of the intervention, in fact, of the District Legal Services Authority, the CWC, and all of them have jointly worked to ensure that these girl students have been moved out, and that has successfully happened, Niranjan. And but what has not happened so far was the police action for the POXO case. Never have we seen before a POXO case accused getting so much of leverage, and in this case that leverage was that day has crossed, over 5 days has crossed. There has been no kind of an arrest or summon or questioning. All these had not happened. So in that level, when you look at it, we were expecting that something would happen, but we never thought that in the dead of the night the police officials will come, and that has happened. But our ears were on the ground, and that is the reason in no time we were able to reach out. I did personally speak to the additional SP over here, Kumaraswamy. He was definitely he didn't want to divulge any information. What he told me personally was he just came just like that. It cannot be taken much into the kind of what his words cannot be taken fully into fact, but essentially there was some kind of a cohort operation. Now, has there been an arrest? Has he been officially, has an arrest custodial copy has been given to the seer? All that is unknown. That all needs to be said by the official police services, but that has not happened. But all we know is in the dead of the night there is some kind of a police action, and that aids the curiosity of journalists like us. Why would something like this happen so discreetly? And that is a question that we will leave our viewers also with. Niranjan.
Right now, and we will continue to be live for another 5 to 10 minutes from the Chitradurga Sri Muruga Mutt, and our colleague Ashwin is live there. So the only national media house that is live at this minute from the Sri Muruga Mutt, and there seems to be some action there, some people coming out. I just see some action there. Let's stay on the pictures. Someone's coming out. Ashwin, why don't you take us through? I think there's some action there, some movement there.
Niranjan, what we know so far is that some of the Niranjan, what we see so far, it's a silhouetted figure, but what we understand so far is that there is definitely some action happening. It's discreet. It's very, very subtle. It is out of the public view, and that is perhaps what these police officials want. They do not want any kind of a crowd gathering, and that is why they specifically chose a time after 11 p.m. We were in fact very keenly observing the police action on this, and we were expecting that maybe after 9 p.m. or something, there must be some kind of an action. Our apprehensions actually turned true, and that is why we see the additional SP coming when it was raining heavily, when the additional SP Kumaraswamy and the IG Tyagarajan all came over here. Niranjan, I must say there is no official sources from the Mutt to say that they have arrested him or any kind of interrogation has happened. Nothing of that sort. That's a kind of opaqueness in which the entire police operation has happened in this case, and that is little perplexing also. And what is important is that we are keeping our ears to the ground. We are working, we are looking at this entire incident. We are looking at the way the police is operating. We have been expecting and apprehending that there is some kind of an opaqueness. We were expecting the same on the same lines, and that is what is happening right now. There is some kind of an obtruse way in this way the police is operating in arresting. See, it's a very important case. Why, Niranjan? It's a POXO case. There has been a person of authority who is the highest authority in the Mutt who has allegedly abused 15-year-old and a 16-year-old for 1.5 years and 3.5 years. These are grave crimes that if it is true, if it has taken place, it's a grave crime. And in such a case, the media has to be there. We at Republic is committed to the kind of reporting to ensure that justice is provided. And at this time, we were always looking out whether the police would work in a way that will take the media attention off. But unfortunately, the police has got it wrong. We have been keenly observing the movements, and that is why in no time we were able to reach from our local sources. We got this information that there is some kind of a movement in the dead of the night, and that is the reason why we are here today, Niranjan. And these are the visuals that are coming exclusively from outside the Mutt. There is certainly some kind of a movement. What needs to be seen is whether the police will act tough, whether the police will act impartially, whether the police will ensure that the person who has been accused of the crime be treated in the same way any other citizen in this country is treated. The crime is grave. The crime is, it reeks of depravity. It shows the authority, a person who holds much authority has over a young minor girl. All this is important, and in such a sensitive issue, the police also must do things in complete transparency. Unfortunately, we do not see that, but yet Republic is on the ground ensuring that we bring to our viewers the actual pictures, we bring to our viewers what is happening on the ground. Back to you, Niranjan.
Okay, stay with us. We'll slip into a quick commercial break now. We'll take a break and come back with the live coverage in just about 2 minutes. We are live from outside the Sri Muruga Math in Chitradurga, where the Seer Shivamurti is undergoing intense scrutiny. We'll take a break, come back with the live coverage.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogikopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Foghat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Foghat's case. The Hisar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family, meanwhile, has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim and lambasted the fair poll claim of the Congress, as there is no end to Vadra Congress political drama.
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked. Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Going back straight live to my colleague Ashwin, who's outside the Chitradurga Sri Muruga Math, where Shivamurti, the seer, facing rape charges. The police has arrived there, and there's speculation over what could be the possible reason for that. There's heavy security. The police is there. Okay, I think Ashwin is live. Let me cut across. Ashwin, yes.
Niranjan, we get to understand that the additional SP has left. He had come he had come quickly. He had come when the rains were heavy. He had come at the time when all the media glare and the public had completely left. Now what we understand is that another police official is also over here. He's an SI. And we are trying to also get to understand why an police SHO is already here and what is the reason why he is here. Probably we will ask him right now, and probably we will also speak to him in night. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಪೊಲೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ನೈಟಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದೆ?
ನಮ್ಮದು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
So that's what the police is saying. He's saying there is no reaction. He does not want to respond to the question that we have asked. But essentially, Niranjan, what we are seeing here is that it's kind of the opaqueness in the way the police is actually come forward. Had this been during the day, we wouldn't have suspected anything. But something that is happening after 11 p.m. There's an action. We see like a lot of vehicles coming and going out. We see the additional SP coming out. We are also expecting, we are getting this news that the IG is also over here. But we were unable to confirm the same. But what we able to gather is that why would the additional SP come over here, speak to the MUT officials at a time which is like after 11 p.m. So all these reeks of the kind of opaqueness in this way the entire police is functioning in this case. It has given certainly a long rope to the alleged accused. 6 days is a long rope, in fact, for an accused in a POXO case, somebody who has been accused in a case, somebody who is of the highest authority in a MUT which has got over 1,000 inmates, and MUT which has got a tradition of 450 years, a MUT which has the current pontiff is the 21st pontiff, some MUT which has got such a grand history. Obviously he has some kind of a power, the clout which he enjoys. We have seen over the time that whether it's the former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa, whether it's he came out to say that there is there's kind of a false play in this entire case, whether the silence of D.K. Shivakumar, the Congress chief, whether the deflection by the JDS chief Kumaraswamy, whether it's the visit by the BJP MLA from Chitradurga, whether it's the JDS candidate from Chitradurga. All this we see there is some kind of a obtruse way this entire functioning is happening. What we only gather from this is that there is something to hide. And what is there something to hide? Will there be an arrest? Will they do an arrest? Will he be taken into custody in a very discreet way? These are the questions that essentially come to our mind. But essentially the time is right now 11:55 p.m. and we are here on the ground looking very carefully at the developments outside the Chitradurga Muruga MUT. Back to you, Niranjan.
Okay, so we'll take a short break as of this minute. We'll take a short break, and in a few minutes we should be able to go back to the debate. We'll keep a close watch on the situation there. That's the Muruga MUT in Chitradurga, where there's late night action. A few policemen arrived, and we're keeping a close track of the developments.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में, तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है.
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bayas, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome. Now suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has been arrested this morning after a sustained campaign on Republic and on The Debate last night, where thousands of you joined me in raising your voice against her. The way in which this politician tortured her domestic help, made her drink urine from the floor, thrashed her with hot iron pans and iron rods, broke her teeth, broke her back, made you cringe. But more importantly, viewers, it made you angry. Rightly so. For once you forgot all political leanings and you spoke as one. And we, on this debate, question the utter inaction of the politicians of the state and the central governments, and we dared all politicians to continue to show utter indifference at the cost of losing their conscience and their public support, of losing your support, viewers, and viewers within 9 hours of the debate last night. Seema Patra was arrested. This proves that if we stand together, if we set the narrative for the politicians, however arrogant they are, then these arrogant politicians are forced to listen and to act. These politicians, viewers, privately like to claim that the issues we raise on television debates don't matter to them, but they are lying. That too is their own self-deception. Politicians are forced to distance themselves when television news shows images of cash stashes in their flats. Politicians will be forced to care. Politicians get arrested, ladies and gentlemen, when we expose their conspiracy of silence over cases like Seema Patra's, and you know they were trying to hide till yesterday. And politicians cannot look aside when we remind them of the promises they made to fight liquor, not swear by liquor, just 10 years back, ladies and gentlemen. The fact is, however arrogant or conceited the politician, television news is a mirror to them. And the Republic, they know, is the clearest mirror of them all. And that is why, viewers, as one, we raise our voice against the politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way for a strong democracy is when the media is a mirror to the politicians, regardless of which party they are from. And that is what we have proved with our coverage of the Seema Patra case. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 big debates this evening as well. We're raising the very serious question about faith versus law, and whether the law is being diminished in Karnataka, and whether politicians for whom pandering matters more feel that they will make it a case of faith versus law. That's debate number 1, viewers. And debate number 2 this evening: did the AAP shoot and scoot? And why is the Delhi Lieutenant Governor hitting back? Debate number 3 tonight. Another illegal madrasa bulldozed in Assam. The opposition says, stop the bulldozer model. Himanta Biswa Sharma is not listening. That's debate number 3. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight. 5 days on, the rape accused here, Shiva Murthy is a free man. Is he getting open political shields now? All 3 mainstream parties line up to meet the rape accused here. Is it faith versus the law openly?
If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation?
The Delhi Lieutenant Governor drags AAP leaders to court. Did they make up charges against him?
बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती नहीं आपको लेकर चलेंगे नहीं। अच्छा सूची नहीं, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है, डर लग रहा है। धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है।
Video wars and political street fights take over as the Delhi battle goes to the next level. Terror-linked illegal madrasas bulldozed by the Himanta government. Big political fight brews in Assam.
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए।
हाँ, फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है।
And viewers, just 9 hours after we exposed her on our campaign on Republic, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested. Ladies and gentlemen, rape accused seer Shiva Murthy is out and about. It is like he faces no allegations at all. But the minor girls, the victims who bravely came out to speak about sexual abuse, are being made to record statements endlessly. Politicians are meeting and greeting the accused seer, accused of rape, like it's no big deal. Technically, there is no legal impediment at all to arrest Shiva Murthy. But it's the lack of action because the case has become about faith versus the law. Pandering to faith, even if it means walking all over and transgressing the law. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the unfortunate developments, and then we debate.
It has been 4 days since 2 minor girls leveled serious sexual abuse allegations against the chief pontiff of the Jagadguru Murugarajendra Vidyapitha Mutt. The accused faces allegations under the grave POCSO Act as well as rape allegations.
On Tuesday, 30th of August, the two girls who have allegedly been sexually abused by the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga had deposed before the magistrate under Section 164 and a statement was taken. It took 5 hours for these girls to give the statement on the ordeal that they had to undergo.
But the seer of one of the most significant of the 3,000 Lingayat mutts in the state is yet to be arrested.
Based on this evidence, the police is supposed to come and take the probe into the next level and also investigate the details of the statement. That has not happened so far, and at the mutt, everything seems to be normal.
In Chitradurga, protests are on.
On 26th of August, the first FIR was filed and under sections of POCSO and several other IPC sections. However, no police action has happened so far. But what is happening is a continuous political patronage that the saint is receiving from across all the politicians in the state of Karnataka, whether it is a Congress, JDS or the BJP.
This mutt has been not formed today. It was since 1979. Okay, and it's a very big mutt.
ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿರಂತರ ಭೇಟಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಅದರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ.
It may be a matter of faith for some, but others are saying, what about the law?
The statement of the Home Minister and other ministers, Chief Minister and the former Chief Ministers are our statements ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಸರಿನಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ?
And if faith is being pitted against the law in the Shivamurthy case, can justice be sacrificed? Let's debate.
How shameful, viewers, how shameful. It seems the politicians there in Karnataka might as well come together and give an award for someone to have achieved the status of being a rape accused. There is open protection for the rape accused. Politicians are lining up. They might as well, Pramila Nesargi, take an award for him. Congratulations, Shivamurthy ji. You are now formally a rape accused. You are accused of rape by minor girls, 15 and 16-year-old. Just imagine how those girls would be feeling. Pramila Nesargi, you come on television every day and you protect this man just because he is a religious figure. Now, think sometimes about the precedent people like you set before the people of this country. I welcome Madhu Kishwar, I welcome Nasir Hussain, Ustad of the JDS, Stanley, who is founder director of the Odanadi Seva Sanstha. In this case, renowned artist and social and women's rights activist Pratibha Prahlad, Father Adrian Mascarenhas are opening the debate today. It's really become, I have no words anymore to describe what is happening. Of course, it's convenient for you, Pramila ji. Even his statement has not been recorded, Pratibha ji. Even his statement has not been recorded. The victims have been made to record their 164 statements. The police is dragging his feet so that he can get anticipatory bail tomorrow. And after he gets anticipatory bail, treated like a VVIP rape accused, they'll say we are following the procedure. And Pramila Nesargi will celebrate tomorrow. That is the whole idea. Pratibha Prahlad, I'd like to open with you. What really is happening here? Yes, I think you want to say something, Father. What do you want to say?
Yes, sir. I'm transferring your call now, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, okay. Pratibha, please. Pratibha, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Arna, what I want to say is that, we are in an extremely distressing to see that all the politicians gather together and come together as a flock to defend these pontiffs and seers and all these sexual offenders. We must remember that this is the election year. And Lingayat is a very, very powerful community. And these Lingayat mutts are very, very powerful in Karnataka. they kind of hold the sway for voting. So I suppose that is why all the politicians have nothing to say in defense of these victims, these child victims. And I'm ashamed because it never used to happen in Karnataka before. And I'm ashamed that the police are not acting, they're not arresting the seer under the POCSO Act, because whoever it be, whether he's the Lingayat Swami or the Vakaliga Swami or a Brahmin Swami or even the Pope of the Vatican, if they are accused of an offense, of a serious offense like POCSO, they should be arrested, first of all, and the children should not be made to, talk about the offense again and again like they are right now. So I don't understand what is happening, because when faced with such a powerful mutt, nobody wants to speak against this powerful mutt. So what is the recourse to law that these children have? And look at the impunity that this man is, being given by the state. And so I'm horrified this is happening, under Bommai's governance. I hope the Chief Minister and the Home Minister take action, take cognizance of this offense, and this man, whoever he is, whether he's a very powerful, seer, pontiff, whatever he is, he has to be arrested and held for questioning, and
the case
he
is
has
simple
to
here.
face the law.
No, the case is simple. Pratibha, the way I'm looking at it now, the way I'm looking at it now, Pramila, it is these two young girls versus the entire mutt, this religious figure, Shivamurthy, and all the political parties of Karnataka are on one side. All leaders there, people who call themselves civil society, have pin drop silence today. It is as if the entire, power edifice, politicians, religious figures have come together and said, we will teach these two young girls a lesson. So that in the future, Pramila Nesargi, the message is, if a powerful person rapes a young minor child, the child should never have the guts to open her mouth. That is the lesson, Pramila Nesargi, that I think people like you are trying to serve here. Don't think we don't get the message. But I want this to go across the country today, that this is what people like you are trying to do.
Not able to hear.
Yes?
Yes. Hello? Not able to hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Pramila ji? Did you hear my question? Madhu Kishwar, did you hear my question? I'll connect in a minute with you, Father. Can I get Madhu Kishwar on the left to answer that, please? Madhu Kishwar and Savio. Pratibha and Stanley on the right. We open the debate that way. Thank you so much.
Arnab, can I make a point?
Am I going to speak, or is Stanley going
No,
to speak?
I would like Madhu Kishwar to come in, because they are listening very patiently. I don't know if they have a response.
I have a response.
Please, please. Yes, Madhuji, go on.
And of all the people on this, of all the people on this panel, I have the longest track record of doing legal aid for victims of violence, of abuse, or including sexual violence and rape. Now, in recent years, we've seen the rampant gross misuse of anti-rape laws and POCSO in particular, for booking fake cases, for blackmail, for tarnishing people's lives. This is so rampant that I don't know how, without due investigation, proper due diligence, people can take a certain charge as being valid and as being true and start insisting that the man be arrested and hanged. The fact is, we've seen, you were involved in fake cases very recently, and you know how the media paid for your blood. Shankaracharya Kanchi was involved in fake cases, and how that entire mutt was ruined. It's never recovered till date. Samba spy scandal, Colonel Purohit in fake cases, Sadhvi Pragya, Hindu terror myth, Amit Shah sent to jail in the Shahabuddin encounter case, Modi nearly sent to gallows in fake cases. Then Maya
the point is what, Madhu Kishwar?
Sentence first, totally fake
The point
case.
is what?
Kathua rape case, one of the biggest travesty of justice, and nobody investigates the moment a charge is leveled. You should see how many times the Supreme Court of India has had to call these legal terrorism, such laws, because they are so grossly misused.
So you
Please
come to a
hold your
conclusion here
horses
that the girls are
and
lying. Can I ask you, Madhu, on what basis you come to that conclusion? On what basis are you coming to that conclusion that these young girls are lying?
Mafia behind them. There's a
who is any of us? Who are any of us to say all this?
Young girls lie. Many women lie.
So
we'll
only be the judge and the jury.
Cases, if there are so many false
I'm sorry, Madhu, I don't agree with you.
If there are so many false
Madhu, I don't agree with
but
you.
I know from experience, and I don't think you have my kind of experience
I don't agree with
in
you.
handling legal aid cases of both kinds.
That is not for you to judge.
And let's face
That is
it,
not for you
these
to judge,
two girls
Madhu.
have an
That is
NGO
not for you
backing
to
them.
judge.
Has anybody checked the antecedents of that NGO? Please check the antecedents of that NGO, and you might find a
That's
very
not even the
interesting,
moot
colourful
point of
story
question,
there. I
Madhu.
don't think the case is as
That's
simple
not the
as that.
moot point of question. The question here is that there's a case registered. The case has been registered, just like in Bishop Franco Mulakal's case, the case has been registered. Now, no matter where this leader belongs to,
Bishop
which religious
Franco
leader,
Mulakal
which religious
had actual-
denomination,
We know
can I
that
complete
he's
my
out,
point, Madhu?
even
Can I
though
complete
there
my
is
point?
wealth of-
I did not interrupt you.
Sure.
I am trying to make a point. The religious leaders do not get impunity because they are religious leaders. They do not get impunity. If there were people who are saying that they are accused, then the process of the law must be allowed to complete. Why is it that when a religious leader is accused of sexual molestation or rape, as in the cases that we've seen in recent times, the religious community stands up to defend these leaders even before the case has reached its logical conclusion?
And further
even
to that,
in the Bishop Franco Mulakal's case, the case has been cleared by the lower court.
And
it is still in High Court.
And further to that, a small and limited point. See, politicians are weak, Madhu. We must not be weak. Politicians are weak because they use people like Ram Rahim. They didn't have the guts, we had the guts. You know how much we were attacked? Yes, I have experience, Madhu. If the logic of faith over law is applied, would Ram Rahim, a rape convict who ordered murder and created civil war-like situation, be arrested and face charges? It is all easy to attack the media. Would Asaram Bapu be arrested? Do you know how much we were targeted when we questioned Asaram Bapu? And did at that point of time, there was a mentally challenged minor who was raped by Asaram Bapu? And how much the media was targeted? You see, the media is strong. Politicians are weak. Politicians don't have the guts to act against people who at their command can have hundreds of thousands of people turned into vote banks. But we are not looking for vote banks, Madhu. We are looking for what is right and what is wrong. And I say there is a place for faith, but there is a greater place for the law. We talk of a uniform civil code in this country, but is there going to be a uniform civil code for these godmen also? Would Chandraswamy's links to arms dealers be uncovered?
How have you arrived, Madhu,
Would Premananda ever be arrested or convicted for the rape of 13 minor girls? Would Chandraswamy's links to arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi ever be spoken about? See, Madhu, I don't expect someone like you to be weak. You must be strong. And you must say, we will speak up against these people. There is a track record. There is a track record. And I'm saying tonight, viewers, I throw a challenge, viewers. Politicians will do nothing for these girls. Let me say it in writing today, Kasturi. Politicians will come together and prove these girls wrong. They will put all their energy to finish off the case. Tomorrow they will try all their best to give him anticipatory bail and then close the case after that.
And that is exactly what
do.
I want to come in with about Arnab. I feel it's like, it's one thing to deny a fair and free trial or even an investigation for all these people, godmen, so to speak, who are accused of sexual offences against minors. That too, it's one thing, but it's a completely more horrifying situation when they are actually sheltered and supported by politicians coming forth and saying, you know, these people are innocent and trying to vilify the victims. That's horrifying. And why that this politician godman nexus, it's not a new situation. It's been there, as you yourself mentioned, it's been there in the days of the Congress Raj. It's there, party notwithstanding, JDS or BJP, everybody. Why don't we start? Media has been very, very vehement and fearless in exposing these godmen. Start exposing the politician godmen nexus as well, because as long as the representatives of the people, voted representatives of the people, are corrupt and are dirty, we are never going to see justice in such dirty religious leaders' scandals. We're never going to see minors, people without any money, people without any power or political connection. How are these girls going to get a shot at justice? And I'm not saying this person is wrongly or rightly accused. Let him be wrongly accused. The court will say that. Who are we to say he should not even be arrested? Who are we to say the due process of law should not be followed because somebody thinks he is innocent?
You see, Pramila, you need to understand this.
I agree.
This has gone too far. And Madhu, it's very easy to say this. This is all viewers' convenient political silence. Every time self-styled godmen, religious figures are accused of heinous crimes, I am asking you, is there a constitution in this country? The politicians will delay the arrest and not take action. In fact, Pramila, now there is competition. There is competition between JDS and BJP. Who will get the vote? Who will show more support? Has the MP's son gone? Has the JDS leaders gone? Have they all gone and told Shivamurthy, don't worry about those girls, we are with you? It's like giving him a prize, Pramila, and you are also one among them.
And it's very
You are
tragic.
also one among them. Like Madhu Kishwar, your stand is also the same.
Arnab, it's very tragic to think that there's only one figurehead for a community in Karnataka. I think that's a gross underestimation and a misrepresentation
Yes, please do.
of the Lingayat
Do I have an
community.
opportunity to speak?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, you see, please. Yeah, Arnab, one must know. I don't want interference. Let them, please, if you permit me, I'll answer. If somebody is speaking, I can't.
No one is speaking.
Oh, Arnab, can I speak now?
Please go ahead.
Yes. See, you are well versed. We hear yours every day. We make it a point not to miss your best. We are with you. One thing one must know. What is the greatest thing that has been known in this country? Satyameva Jayate. One thing Mahatma Gandhi said. Satyameva Jayate. Second thing is Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. If we protect Dharma, Dharma will protect us. You and I are governed by Dharma. That is what we have been doing it. What is this Chitraduga Swamiji? If we call, what do we call him? If we call a spade, do you want me to call spade nothing but spade? Can I deny that? What we are telling Swamiji is a great man. Not only me, the whole state, irrespective of the party, politicians, Gurujis, ordinary persons, all communities, Christians, Mohammedans, all are speaking that he is a great man. What is your worry? What is your worry? Do you want to say that we should not tell him that he is a good man?
Ma'am, the issue is not about his greatness,
let the inquiry go. Let the investigation go on.
This is not about his greatness.
Why has he not been questioned so far? Why has he not been questioned so far?
The issue is not about his greatness. The issue is about the allegations leveled.
Swamiji has been issued. Section 41 notice.
What is the